Suspicion in Elvis Town, a Ted Sherlock Cozy Mystery. Written by P.M. Mahoney. Narrated by Luke O'Neill. Produced by Laughing Lyrebird Productions, Pty Ltd. Copyright 2025 by P.M. Mahoney, also known as Paul Martin Mahoney. Suspicion by Elvis Presley, used under license from Recicio.
Suspicion, suspicion, suspicion.
Suspicion in Elvis Town, a Ted Sherlock Cozy Mystery. Written by P.M. Mahoney. Narrated by Luke O'Neill. Chapter 1. The Achy Breaky. August 1999. Millions of people worldwide were worried about the Y2K bug, a minor glitch in the many software codes that had sat dormant for years like a politician in a non-election year. There was worry about whether it would affect IT systems and cause power to fail, banks to shut down, and transport systems to come to a grinding halt. Many even feared it would plunge us back into the dark ages, like before toilet paper was invented. Firms across the globe invested billions of dollars to upgrade software to try and stop this from happening. The Y2K bug was high on many people's agenda. But not in Shepparton, Australia, and certainly not in the Shepparton Maud Street Mall. Maud Street had once been busy with cars travelling along it, with either shoppers looking for a park or with young guys cruising for chicks. In the late 1980s, a local councillor hit upon the idea of closing Maud Street off to traffic so that it would make for better and safer shopping. This was all fine and dandy in places like Melbourne, with huge multi-storey prestige stores such as Myers and David Jones. But Shepparton had none of those, and the best it could muster up was a Target store about 50 metres away. People had stopped going to the Maud Street Mall, and it looked a bit tired and desperately needed a makeover, much like your great Aunt Edna. Many of the shops in the area had gone out of business and were empty, so in an effort to entice customers and hopefully bring back a bit of business, some bright spark decided to run a talent competition. To the horror of many English teachers, dozens of posters with the words, "I wanna be a star, competition today, 1 p.m, proliferated and adorned many of the shop windows in the central shopping area. A crowd of curious onlookers and workers on their lunchtime break had gathered around a hastily erected makeshift stage, eager to be entertained. Some hoped to hear some genuine talent. A few parents had a vested interest because their little Johnny or Joni would perform, and this could be their big break. While others wanted a good laugh at the expense of others or to get the chance to boo someone off the stage. There were even a few people who brought along a bag of overripe tomatoes to throw. In the male public toilets not far away from the stage, 12-year-old Ted Sherlock looked at himself in the mirror while he waited for a stall to become available. His naturally blonde hair had been dyed black by his mother, Gladys. Brill cream had been used to slick back his hair in a pompadour style popular in the 50s. It was held in place with extra control hairspray that Gladys had brought specially for him. He wore a homemade white jumpsuit with an American bald eagle on it. Ted was the spitting image of Elvis Presley. That is, if Elvis was less than 5 feet tall and weighed under 100 pounds soaking wet. For a moment, Ted closed his eyes in an attempt to block out the smells and the rest of the world outside. He said a silent prayer, then kept his eyes closed as he did some positive thinking and imagined what today was going to be like. Today was going to be his big day. People were no longer going to overlook him or not notice him being there. They were finally going to recognise him for how brilliant he was, and he would remember this day for the rest of his life. He just knew it. A smile crept across his face. Ted heard the toilet door open and the scuffle of several footsteps from people entering. When he opened his eyes, he noticed several other older kids had entered the restroom and were sniggering, laughing aloud and gawking at him as if he were a member of a freak show. One of them blew a piece of bubble gum in front of him, and when it popped, he could feel bits of it splatter onto his face. Ted brushed it off and tried to ignore them. He hadn't had the chance to urinate yet, so he went over to the long stainless steel urinal that ran along a part of the wall, undid his zipper and stared up at the wall while he patiently waited for his stream to begin. However, the older kids were noisy, laughing and joking with each other. Unfortunately, that only made it worse for Ted. Instead of being able to pee, his willy behaved like a frightened turtle who was too afraid to do anything and wanted to crawl back into its shell. He was bladder shy, and Ted knew from bitter experience that the more you thought about it, the worse it became. He tried to think of rain, running streams, waterfalls, anything. Seconds ticked by, but they seemed like an eternity to Ted. The stench of tobacco hit Ted's nostrils. One of the teenagers had lit a cigarette and offered to share it with his friends. Despite desperately wanting to pee, Ted knew he couldn't, at least not while these raucous and rowdy teens hung around and smoked. They were obviously looking for trouble. Ted glanced at the two stalls, but they were both still occupied. The smell wasn't getting any better. He wasn't sure what was worse, the cigarette or the stench that was coming from the cubicles. Ted pretended he had finished urinating, washed his hands and then turned to leave. But an older boy, with stubble on his face, blocked his exit, poked him in the chest with his finger and laughed at him. "Who are you supposed to be?" "Yeah, where are your sideburns? You look like an old has-been," a friend of the bully chimed in. Ted's eyes widened, and he didn't waste time hanging around or trying to respond. He had been bullied before and knew their type. He had nothing to say to them because he knew that whatever he said, they'd take it the wrong way and use it against him. He quickly sidestepped them and exited the public toilets. As he did, he could hear them laughing at him. The confidence that Ted had just minutes ago had evaporated quicker than a beer at an Oktoberfest. There was only one person he knew who could help restore his confidence. Ted went in search of his mum. At least, that was his intention. But fate intervened. For at that moment, Ted saw the most stunning girl he had ever seen. She had more curves than the Bathurst racetrack. She had long, dark, beautiful hair. Her dress was more revealing than most of the other girls in Shepparton wore. She was way older than Ted. She had to be at least 14 or maybe 15, he thought. 2 or 3 years wasn't much difference for a middle-aged adult, but for a teenager like her and a kid like Ted, 2 or 3 years was like 2 or 3 decades. He instinctively knew that she would be called a cradle snatcher if she took the slightest interest in him. Besides, girls like her always go for older guys. Guys with cars, not kids like Ted with BMX bikes that have flat tyres because of bindies. Ted knew that there was no way that a girl like her would ever look at someone like him. But still, Ted couldn't help gawking at her. That's just the way the male brain is wired, or at least that's how his brain was. But Ted was a realist. The only reason why an older girl would talk to someone like Ted would be to tease or make fun of them. To her and all the other teenage girls like her, Ted was just a little squirt who probably still relied on his mum a bit too much. And that's when it happened. She saw him and she smiled. "Oh my God," Ted thought. "I can't believe it. She looked right at me and smiled. Had she been smiling at someone else?" Ted stopped walking and checked to see if anyone else was behind him. But there was no one. It was definitely him that she had looked at and smiled. An older girl, and not just any older girl, the most gorgeous creature he'd ever seen, had looked at Ted and smiled. She had an hourglass figure, whereas most of the girls in his class at Shepparton High School had a 30-minute class figure at best. In fact, one of the girls in his class, whose real name was Deborah, had the nickname Deadbra. Ted hadn't called it that, but he was powerless to stop the other boys in his class who did. Year 7 at Shep High School was like Lord of the Flies, except with more flies and perhaps less chance of being saved. The only problem was what to do now. If he followed his usual instincts and kept walking, he might never see her again. If he stayed there and talked to her, there was the risk that he could make a fool of himself. But if things went his way, he could just end up dating and marrying his dream girl and having 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls with her. Okay, maybe Ted was jumping the gun a bit and getting way ahead of himself like he often did, but perhaps today was his special day in more ways than one. Maybe today was not just the day he wins the talent contest that rockets him towards a music contract and stardom, but perhaps it was the day that he also meets the love of his life. Ted quickly considered his options. Walking away and possibly never seeing her again was off the tables. The only choice left was to approach her and talk to her. Perhaps he should say hi, or maybe even ask her out to the movies, Ted thought. He had never asked a girl out before, let alone one who was older than him. Perhaps she'll want to watch Big Daddy or Juice Bigelow, or maybe she'll want something more sophisticated like Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. She waved at him. Any indecision that Ted had at that moment went straight out the door. He marched right up to her, unsure what to say, but determined to make her laugh. His Uncle Dave was a confirmed bachelor, not by choice, and an unfunny, failed stand-up comedian. He had often heard Uncle Dave moan that funny guys always get the girl. As Ted got closer to her, he grinned, and she laughed. This was going good already, he thought to himself. She already thinks I'm funny. This is going better than I thought it would. Are you going to put the mouse back in the house? She asked Ted before she burst into laughter. Huh? Ted stopped in his tracks. He had no idea what she was talking about, but he figured she was laughing, so it must be going good. Ted didn't know what to say. He stood there frozen, like he had been asked by his teacher to solve a complex math equation in front of the class. I said, are you going to put the mouse back in the house or what? Or what? Ted replied, pretending to be a whole lot cooler than he really was. You really don't care that the mouse is out of the house? Maybe. Maybe not, Ted said as he furiously tried to decipher what she meant. He had often heard his Uncle Dave complain that women were a complete mystery, and so far this one was already turning out to be no exception. What's your name? Ted asked. You can call me Jenny from the block, but if you want my advice, you might want to put it away. Some people would be scared of a mouse like that, she said as she pointed downwards towards something. It was at this moment her 2 female friends showed up and saw what she was pointing at. They gasped as they gestured to Ted and said, Girls, I'd like you to meet my new friend, Mickey Mouse. Ted looked down at what she had been pointing at, his groin. His mouth dropped open in horror. His zipper was down. He was in such a hurry to leave the public toilets and get away from those teenagers earlier that he forgot to do it up. His boxer shorts were on display. Not only that, but so was something else that was peeping out when it shouldn't have been. Before Ted could pull his fly up, all 3 girls burst out laughing. Ted's face turned bright red. He quickly did his zipper up and swiftly walked away. When he was a safe distance away from that disaster, Ted returned to his original plan of searching for his mother. It would be easy to find her amongst the crowd in the Maud Street Mall. Gladys Love was in her 30s. Despite her name, she didn't look how you think a Gladys would look. Her hair had curls, a choppy cut with lots of blonde streaks mixed with her natural brunette colouring. She wore dark sunglasses and dressed in what almost looked like a see-through top that showed her bra and underwear. Apart from the fact that she was a few stone overweight, she looked just like her current idol, Madonna, and was proud of it. Shepparton was as conservative as any country town, so her outfit raised many eyebrows, especially when she picked him up at school dressed like that. But Gladys seemed oblivious to that, so Ted had always pretended he was too, no matter what his so-called friends at school had said behind his back. Standing beside Gladys was Rory Love, her partner and Ted's new stepfather, an overweight hunk of blubber who had squeezed himself into a white Elvis jumpsuit that seemed a few sizes too small. Rory hadn't noticed Ted coming their way, as he was too busy scanning the area, hoping to find a store that sold fried food. He would settle for some hot cinnamon donuts from Freeman's Bakery if he had to, but in an ideal world, Rory would prefer a meal made for a king, a fried peanut butter and banana sandwich. Ted raced up to his mum and hugged her. He got his arms around her for a moment before Rory turned to cuddle her, not knowing Ted was already there. Rory instantly stepped back the moment he realised there was a body squished between him and Gladys. But it was too late. The damage had already been done. It was an awkward three's a crowd type of moment that a young boy like Ted would try to repress for many years and only discuss if he was with a psychologist that he truly trusted. Was that a pistol in Rory's pocket, or was he really glad to hug Ted's mum? Either way, Ted didn't want to think about it or know the real answer. Gladys recognised the awkwardness of the moment and registered the look of displeasure on Rory's face. "Ted, honey, why don't you go make friends with those kids over there?" Gladys suggested. Ted looked in the direction of the youths that his mum had pointed to. There were 6 of them. They all had long mullets, and despite the fact that Billy Ray Cyrus's last hit song was over 7 years ago, they were dressed like Billy Ray Cyrus had been in his Achy Breaky Heart video. Ted studied them. The bully from the toilet had joined them and appeared to be their leader. His eyes met Ted's. He looked like Trouble. Ted looked up to his mum and shook his head no. "Go on, honey, do it for me, sweetie," Gladys said. Ted didn't want to, but he also didn't want to let his mum down. She had done everything for him. His dad had passed away when he was younger, and to be honest, Ted couldn't remember as much about him as he would like to. He had a faded photograph of himself and his father that he treasured. In the photo, Ted held a pigeon and looked proud. Beside him was his dad, with his hand on Ted's shoulder. Ted had vague memories about that time, that place, that day, but he wasn't sure if they were real or not. Everything else Ted knew about his dad was from the times his mother would flick through the family photo album and explain how they had met at a music festival. But that didn't happen much, now that Rory was living with them. Ted secretly wished his dad would one day come back to life. His mum could ditch Rory, and they could go back to living a happy life like the families he saw on TV. But he also knew that could never happen. Since his father had passed, Ted's mother had done everything she could for him and to make ends meet, going to work, working long hours, sometimes working 2 or even 3 part-time jobs, cooking, cleaning, putting food on the table, and here she was, asking Ted to do this one little thing for her. Was he really going to say no? How could he? Ted sighed and hoped he would be able to put the toilet incident from a few minutes ago behind him. It was all in the past, he lied to himself as he walked uneasily towards the group of teenagers. They'd all started line dancing by now. However, they all stopped the moment they saw Ted come towards them. "Hi," Ted said in a sheepish manner that underlined his nervousness and complete lack of confidence. "Hey, look who wants to join us," said the bully before he poked Ted in the chest yet again. Ted looked up at him. The guy had sweat stains under his armpits. He was easily 6 inches taller than Ted, and probably weighed at least 50 pounds more. Ted figured the bully must have been 2 or 3 years older than he was, yet he already had stubble all over his face. How could a 14 or even a 15-year-old have stubble? Wondered Ted. Is that what puberty does to you? Make you taller, smellier, and hairier? Ted wasn't sure if he wanted any of that. Ted had no way of knowing that the bully's stubble was only tea leaves that he had smeared over his face to help him achieve that look. The bully and his friends encircled Ted. Ted saw what their biceps looked like. They were much, much bigger than Ted's. "So why you dressed like that?" the bully said as he finger-poked Ted in the shoulder this time, obviously bored with poking Ted's sternum. "My mum and stepdad wanted me to," Ted said. "Well, you look stupid. Why don't you dress normal like one of us?" Ted looked at the other kids. They all wore blue jeans with a white shirt and red top, and they all had mullet hairstyles just like Billy Ray Cyrus. Ted wished he could think of something smart to say, something Eddie Murphy would say. But to be honest, if Ted did try to say something clever, he would probably sound more like Mr. Bean. So Ted chose to remain silent. "Do you even know how to dance the achy breaky?" the bully asked. "I only know how to do this," Ted said before he gyrated and windmilled his right arm like Elvis had done decades before in the 1950s. The group of teenagers all laughed. "Elvis the pelvis is so ancient, but I can help you update your moves," the bully offered. "You can?" Ted asked, genuinely surprised. Maybe Ted had misread this guy. Perhaps they could become great friends after all, much like Robin Hood and Little John had. Ted could be the natural-born leader like Robin Hood. This guy could be his sidekick, Little John, and his line-dancing friends could be the Merry Men. All they were missing was a maid Marian, with whom Ted could fall in love with. Ted scanned the area. The Jennifer Lopez-looking girl was no longer around, but perhaps one of the girls over there dressed like Cher or the one with the Cyndi Lauper kind of hair would fall in love with Ted. "Yeah, try this," the bully said as Ted continued daydreaming. Whack! The bully sucker-punched Ted hard in the groin, causing him to double over in pain and fall to the floor. "It's called the achy breaky pelvis," the bully said. He and his Billy Ray Cyrus wannabes laughed loudly as young Ted writhed in pain on the cold concrete of the Maud Street Mall for a few minutes before he finally got to his feet and slowly staggered away, holding his aching balls.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 2. Listening in on old Teddy Boy. January 2024. As dawn broke and sunlight lit the way ahead, a pigeon flew over the Sydney Harbour Bridge. As it looked down, it could see climbers of the iconic bridge waving, snapping selfies, or just taking in the beautiful views. Proud of their accomplishments of having shelled out over $200 to scale 134 metres in height, when they probably could have taken the elevator of a tall building for free. Of course, the pigeon couldn't understand what all the fuss was about either, so it just flew on towards what it initially thought was some large seashells, but in reality it was the iconic Sydney Opera House. When it finally reached its destination, it landed on the steps of the Opera House and felt a bit buggered. It was there that Ted Sherlock stood. Now in his late 30s, his hair was back to its natural blonde colour, and Ted had grown to be 6 feet tall. He always wore his Rolex watch and lucky tie, and by now he was an accomplished TV reporter. He worked for a new TV channel, Channel 4, that was trying to make headway into the morning news show's time slot that were currently dominated by Channel 7's Sunrise and Channel 9's Today programs. The show Ted worked for was called You Up Yet?, which no doubt some TV executive must have thought was clever, and that everyone would take it to mean, Are you awake yet? Or Are you out of bed yet? But unfortunately for Ted, whenever he explained the program he worked for at pubs or any functions after work, he was often the butt for erectile jokes and innuendo that resulted from it. Although Ted didn't enjoy getting out of bed at 4 every morning, he knew that if you wanted to be a success in this industry, you had to put in the hard yards. 4 in the morning meant that Ted could get to work, get a quick bite to eat, have his makeup done, and be ready to start interviewing at 5:30 a.m. Luckily, this morning he had a later start, and it was 6 a.m. The tired pigeon strutted about and searched for food nearby, just off camera, as Ted conducted his early morning interview with the latest teen singing sensation, Yulitha. Some people thought that after her latest top 10 single, she was on her way to becoming the next Rihanna, Beyonce, or Taylor Swift. However, in the back of Ted's mind, he wondered if she would find enduring fame, or be forgotten about before the decade was even over, and thought of as a one-hit wonder like Melanie C., Natalie Imbruglia, or Tiny Tim. So there you have it, folks, Ted said as he looked at the camera. Yulitha will be performing here live at the Sydney Opera House tonight for one show only. So if you haven't got it already, get your ticket before they're all sold out. And we'll see you back here on You Up Yet? After this commercial break. Jay, the cameraman, was a guy in his 20s who had been born in India but had spent most of his life in Australia. He had long black shiny hair that he wore in a ponytail and was always worried about his looks, how much he weighed, what he ate, basically everything. Jay looked over to Vic, the sound guy, who held a boom microphone above Ted. Strictly speaking, most TV reporters didn't need a sound guy like Vic with all his fancy equipment, but Ted was a professional, and he wanted to sound professional, even if he had to pay for some of Vic's wages from his own pocket. Vic was a tubby guy with a long beard and was the total opposite of Jay. Vic ate everything, didn't care that he was overweight, and he didn't seem to worry about his appearance. In fact, sometimes Vic found crumbs of leftover bread or toast in his beard. When he did, he wasn't above plucking them out to eat. He was way past 40 years of age and was usually seen with earphones either on his head or around his neck. If he had been taller, Vic could have been mistaken for the friendly giant Hagrid from Harry Potter. Despite their differences, Jay and Vic got on well and enjoyed working together. Vic gave Jay the thumbs up, meaning that he had perfectly captured all the sound from the interview. "And cut!" Jay yelled. Ted shook hands with Yulitha. "Thanks, Yulitha. I appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule for the interview." Yulitha beckoned to her minder to bring her purse over. Then Yulitha reached into it and handed Ted 2 front-row tickets to her show. "It's been a pleasure, Ted. I hope you enjoy the show tonight." This was perfect. Ted patted the ring box that he had in his coat pocket to make sure it was still there. He wanted tonight to be special because it was the night that he was finally going to propose to his long-time girlfriend, Monica. Front-row tickets would be the icing on the cake. "Thanks. Monica's really looking forward to it. We can't wait to see you perform live on stage." Yulitha smiled, knowing full well that she would be lip-syncing her entire routine, like the pop group Milli Vanilli had years beforehand. Heck, she even planned to lip-sync one of their songs, Blame It on the Rain, as a tribute to them during the concert. Ted watched as she made her way over to her minders and walked away with them. A few tourists approached Yulitha and tried to take snaps of themselves with her, which seemed to annoy one of her muscle-bound, roid-popping minders. Ted figured he had probably gone a whole week without punching someone's lights out and only managed to behave himself by pumping a lot of weights at the gym or because he was currently on a good behaviour bond. Ted wondered if, one day, this guy would just snap and hit someone. Of course, he had no way of knowing whether any of his thoughts were true or not, but that didn't stop him thinking about it. Perhaps the pressure of working with and protecting someone who was famous would make that guy snap. Ted sometimes thought about fame and the problems it brought with it. It was then that he noticed the pigeon nearby. He moved over closer to it, careful not to scare it away. "What's the matter, little fella? Hungry?" Ted took a muesli bar from his pocket. He always carried them because sometimes doing the early morning reports he would be famished and nowhere near a store that was open. Ted unwrapped the muesli, broke off a small piece and threw it on the ground near the pigeon. It pecked at it, then greedily devoured the morsel. Eager for more, it looked up at Ted with its little eyes, almost pleading like Oliver Twist did when he wanted more gruel. Jay turned the camera back on and honed in on Yalitha's backside as she departed. "What are you doing?" Vic asked. He took his earphones off, put them around his neck, and ambled over to see what Jay was up to. It's the zoom on this new camera. I'm still trying to get used to it," Jay lied. "You want to try zooming in on something not moving away from you? Try the pigeon over there," Vic suggested. Not wanting to be called a pervert, Jay had to keep the pretense up, so he swung his camera around to capture Ted and the pigeon before zooming in on the pigeon. Ted's mobile rang. He looked at the number. It was from his producer, Vera, so he immediately took the call. "Any news?" Ted asked. "Ted, I can't be long," Vera said. Back in the Channel 4 building, Vera enjoyed a slice of avocado on toast. She dressed like a power executive left over from the hit TV show from decades ago called Dynasty. She wore padded shoulders in her dresses, knowing full well that, although out of style at the moment, one day they would make a comeback. Vera would then be labelled as being one of the trendsetters. Until then, her attitude was stiff shit. She sat in the leather chair of her plush, well-appointed office. "No, they haven't decided on anything yet, but I've heard whispers that it's probably down to you and Floyd, with Bustleton as a rank outsider." Vera stood up and looked downwards out her window to see Floyd, a dashing young man in his 20s who could take the modelling world by storm if he wanted to. Vera watched as Floyd strolled around like he owned the place, then sat down behind a studio desk. Floyd pulled a hand mirror out of his coat and watched himself as he rehearsed his lines for the 6:30 a.m. morning news. "And in breaking news," Floyd stopped and then tried the same line in a different pitch. Lower, more manlier than a sweaty jockstrap. "And in breaking news..." Once again, Floyd stopped, unhappy with his delivery. "And in breaking news..." Floyd said, drawing out every syllable of the word and as long as he could. He stopped when he noticed Monica, his fellow news presenter and Ted's partner, enter the studio and sit beside him. "Was that okay? Do you like the way I rolled the letter A in the last one? Which one do you like better?" Floyd asked Monica. Vic watched intently as Jay used his camera to follow the pigeon while it strutted around searching for more food. Then Vic wandered closer to Ted, hoping he might get to share some of the muesli bar that Ted was throwing around willy-nilly. "Floyd? Really? What are they thinking? Even that racist, sexist old hack Bruce Bustleton could do a better job than Floyd," Ted said as he continued to chat with Vera. "They have to know that the only reason why people watch our morning news is to see Monica," Ted said. Seeing how animated Ted was becoming, Vic pointed his boom microphone towards Ted and put on his earphones to eavesdrop on the conversation. Jay noticed this. "What are you doing?" "Listening in on old Teddy boy." Vera licked her lips as she continued to watch Floyd through her window and imagined what he looked like without his shirt on. Buffed pecs, bulging biceps, and abs like a six-pack. If she closed her eyes and inhaled deeply through her nostrils, she could even smell his erotic and manly jazz aftershave. However, Ted's constant whining snapped her out of her pleasant daydream. Bored with Ted in the general conversation, Vera cut him off. "Don't underestimate him, Ted. Floyd's very photogenic. The painful truth needs someone like him to help put them at the top of the ratings." Ted looked at the pigeon and threw a few more crumbs from his muesli bar to his newfound feathered friend. "But Pretty Boy hasn't been in the field as long as me. Surely they aren't going to hire a rookie over someone with my experience." Vera didn't like where this chat was headed. She had heard enough of Ted's whining in the past few weeks and wanted to avoid talking about it for longer than necessary. She opened an app on her phone and looked at a train schedule. "Listen, Ted, that's not why I rang. Lola and her team just called in sick. They're out of action with gastro. It must have been that story they did on all-you-can-eat buffets. Apparently they've all been sitting on the toilet seats all night long," Vera said as she searched for Jay's phone number in her contact list. "That's a little more than I really wanted to know, but thanks for putting that terrifying image into my mind," Ted said. "She and her team were due to do a 5-day story in parks for me. I need you and your crew to get on the train that departs in 2 hours. Vic used his boom mic to eavesdrop on Ted's conversation. "What? We can't do that," Ted said. "Do what?" Vic asked. "Go to parks for 5 days. "Count me in," Vic said. "Living away from home and a meals allowance. Oh, yeah." "Sweet," Jay said as he and Vic high-fived each other. Ted rolled his eyes and turned his back to them so that he could concentrate on his phone conversation with Vera. "Listen, Vera, this isn't going to work. Tonight I was—" "No, you listen, and you listen good, Ted," Vera said. "If you want to be on The Painful Truth, you have to convince them that you can be a team player. And sometimes that means you have to take one for the team and do things that you don't like. Bruce Bustleton would do it. So why don't you? If you want the job, pack your bags, get on that train, and get us some good stories. Otherwise, you can kiss your chance of hosting The Painful Truth goodbye." "But why the train? Why not just drive or fly there?" Ted asked. "Because your first story is the train," Vera replied. "The train?" "You'll see," Vera said as she hit send on her phone. "I've just sent the tickets to Jay." "Jay? Why Jay? Why not me?" Ted asked. "Because he's the most reliable out of the three of you, and sometimes that's not saying much," Vera said before she hung up. Ted stared at his phone in disbelief. All of his plans for the night, his proposal to Monica, and, in fact, the entire weekend had just gone up a certain creek that rhymes with hit, and it's not Bit Creek. Jay's phone dinged with the incoming message. Ted turned to see Vic and Jay staring at the message, smiling broadly. "Come on, let's get ready, Teddy boy," Vic said as he gave Ted a thumbs up. It was a mad dash for Ted to get back to his apartment. He quickly packed a suitcase, put the Uletha tickets on the fridge, and held them in place with a fridge magnet shaped like a frog. He had no idea why Monica liked frogs so much, but she did. Perhaps it was because she enjoyed eating Cadbury's chocolate Freddo frogs. Or perhaps, like many little girls, she had grown up thinking that one day she could kiss a frog and he would turn into a handsome prince. Ted hoped it was the latter, as he felt he was quite handsome. He stared at a framed photo of him and Monica kissing at a winery that hung on the wall beside his black Ibanez bass guitar. He hadn't played that bad boy for ages, not since Monica had shifted in. Should he take it with him? Surely there would be plenty of downtime on a 5-day trip to parks. His phone dinged. He looked at the message. It was from Jay. "We just got to the station. Traffic's a nightmare. Don't be late." Ted erased any thoughts about his bass guitar away as he Googled the estimated time to drive to get to the station. He would need to leave now if he had any chance of making it on time. He opened Uber on his phone and booked a car to go to the Sydney train station. His ride was only a minute away, so Ted exited the apartment, ensured it was locked, and raced down the stairs and towards the front of the building. He got there just in time as the Uber pulled up. After loading his suitcase into the boot, Ted sat in the front passenger seat as the driver drove towards the train station. Ted felt his pocket to make sure that the ring box with the engagement ring that he had purchased for Monica was still there. Thankfully, it was. He didn't want to risk leaving it in the apartment in case she accidentally stumbled across it. With his plans for tonight having been thrown out the window, Ted considered his situation. Okay, it's not so bad. As long as I keep this safe over the next 5 days, I can just organise another special night out with Monica when I get back. Everything should be okay, he thought to himself. He took the ring box from his pocket, opened it and stared at the ring. The salesperson at the jeweller's had described it as a Spectra Green and Argyle Pink diamond cluster ring. Ted had no idea what Spectra Green was. Was it even a colour? Or was it just fancy marketing hype that the salesperson had used to swindle Ted? He was sure he hadn't been swindled. But one thing he did know was that it came from the only pink diamond mine in Australia. It was beautiful and unique, just like Monica. The Uber driver glanced over and saw the ring sparkle as the sun's rays hit it. "Wow, that looks impressive, dude," the Uber driver said. "It should. It cost me over $5,000. The Uber driver whistled. "Pink diamonds. Do you know how rare they are?" Ted said. The driver shook his head. "No." "You must love her a lot." "I'd be a fool not to. But I've got to go to stupid parks before I can give it to her," Ted moaned as he closed the ring box and put it back in his coat pocket. "Why? What's out there?" "Beats me," Ted sighed. Intrigued, Ted pulled out his phone and was about to Google to see what was happening in parks, as he still had no idea what the story was even about. It was just then that the driver recognised Ted. "Hi, I've seen you before. Have we met?" Ted had a good look at the driver. He was a short guy with a clean-shaven head and a friendly smile. Ted had never seen him before in his life. "Maybe because I've been on TV," Ted suggested. "You're not that Floyd what's-his-name guy, are you?" "No, I'm not." "Oh, I didn't think so, because I thought he looked way, way better than you." Ted rolled his eyes. "I do the infotainment reports, interviewing all the big movie stars, famous singers, and bands that are touring or visiting Australia." "Oh, yeah. Now I know you. You're the guy who's sort of like Richard Wilkins, but not quite as good. You're like the home brand or generic version of him." Ted sighed and put his phone away. "I suppose I must be." For a while, Ted was lost in his own thoughts. He wondered what his image or branding must look like to the everyday person. Would he always be unrecognisable and considered living in Richard Wilkins' shadow? Or would he one day be recognised as the great TV journalist he wanted and knew he could be? Ted wasn't sure about any of that, but there was one thing that he was sure of. Getting the host role on The Painful Truth would be world-changing for him. The Uber driver did his best to avoid traffic congestion and pulled up at the train station a few minutes later. Ted got out of the car and went to open the boot to retrieve his suitcase. But as he touched the handle, he got zapped by some static electricity. Ah! He hated it whenever that happened. Ted made his way into the train station and was surprised to find it was packed with travellers. What was happening? And why was it so busy at this time of day? And why were a lot of older folk smiling? Who smiles at a train station? He also thought he could hear Elvis music playing. He tried to block out the noise and the painful memories from his past as he struggled to find Vic and Jay. Jay was in his usual upbeat mood, cruising for chicks, while Vic had a Big M strawberry milk in his hand. Vic loved flavoured milk. It was his go-to drink. Some people like Coke, Pepsi or Fanta, but Vic's favourite beverage had always been flavoured milk. Vic looked cool, calm and collected. He gave the vibe that he was going on holiday. Ted heard someone whistle. It was Vic. "Teddy boy, over here!" Vic's booming voice could be heard above the crowd. Ted made his way over to Vic and Jay. "Our platform's over that way. We've got to get going," Jay said, worried about how much time they had before the train departed. "Let's roll." Wheeling their luggage behind them, Ted, Vic and Jay made their way through the crowds to the platform where their train awaited. As they did, Jay noticed that some attractive females his age avoided making eye contact with him. A doubt or two crept into Jay's mind. "Do you think this shirt that I'm wearing is okay?" he asked Ted. Ted didn't really feel like answering Jay. What was he, a fashion consultant? Luckily for Ted, his phone rang. It was Monica. He ignored Jay's question and picked up the call. "Hi, Mon. Vera wants us to go out to parks for 5 days, so I put the Yalitha tickets on the fridge door for you. Maybe you could give one of the girls a call and have a fun night out? Do you have any idea what the hell is out at parks?" Monica sat at her news desk. She watched Floyd preen himself while she talked to Ted on the phone. "You mean you don't know?" Monica asked. "Know what?" Ted replied. "Best I don't spoil the surprise," Monica said. "God, I hope I get the painful truth job. We'll be able to buy a bigger unit with views of the harbour and do everything we ever dreamed of." "So, you don't mind if I take someone else out to the concert tonight?" "Of course not. Maybe you can take Vera out. She might like to kick her heels up for a change," Ted said. "I'm sure I'll find someone." "Ciao," Monica said as she hung up the phone. In the newsroom, Monica gazed at Floyd, who was back to practicing his lines. "And in breaking news," and in... She touched the back of Floyd's hand to get his attention. "Got anything planned tonight?" Monica asked. Floyd shook his head. "Want to go out?" A grin crept across Floyd's face, like an ant crawling over an unattended picnic.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 3. The Elvis Express. Back at the train station, Ted, Vic and Jay continued to make their way through the crowded platform. Ted noticed that there were a lot of older people dressed in 50s gear. Some women wore poodle skirts, while other guys wore slicked back hair. One guy even looked like Elvis. Ted felt his temperature rise and his face flush, but he didn't want Vic or Jay to notice that he felt uncomfortable. So Ted gestured to the guy who looked like Elvis and said to Vic and Jay, "You'd want to dress like that. I mean, seriously, get a life, loser." There was a crackle over the public address system, and the station master announced, "The train to Parks will depart in 2 minutes on platform 8. "We've already had a porter load our camera and sound gear," Jay explained. "There's our train," Vic said as he excitedly pointed towards it. "Quick, before it leaves," Jay said. The three of them rushed towards the brightly coloured train. They made it just in time before the conductor, who looked to be about 40, blew his whistle. It was crowded inside the carriage, but they were able to stow their luggage and find their seats. It was then that Ted noticed that there were even more people dressed in 50s gear on the train. He thought that was weird, feeling as if he was going back in time, but he didn't pay any more attention to it as his thoughts drifted back to Monica. He hoped she and Vera would be able to enjoy the Yalitha concert tonight. Monica had been working so many hours lately. She deserved a night out on the town with the girls, or in this case, Vera. As the train departed from the station, Ted was happy that they had managed to catch it in time. If getting a chance to host the painful truth meant spending a few days in parks, so be it, he thought. Surely it couldn't be as bad as growing up in Shepparton, or Shep as the locals would call it. Ted sat in his allocated seat, which faced backwards and was opposite Vic and Jay. Ted hated riding in trains with backward-facing seats. It sometimes made him feel like throwing up. Next to him was an old guy who had already claimed the window seat. The old guy coughed a lot and smelt like he had bathed in Brute aftershave. Ted's nostrils flared. "Anyone want to swap seats?" Ted offered in a cheerful tone, hoping that either Vic or Jay would take the bait. "No way, Teddy boy. I hate riding backwards," Vic said. Jay crossed his arms like the TV host on the game show Deal or No Deal. "Bow bow. And that's no deal from me," Jay said, laughing. The conductor walked along the aisle of Ted's carriage. He wore the typical drab colours that all railway employees were forced to wear, and to Ted's surprise, he also wore a cap. "That's odd," Ted thought. "I've never seen a conductor wearing a cap." He thought conductors stopped wearing those before World War II. Was this train really going backwards in time? It was then that Ted noticed something else weird about this conductor. He had a swagger about him as he strutted along the aisle, a microphone in his hand, as if he owned the carriage. Ted had seen train conductors before, but he'd never seen any of them with a microphone or behaving like this. "Welcome to the Elvis Express," the conductor said into the microphone, and he was immediately greeted by a resounding cheer and claps from others in the carriage. "The Elvis Express?" Ted said to Vic and Jay, eyeing each of them with an accusing look. Did either of them know about this? It was then that the conductor ripped open his drab outfit to reveal he was wearing an Elvis jumpsuit underneath. He removed his cap, and Ted saw what it had been hiding. His hair was dyed black and styled to look like Elvis's signature pompadour. The conductor winked at a woman wearing a pom-pom skirt. "Ain't she the cutest jailbird you ever did see?" he asked as he looked directly at Ted, expecting a nod in agreement. Ted couldn't believe what he was seeing or hearing. He was struggling to breathe. The conductor even sounded like Elvis. "Now sit back, because for the next 6.5 hours you're going to be entertained by some of Australia's greatest Elvis impersonators, including yours truly," the conductor said. Ted's eyes went wide. His mouth dropped open, and a look of terror was in his eyes. It was as if someone with arachnophobia, claustrophobia, and taphophobia, the fear of being buried alive, had just been locked in a coffin full of spiders next to an open grave. Oblivious to Ted's reaction, the conductor kept up the banter in his best Elvis voice. "So, by the time we arrive in Parkes, you'll be ready for 5 full days of the Elvis Festival." Ted screamed in horror, but his scream was drowned out by all the cheering Elvis fans who whooped, hollered, and clapped loudly as the conductor serenaded the carriage. "I got to get off this train," Ted said to Jay and Vic before standing up to leave. Worried about his job security, Jay grabbed Ted's arm and stood to look him in the eyes. "But Vera said she wants some good stories, and the train is one of them, remember?" Ted tried to wrestle his arm free from Jay. "I don't care." "Yes, you do." "No, I don't." Vic watched Ted and Jay's interaction like a Wimbledon tennis match, their conversation going back and forth for a bit before he spoke up.
"And what if that racist, sexist old hack Bruce Bustleton gets the job on The Painful Truth instead of you?" Vic asked.
Ted went quiet. "Or Floyd?" Jay asked. Ted silently cursed. "Ted, we heard what Vera told you. We know that if you want to nail that job for The Painful Truth, you've got to nail this one first. We're here to make sure that happens," Jay said. Vic stood and put his arm around Ted as if they were best mates at a pub having a beer.
"Teddy boy, don't take this the wrong way, but your dream of moving on to greener pastures is our dream too. Don't get me wrong, we like you, but we want you to move on so we can work with someone who doesn't whine so much. Maybe we could even get lucky and get to work with an attractive replacement like Alyssa Smith or Isabella Higgins, who is fun to work with and secretly digs chubby, hairy guys. You know, like me, Vic said as he winked at Ted. Ted, it's like Vic said. Well, apart from the chubby, hairy guy thing, your dream is our dream too. Now sit down and man up, for God's sake, Jay said. Ted knew that they were right. If he wanted his dream job, a nicer apartment, and Monica's hand in marriage, he'd have to get through this. He sighed and sunk back into his seat. Oh, crap, Ted said. He looked on in horror at the conductor, who had morphed into a full-blown Elvis impersonator. He gyrated while he sang the classic Elvis song, Jailhouse Rock. Ted tried to remain and appear calm, but he could feel beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. It felt like blood was draining away from his face. He was sure he must look as pale as a vampire. He felt ready to throw up. He scanned around but couldn't see any sick bags. I'm in hell, Ted said. You don't mean that, Jay said. Ted glanced to Vic, who was getting right into the Elvis tribute artist performance. Vic was swaying in his seat and clicked his fingers to the beat. Teddy boy, I'm in heaven, heaven, he said. Ted looked at Jay and nodded his head sadly. Yes, I do. I'm in hell. What would Vera say? Asked Jay. She'd... Ted knew exactly what she would say. He sighed. Well, what would she say? Jay asked. She'd say, get your head in the game, Ted, and just get the damn story. So? Jay asked as he raised an eyebrow. Ted rolled his eyes and sighed again. He knew he had been defeated. Later, Jay had the camera pointed at Ted, while Vic held the boom microphone just above Ted's head as the conductor sang All Shook Up directly to Ted, who held his microphone in his hand and wore a phony smile like that of a snake oil salesman. So if you want a rocking time, don't forget to book your ticket early for next year's Elvis Express, Ted said as surrounding passengers clapped and cheered. Jay looked over to Vic, who had his headphones over his ears, and gave him the thumbs up. And cut, Jay said. Ted put his microphone down, and his phony smile disappeared quicker than a sausage left alone with a hungry Labrador. The conductor continued to sing to Ted, who pointed to passengers at the other end of the carriage. I think those guys way down there are shook up because they can't hear you properly and are missing out. Why don't you go and pester them? The conductor mistook Ted's words for friendly banter. He pointed at Ted and then sang the Elvis song, You're the Boss, before he turned and strolled down towards the people at the back of the carriage. Have either of you got earplugs or noise-cancelling headphones? Ted asked Vic and Jay, who both shook their heads. Jay actually did have AirPods in his jeans pocket, but there was no way that he was going to share them with anyone, not even Ted. What if Ted had earwax and got it on his AirPods, and Jay didn't notice before putting them in his ears? Could he get sick or infected with something that Ted had? Jay didn't know, but he didn't want to risk it. Afraid you're out of luck. I forgot to bring mine, Jay lied. Ted pointed to Vic's earphones, which were hanging around his neck by now. Can I borrow those? Why, what's up, Teddy boy? Vic asked, genuinely puzzled. What do you think? Ted said as he pointed to the crooning conductor. He's bound to need a break sooner or later, Jay offered. But for Ted, seconds went by like minutes, minutes like hours, and hours like an eternity in hell. Ted wanted to get up and escape the hellish scenario, but he couldn't because he knew that if he wanted the host role for the painful truth, he would have to tough it out. An hour later, the crooning conductor finally stopped singing. He talked into his microphone and said to one of his female fans, Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I got to protect my voice, so I'll take a little break now. All the others in the carriage, including Vic, sighed with disappointment, but Ted was ecstatic. He handed the earphones back to Vic, then stood, clapped, and gave the crooning conductor a double thumbs up. "Yes, that's right. You rest that voice. Nobody here wants you to risk it or injure yourself. I once dated a speech therapist, and I'm sure she would say, rest your voice and don't sing again for the rest of the day, or maybe even the week," Ted said to the conductor. "Now don't you worry your pretty little heads about me," the crooning conductor said to the woman sitting near him. "While I'm in the next carriage having a fried peanut butter and banana sandwich, you're going to be entertained by my good friend, the Sikh Elvis." At that moment, a Sikh Elvis tribute artist who wore a turban on his head and had a beard entered, singing to the tune of Suspicious Minds. But the singer had changed the lyrics to the song. "I'm caught in the loo and can't get out. Why? Because I got the Delhi Bailey. Why did I eat that weird-looking meat?" The captive audience in the carriage were lapping it up and laughing at every clever lyric and exaggerated comedic action the Sikh Elvis made as he sang. Vic's eyes lit up as the song continued, but Ted sighed, then snatched Vic's headphones back and put them on again. "Teddy boy, lighten up. You like music? I don't get it. This is good music. Fun music. Everyone loves Elvis and his tunes. Why not you, Teddy boy?" Vic asked. "There are some things that are just too personal, and that's one of them," Ted felt like saying. But he didn't. He didn't know what to say. He just wished that he could be anywhere but here. That's when he had his brilliant idea. Surely one of the other carriages would be an Elvis-free zone. Surely the whole train wasn't infested with Elvi. Ted got up and raced to the doors that connected to the next carriage. As he entered the second carriage, he breathed a sigh of relief. But then he saw the crooning conductor singing his heart out to Heartbreak Hotel. He had lied. He didn't need to rest his voice. He had just made an excuse to switch carriages. When he saw Ted, the crooning conductor changed mid-song, pointed at Ted and the carriage behind him that Ted had come from, and then sang, "Return to sender." Ted knew what the crooning conductor was hinting at, but he was in no mood for hints. He barged past the crooning conductor and made his way to the next carriage, hoping he would finally find a seat in an Elvis-free zone. Once he was safely into the next carriage, Ted looked ahead and breathed a sigh of relief when he couldn't see any guys trying to be someone they weren't. It was then that he saw something he hadn't expected. A woman who stood in the aisle turned around, and to his horror, Ted realized that she wasn't any ordinary woman. She was a female Elvis tribute artist. She stood at the far end of the carriage and sang the last few lines of the Elvis song, Suspicion. "Damn," thought Ted. "I've got to get past her and into the first carriage where I can get some peace and quiet." It was easier said than done, because when he tried to pass her, she hammed it up by singing "Stuck on You" to Ted and pretending to be stuck to him, making it difficult for him to pass. Ted felt it was like being superglued to a nightmare. She held on to him as she followed him right to the end of the carriage. But as soon as Ted entered the first carriage, he saw and heard a sight that horrified him. It was a 12-year-old boy gyrating as he sang, "Treat Me Nice." The age of the boy brought back painful memories of years ago, when Ted had been sucker-punched in the balls by a Billy Ray Cyrus wannabe. A cold sweat poured over Ted, and he shivered as if he were freezing. It was as terrifying to Ted as sharing a train ride on the Hogwarts Express with a Dementor would have been for Harry Potter. The young boy finished his song and then started trying to belt out the Elvis song, "Way Down." But because his voice hadn't broken yet, it sounded weird to Ted that a voice that was perhaps a countertenor was trying to sing parts that better suited a baritone. Ted turned and hightailed it out of there, back towards his original carriage
and the relative safety of his seat opposite Jay and Vic. Ted sat and stared out the window towards their destination. Dark clouds were rolling in, like dementors drifting around Azkaban prison. This didn't look good, Ted thought, as the rain began to hit the window and the Sikh Elvis began to sing, "When it rains, it really pours."
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 4. Return the zebra to the zoo. After a few hours of having to sit and listen to Elvis impersonators croon to the carriage, Ted's backside was aching, his neck was stiff, and his bladder felt like it could burst. Ted kept an eye on whether the toilet was occupied or not. He had seen a young lady dressed as Priscilla Presley exit the toilet a moment ago, which was strange because Ted was pretty sure she didn't look like that when she entered. Ted stood, hoping to be the next to enter, but a middle-aged guy ducked into the cubicle. Although being first in line wasn't ideal, it wouldn't be so bad, Ted figured, so he waited until there was a clear run between himself and the toilet, and there was no chance of having to interact with the Elvis tribute artist. Then Ted made his dash to be the first in line, only to be beaten there by a young guy who was only a few seats from the toilet and holding a bag. He was of medium height and looked like he could be a university student, or perhaps a university dropout for all Ted knew. Being the second in line wasn't so bad. Ted figured it wouldn't be too long before he could enter the cubicle and empty his bloated bladder. After patiently waiting about 10 minutes, two other young guys who were also carrying bags lined up behind Ted. One was really tall, he had to be almost 2 meters tall, and reminded Ted of Lurch from the Addams Family, except this guy was skinny. The other guy with him was like 5'0". They were both rabbiting on about a script or something, but Ted couldn't care less and tuned out. Ted was no longer last in line, but Ted wondered what on earth was going on in the toilet. What was the hold-up? And why did all the other guys in the line have a bag? The toilet door opened, and Ted suddenly realized what the delay had been. The guy who came out of the toilet carried a plastic bag, and he wasn't dressed like he was when he entered it about 10 minutes ago. Before, he was just a regular middle-aged guy with a Kmart brand t-shirt, sneakers, skinny jeans that didn't suit or complement his pot belly, and a bald head. But as he exited, he was dressed as an Elvis impersonator. He wore a pale blue jumpsuit that showed his chest hairs and was no longer bald as a cue ball. He wore an Elvis wig. OMG, thought Ted, they are multiplying. That guy was taking so long in the toilet because he had been changing out of his regular clothes into his Elvis costume. The guy in front of him entered the toilet. He also had a bag, and so did the two behind him, waiting patiently in line. Ted knocked on the toilet door, and an annoyed voice responded, "I just got in here, man." "Excuse me, are you using the toilet for or just changing?" Ted asked. "What's it to you?" came the reply. "I'm busting for a pee. It won't take long, I swear." There was a groan inside the toilet, and the door latched opened. "Thank you," said Ted as he squeezed past the guy and into the cubicle. Ted went to close the door, but as he did, the young guy put his foot there to block it. "What are you doing?" asked Ted. "Making sure you don't try a fast one on me and change into an Elvis costume." "What? Why would I want to do that?" "Because that's what these two guys did to me last year," he explained as he gestured to the two young men that had been behind Ted. "I promise I'm not going to do that. Just let me close the door so I can do my business." "No, that's what those guys said last year. Have your tinkle and then get out." "But I can't go if you're watching me." "Then get out." But Ted knew his bladder, and he knew that it wouldn't hold on any longer. "No, it's okay. I'll go. Just promise not to watch." "All right, I won't look. Just hurry up and get on with it, will you?" Okay. It's just that I get nervous." "Want me to whistle for you?" I suppose," Ted replied, figuring it couldn't hurt. Ted closed his eyes and thought of Niagara Falls in the hope that he would be able to pee. The guy started whistling, but Ted's shy bladder meant he still couldn't urinate. But he was close. Oh, so close. After a minute or so, the guy stopped whistling. "You know what I was whistling?" he asked Ted. "Afraid not," Ted replied. "It's an Elvis song called Song of the Shrimp." Ted looked back over his shoulder at the guy. "You said you weren't going to look." "I'm not looking. Just get a move on, will you?" "Yeah, hurry up, man," yelled the tall guy in line. "We're almost at Parks," said his shorter friend. Okay, I'm going as fast as I can," Ted said. Ted wasn't sure what caused him to go, but he had never been so glad to pee. As soon as he finished having his tinkle, the guy who let him in yanked him out so he could use the toilet as an impromptu change room. Ted walked past the other guys, who were waiting to use the toilet. 3 others had joined the line, so there were now 5 of them. Oh boy, that was an intense moment, Ted thought. As he made his way back towards his seat, he noticed a woman in her 50s looking at him and giggling. She nudged her friend beside her, who tittered, and then whispered back something behind her hand. Ted smiled smugly and thought to himself, "They've recognised who I am. They're probably thrilled to be on TV with a real celebrity." Ted walked past them and thought, what the heck? He stopped and turned around. He knew that some people went their whole lives without getting to meet someone who had been on TV. He approached the ladies and noticed they both looked similar and could even be mistaken for sisters by those less observant than him. "Hello, I'm Ted Sherlock from Channel 4, Ted said. Both of the ladies blushed. "I'm Kerry, and this is my twin sister Karen." Ted grinned, glad that he had worked out that they were sisters. Let's face it, most people can identify identical twins as siblings, can't they? "I suppose you've seen a lot of me on TV, haven't you?" Ted said. "Not as much as I've seen of you on this train," Kerry said, which caused Karen to burst into laughter. Ted was lost for words for a moment. It wasn't a normal reaction, but he had heard of people who laugh when nervous. Perhaps Karen was one of them. If she met a celebrity like Ted, it would explain why she was nervous. It's only logical, thought Ted. "Would either of you ladies like my autograph?" "Oh, I don't think that will be necessary. You've given us plenty to remember you by, hasn't he, Karen?" Kerry said. Karen covered her mouth in an effort to stop herself from laughing and nodded her head vigorously. Karen was a strange one, Ted thought. In fact, there was something a bit odd about both of them. But Ted couldn't quite put his finger on it. Karen composed herself. She wiped a tear away from her eye, glanced at Ted's crotch, then up to his face and said, "Do you like to hang out much?" It was Kerry's turn to burst into laughter first, followed by Karen, who joined in. Soon they were almost hysterical. Ted wasn't sure why they were acting the way they were. Had they been on the Terps already and gotten themselves drunk? But Ted thought it would be rude to walk away without answering her question, so he did just that. "I suppose I just hang out just as much as any regular guy. I hadn't really thought about it much, to be honest," Ted said. "Oh, I'd say you definitely hang out a lot more than all the guys I know," Kerry said, causing her and Karen to giggle hysterically again. Ted was wary that there was something off about these two. It was like they were sharing some sort of inside joke, and he wasn't a part of it. He figured it was best to make an excuse to leave and be on his way. "Look, I suppose I should be getting back to my seat, but it was real nice meeting you both," Ted said as he waved goodbye to them both. Ted turned, and they laughed out loud. As he walked the aisle back to his seat, he noticed other women looking at him, blushing and giggling, and an old lady in her 70s even winked at him. What was going on in this train, he thought. Had someone given everyone a dose of laughing gas or something when I went to the toilet? Ted got back to his seat, and as he did, Jay looked up from his phone screen and said, "Oh my God." He nudged Vic. "What's up?" asked Ted. "Oh, nothing," Jay said. "At least, I hope not, because if something does come up, I'm definitely out of here." Ted noticed both Vic and Jay look at him, at each other, and then back at him. Vic tried to hide his laugh behind his hand. "Okay, what's up with you guys?" Ted asked.
"Oh, nothing, Teddy boy. I just thought you might want to return your horse to the stable."
This caused Jay to grin. He knew precisely what Vic meant. "What horse? What on earth are you on about?" asked Ted. Jay knew exactly what Vic had meant and decided to play along. "I think he just means that you might want to return the zebra to the zoo," Jay said. "Huh? What's got into you two guys?" "I don't know. You notice there's a breeze around here?" Jay said. "What breeze? We're in an air-conditioned train carriage with no open windows. There's no breeze," Ted said. "No, I've got to disagree with you there, Ted. I reckon it's mighty breezy in some locations, south of the border," Jay said. Ted's brows furrowed as he tried to piece together the subtle clues his friends were dropping left, right, and centre. And that's when the penny dropped. His hand reached down to his groin and felt around. His zipper was undone. Vic and Jay burst into laughter. Ted was horrified that he had walked along the carriage with his boxer shorts showing and something hanging out that shouldn't have been. No wonder why Karen, and all the other ladies who saw him were looking and giggling at him. Those stares weren't because they'd seen him on TV. They were looking at him because he was parading his what's-it up and down the aisle like an elephant proudly swinging his trunk about. "Oh my God, why didn't you tell me?" Ted said to the guys as he did up his zipper.
"We did. We just did it in a fun way, Teddy boy,"
Vic said. "I got to admit I had fun, Ted," Jay added. Ted's face reddened and he sat back down.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 5. Park in Parks. By the time the Elvis Express rolled into Park's train station, it was already 4:30 p.m, and Ted had endured 8 hours of Elvis tribute artists singing. He looked and walked like a shell-shocked soldier from World War I. He was as tired as if he had been on a 36-hour long-haul flight from Amsterdam. His hopes for respite were dashed when the three of them got off the train to find the platform packed. Hundreds of people, both townsfolk and tourists alike, were there to greet the Elvis Express. An Elvis tribute artist sang Viva Las Vegas on a nearby stage with 6 women who were dressed like Vegas-style showgirls behind him. Vic beamed with delight. He was ecstatic. Ted sighed, and being this far into the country, wondered if it was safe to say, "Just shoot me." Eventually, the crowd and the entertainment began to evaporate as people caught their prearranged lifts to their accommodation or the nearest pub. The guys took a while to get all their luggage. Not only did each of them have a suitcase and a backpack for the 5-day stay, but there were also cases that contained the camera and sound gear. They had so many cases it resembled a small hill. Thunder boomed, lightning cracked, and heavy rain began to fall. "Which hotel did Vera book us into?" Ted asked. "She didn't," Jay said. "They're all booked out because of the Elvis Festival. We're booked into a caravan park called the Shady Oasis." "A caravan park? No way am I sleeping in a caravan park," Ted said with indignation. "Suit yourself," Jay replied. "Vic and I can go and check in at—" "Wait a minute," Ted interrupted him. Ted took his mobile out, did a quick Google for motels in parks, and then dialed the first motel listed. He grinned as the phone rang. While Jay might have been prepared to sleep in a caravan, there was no way that Ted was. "Give me a minute and I'll get rooms for all three of us. I guarantee it," Ted said confidently. "Care to make a little wager on that?" Jay asked. "Can I be in on that?" asked Vic. "Sure. Is 10 enough?" Ted asked. Vic nodded, but Jay had something else in mind. "Let's make it interesting," Jay counted. 20, asked Ted. "How about 100? Jay said. "Sure, it won't be me paying," Ted replied confidently. Vic appeared anxious. He whispered to Jay, "I can't afford 100. "You won't have to. I'll spot you," Jay whispered back. "You sure?" "Yeah. If we win, I get half though." Vic nodded and they shook hands. Vic then offered his hand to Ted. "You're on, Teddy boy," Vic said. Ted smiled. "This will be just like taking candy from a baby. Actually, 2 babies. Laugh it up, Ted, 'cause I've got a feeling it won't be me or Vic crying," Jay said. Ted dialed a number, but the phone kept ringing until someone finally picked it up. "Hello, I'd like to book accommodation for tonight," Ted said. Click. They hung up on him. "Well, if they don't want my business, I'm sure the next place will once they know my name," Ted said. He dialed again, and as soon as they picked up, Ted launched into his spiel. "Hello, it's Ted Sherlock here. I'd like to book accommodation for tonight," and click. They hung up on him as well. Ted called another hotel with the same result, and again and again. An hour later, the trio of Ted, Vic and Jay were the only 3 left at the platform. Ted no longer stood erect. His smug smile had dissipated a long time ago. His shoulders were slumped and his eyes downcast as he surveyed the floor. He was finally ready to admit partial defeat. "Okay. New plan. We get the hire vehicle before the car hire place closes and then book into the caravan park. We sleep there tonight because work has already paid for it, but come tomorrow we look for somewhere else to stay," Ted said. Jay and Vic both grinned, and then each held out a hand to Ted and rubbed their thumbs against their index and middle fingers, gesturing that they wanted payment for the bet that they had just won. Ted wasn't usually a gambler, but he had felt sure that his name would have carried some weight in this town, and was genuinely surprised when it didn't. He sighed, opened his wallet, and paid $100 each in $50 notes to both Jay and Vic. Vic immediately gave $50 of his winnings to Jay, and then he noticed the puzzled look on Ted's face. "He spotted me," Vic explained. "Tomorrow, you'll see," Ted said defiantly. "Teddy boy, don't you realise where we are? We're in Parks. It's the Elvis Festival. Every accommodation in town within a 2-hour drive of here has been booked out for months," Vic said. And ow! Jay punched Vic in the arm. "Oh, man, you ruined it. We could have gotten him double or nothing," Jay said. "He's not that stupid," Vic replied. "You mean we'll have to sleep at a caravan park for more than one night?" Ted asked. Jay hit Vic's arm again. "Ow!" "See, he is that stupid," Jay explained. "Teddy boy, people are paying to sleep on couches in total strangers' living rooms and tents in the middle of ovals," Vic said. "That bad?" Ted asked. Vic and Jay both nodded their heads. "People park their cars and sleep in them when the festival is on," Jay said. Ted thought about that option. He checked the weather app on his phone. It was already raining heavily and there were some big storms heading their way. Sleeping in a car in the open or under a tree was not a wise option. A heavy limb falling on the car could mean that you were a goner. "Suppose we'll just have to make the best of the situation," Ted replied. "I'll order an Uber, Lyft or taxi to take us to the car rental firm." Ted opened an app on his phone.
I'm thirsty as hell, Vic said. Anybody else want a drink?
Jay and Ted shook their heads. Vic went over to a vending machine, but to his dismay, they didn't have strawberry-flavoured milk. He paid for an iced coffee one instead. The ride arrived a few minutes later and parked near them. Vic had just opened his drink, but hadn't had time to take a swig from it yet. "Come on, Vic, no time to dilly-dally," Ted said. The driver was an older woman named Joan Brett. Ted couldn't be sure because of the driving rain, but he could have sworn it looked like she was wearing a pink dressing gown. She tooted her horn so the guys hustled over as quick as they could to where she had parked. Rain pelted down, soaking all of them as they struggled with their luggage. Joan's window opened. "Do you need a hand with those?" she offered. No, we wouldn't dream of it," Ted said. "We'll do it. Can you just pop the boot so we can put them in?" Joan pressed the button to open the boot. Jay and Ted hustled over to the back of the car, while Vic went to the driver's side window.
"Can you hold on to this for me?"
Vic asked Joan as he handed her his open carton of flavoured milk, before he dashed back to his luggage and took it to the boot. Joan looked at the open carton of iced coffee-flavoured milk that she had just been given, closed it, then muttered, "Looks like I don't get much of a choice, do I?" "Ah!" yelled Ted. "What is it? What's wrong?" Joan asked as she reached for the door handle. "Oh, it's okay. No need to worry," Ted yelled. "I just got a zap from static electricity when I touched the boot." Joan raised her eyebrows and was glad she hadn't left the car into the driving rain just for that. He must be a bit of a drama queen, she thought. The guys tried to put their suitcases in as quickly as possible, but there was no way that they could fit everything because Jay's camera and Vic's sound gear took up so much space. There were still 4 suitcases that wouldn't fit. "Will you guys hurry up?" Joan yelled through her open window. "We're going as fast as we can," Ted said as he tried reorganizing the luggage as rain pelted down on him. But it was like the most complex game of Tetris ever, and that was one game that Ted had never been very good at. "Move that over there," Ted instructed Vic. "No, not there. Over there," he said after Vic put it to the wrong spot.
"But if I move it over there, you still won't get that in,"
Vic said. "Well, let's just try it anyway," Ted said. They did, but of course they didn't have any luck. Jay was quiet. After getting his camera gear in the boot, he had held his suitcase above his head like a makeshift umbrella the entire time as he watched Ted and Vic struggle to try and fit everything else in. "I might just go wait in the car. There's no sense all 3 of us getting soaked," Jay said. Ted cursed under his breath as Jay handed his suitcase to Ted, then jumped into the front passenger seat. "Are you done yet?" Joan yelled out her window to Ted. "Nearly," Ted lied. "Well, get a move on. Time's money and you guys mucking around ain't funny. I'm missing out on other rides while you're out there playing Singing in the Rain." "We're not playing Singing in the Rain," Ted snapped back. "Maybe we should," Vic had wanted to say give up or get another ride and go in 2 cars, but he stopped mid-sentence, unsure how Ted would take it. Ted glared at Vic, who was soaking wet with water cascading off his beard and making it look like a hairy waterfall.
"Maybe I should wait in the car as well,"
Vic said. Ted sighed, ready to finally admit defeat. "We've got a slight problem back here," Ted finally admitted. "I could tell you had a problem the moment I first saw you," Joan shouted back at him. "Not helping the situation," Ted yelled back as he tried to rearrange the cases yet again. Joan groaned and looked at Jay. "I knew I shouldn't have accepted this ride. I thought to myself, if someone's still stuck at the railway station long after everyone else has left, there has to be a reason why." Jay didn't say a word, but his face said it all. He nodded in agreement.
Why are you in here while your friends are still out there? Are you afraid of getting your hair wet?" Before Jay had time to answer, Joan handed Jay Vic's flavoured milk carton. "Here, Aquaman, you hold on to this for your friend, and don't drink any of it either, or he'll probably blame me." Joan got out of her seat. Despite knowing she would get wet, she went to see what the delay was. Ted was astonished to see that, as well as her pink dressing gown, she wore pink fluffy slippers. It was totally unsuitable, and within a few moments she was soaking wet as well. "You're never going to fit all that in there, you knucklehead," she said when she saw their dilemma. "Maybe you could make 2 trips?" Ted suggested. "I'm not going to do that now that you got me soaking wet. By the time I go home to shower and change, I'll miss a heap of rides. If you had have asked or said something beforehand, I would have said yes, but I'm not going to catch a cold or pneumonia because you don't know how to ask for help or plan properly. You probably couldn't even plan a piss-up at a brewery. Now just shut up and let me think." Ted opened his mouth to argue, then thought better of it. "I know. This is what we'll do," said Joan. "We'll get Aquaman out of the front and put the largest suitcase in the front passenger seat. And then the 3 of you boneheads can cram into the back seat, and each of you can have a small suitcase on your laps." Something was ticking over in Vic's brain, and he opened his mouth to speak. "But it's only a few minutes' drive to the car hire place," Ted said. "We'll get a larger vehicle there. Come on, get in, Vic. It will be fine." "Okay, you're the boss." After Jay got out and Ted had moved the front passenger seat as far back as it could go, he wrestled the large suitcase into the front passenger seat. Jay was now seated behind the driver, Joan, and had a suitcase on his lap. Vic was in the middle, holding a suitcase on his lap with one hand and the iced coffee-flavoured milk that Jay had given back to him in the other. Vic licked his lips. He was no longer thirsty because he'd been out in the soaking rain with Ted for more than 10 minutes, but the temptation of holding a flavoured milk in his hand was just too much for him to bear. He went to reopen his carton of iced coffee milk so he could have a mouthful or two. Joan looked in the rear-view mirror and saw what Vic was doing. "Be careful with that, love," Joan said. "There's a cleaning fee if I have to clean up after anyone." "Oh, I'll be cautious," Vic said. Ted got into the back seat and put the final suitcase across his lap. He was squished up against Vic, but still had trouble closing the door. There was no way he could close it unless... He moved the suitcase on his lap to a different angle and turned it lengthways, but it seemed to get stuck, and he still couldn't close the door. Frustrated and soaking wet, Ted grabbed the door handle and pulled with all his might, slamming the door shut. The door, in turn, thumped the suitcase hard, and the suitcase hit Vic's elbow just as he lifted his drink to his lips. The milk got knocked out of Vic's hand and landed on the floor. Milk splashed everywhere, but because each of the guys had a suitcase on their lap, no one could bend over to pick it up. Vic heard the glug, glug, glug as the contents of the milk container emptied onto the carpet of the car. "My drink! My car!" Joan shrieked. She rolled her eyes upwards and wished she had never accepted the fare. "Who booked this ride?" Joan asked. Ted gulped involuntarily. "I did." "You know that I'm not going to be able to take any other fares tonight until I get that mess that you and your furry friend just created, don't you?" Ted nodded. "And you know that after I get home and have a hot shower to warm up and change clothes that I'm going to have to go back out to the car and spend half the night cleaning it so the odour doesn't get trapped in the carpets." "I didn't, but I do now," Ted said. "I expect a very large tip to cover the cleaning cost," Joan said. Ted sighed and nodded. "That's a fair call," he said. When they arrived at the car rental firm, the guys spilled out of Joan's car like paint leaking from a paint tin. Ted profusely apologised to Joan for the mess he and Vic had caused.
He gave Joan $100 to cover the extra cleaning costs associated with the milk mishap and the inconvenience it had caused. Ted waved a friendly goodbye to Joan as she drove away, but all he got in return was a nasty look. "Come on, let's go and get this hire car and get moving," Jay suggested. Ted led the way. Vic and Jay followed, as they had more luggage to move, due to also having to bring along expensive sound and camera equipment. Ted reached for the door handle and "Ah!" Ted yelled in pain as he got another zap of static electricity from the door handle.
"I think you must get it from dragging your feet,"
Vic said. "What?"
"You're always getting zapped. You must build up friction from the car carpet or something."
"But I wasn't on carpet."
"But you were before in Joan's car. You must rub it the wrong way or something."
Ted scowled at Vic. "Rub it the wrong way? I'll rub you the wrong way," Ted said. Vic grinned.
"You already do."
"You do have a habit of doing that at times, Ted. Let's face it, you didn't exactly endear yourself with our driver," Jay added. Ted looked at Jay and then Vic. "What is this? Pick on Ted Day?" "No, it's just that some days you can be a bit, you know." "No, I don't know. I can be a bit what?" Ted said defensively. "Kind of grumpy," Jay said.
"Nah, I'd say kind of cranky as a cow whose milk has just curdled," Vic said.
Ted stared at Vic with a stern look.
"I was just trying to help, Teddy boy. You're the one getting zapped all the time, not us."
"Why is it just me, though? I mean, you guys were in the same car. Why don't you guys get zapped when you touch something metal?" "It could be your footwear, or maybe it's because you don't lift your feet properly," Jay suggested.
"I'm guessing it's the latter,"
Vic said.
"You do walk a bit slovenly, so you're probably dragging your feet on the carpet when you're in the car."
Ted's mouth dropped open. Vic was the most slob-like sloth of a man that Ted had ever worked with, and yet he was openly critiquing how Ted walked and described him as slovenly. That was not a case of the pot calling the kettle black. It was like the pot calling the kettle black and ugly to boot as well. Ted pointed his finger and was ready to say something, but nothing came to mind. What was he going to do? Get into a stupid argument with them over how Vic saw his walking style? They were sopping wet, and the last thing Ted wanted to do was delay getting out of his wet clothes. It then occurred to Ted that Vic had actually been trying to help him by trying to work out what caused him to get zapped by static electricity so much. How could you be mad at a guy for trying to help? You couldn't, and even Ted realised that. "How about we just go in there and get this car sorted?" Ted suggested. Not quite an apology, but he said it in a friendly manner. Jay nodded, while Vic said, "Lead the way, Teddy boy." The trio entered the car rental agency. Rain dripped off their wet clothes, hair and luggage onto the tiled floor. "Okay, Aquaman, what's the go here?" Ted asked Jay. "Workers booked the car, but one of us will need to pay and then get reimbursed later from work." "Okay, so which one of us is going to pay for it?" "I would normally," Jay said, "but I'm almost at my limit, and work takes ages to reimburse anything." Ted turned to look at Vic, who pretended he hadn't heard any of the conversation, and suddenly became very interested in architecture, staring at the ceiling, cornices, and anywhere else he could to avoid eye contact with Ted. Ted got the message and sighed. "Okay, it looks like I'm the sucker again." The car hire clerk noticed the water that had puddled on the tiles next to the trio, and afraid of someone slipping over and hurting themselves, she hurried to get a towel to put on the floor. She handed the towel to Vic, who was closest, and said, "You might want that for—" "Oh, thanks," Vic said, cutting her off before she got to finish her sentence. Vic proceeded to towel dry his hair and face. "Do you have another towel?" Ted asked. Not at the moment, sir. Fine. We can share, I suppose. Ted grumbled, like a younger sibling about to be given some hand-me-down clothes for a birthday or Christmas present. Ted held out his hand, expecting Vic to hand the towel to him so he could try and dry himself off. But Vic hadn't noticed Ted and patted down his luggage before he proceeded to pat down his wet clothes. It was then that Vic noticed Ted still holding his hand out and gesturing for the towel.
"Oh, sorry, Ted, here it is,"
Vic said. Vic was about to hand the towel to Ted when the car hire clerk said, "The towel was actually for the wet floor, so nobody slips over and hurts themselves?"
"Oh, sorry,"
said Vic. Vic immediately tossed the towel on the floor, then put his muddy boot on it and proceeded to move it back and forth across the floor in an effort to soak up some of the water that lay on the tiles. Ted rolled his eyes. There was no way he was going to be able to use that towel now. "We've come to pick up a car that our work had reserved for us," Ted said. "Certainly, sir. I'll need a copy of your driver's license and to also swipe a deposit amount against your credit card." Ted handed over his credit card and license to her so she could complete the booking. "There's a $2,000 excess if any damage occurs to the vehicle during the hire period, but it can be decreased to zero if you take out insurance. Would you like to take out extra insurance now, sir?" It had been a long, long day for Ted, and he had had enough. He had been up at 4 a.m. He was stressed about the possible new job with the painful truth. He had had his carefully laid out plans for proposing tonight to Monica ruined, been given an assignment out in parks that he definitely didn't want, had to spend hours trapped in a carriage listening to Elvis impersonators, lost a $200 bet to Jay and Vic, had to pay $100 for a car cleaning fee, and was going to spend the next few nights at a caravan park. It was all too much for Ted, and like a size B bra trying to hold in double D-sized cleavage, he snapped and took out his frustration on the innocent car rental clerk. "Do I look like a sucker to you? Everyone knows that car hire firms are morally and ethically corrupt. Buying car insurance at a car rental firm is the most expensive insurance anyone can buy. So, thanks, but no thanks. I've never damaged a car, and I'm not going to start now," Ted said. While Ted was doing this, Vic licked his lips and scanned the office area to see if there was a vending machine. They had been assigned a station wagon, so it would fit all their luggage and gear without a problem. The clerk handed Ted the keys to the car and asked, "Is there anything else I can help with?"
"Do you guys have a vending machine? I could murder a big Amor flavoured milk," Vic said.
"No," Ted snapped. "You just cost me $100 because of your damn flavoured milk obsession. You're not a baby, and you're not a baby calf, so there will be no more milk drinks in the car. You can wait until we're at the caravan park. Got it?"
"Got it, Mr. Grumpy,"
Vic replied. "Good. Let's get in and go," Ted said. They made their way over to the station wagon, and the three of them loaded the luggage and themselves into it with Ted at the wheel. He put the car into reverse and watched the rear camera as he carefully reversed. Ted's phone dinged, and he saw that his perfect 5-star rating as a passenger had taken a hit, as Joan had given him a 1-star rating. "Oh, that's great. Just great," Ted complained. "You know, Ted, the spilt milk wasn't entirely Vic's fault," Jay said. Ted took his eyes off the rear camera as he continued to reverse and looked at Jay to argue with him. "Well, whose was it? You've got to admit that if you hadn't have bumped him, he probably wouldn't have spilt anything." "Okay, maybe Vic wasn't totally to blame, but I don't want any more milk in the car. I don't want to be crying over spilt milk or any other unnecessary mishaps." Bang! Ted instantly put his foot on the brake, but it was too late. He had hit another car. The car rental clerk, who had seen the whole incident, made her way over to them.
"Oh, jeez," said Ted. Ted moved the car forward, and it made another terrible noise. Ted put it into park and got out to see what the damage was. He had broken the headlights of the car he had backed into, and as he moved forward, the rear bumper bar of the vehicle he was in had become detached. That is what the terrible noise had been. "No, I don't need extra insurance. Everyone knows that buying car insurance at a car rental firm is the most expensive insurance anyone can buy,"
the clerk said sarcastically to Ted.
"Is there any chance I could take out the insurance now and we claim this on insurance?" "I'm afraid not, sir. You see, this might surprise you, but we have what some might refer to as ethics." "Oh," said Ted, as his own words came back to bite him yet again. "Oh, and by the way, sir, as you damaged 2 hire cars, I'll ensure that you are charged for 2 excesses. After all, it would be morally and ethically corrupt for me to do anything else." Needless to say, after all the paperwork had been filled out for the car hire damage, it was a very quiet ride as Ted drove them to the shady Oasis caravan park. Neither Jay nor Vic were game enough to say anything. By the time they arrived at the shady Oasis caravan park, it was dark.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 6. The Shady Oasis Caravan Park. The Shady Oasis Caravan Park had once been pristine and the most attractive caravan park in parks. But, like a heavy smoker who drinks too much, does illicit drugs, neglects their hygiene and eats poorly, it no longer looked like it once did, or what had been displayed on their website many years ago. It looked like a dump, situated in a muddy field, with overflowing bins, ugly-looking vans, and even uglier-looking locals. "Uh-oh," Ted said as he parked the station wagon near the manager's cabin. Ted, Vic and Jay got out of the vehicle. To avoid getting zapped by static electricity, like he often did, Ted ensured he didn't touch anything metal. Something scurried across the lane. "Ah! Was that a rat?" Ted shrieked like a little girl. "Settle, Peddle," Vic said. "It's just a possum." "Oh," said Ted. "I knew that. I was just pulling your leg." "Yeah, right. As if," Vic said. The caravans that the trio could see looked like they had been in a demolition derby and lost. They made their way to the manager's office of the caravan park. There was a fluorescent light that blinked on and off. A swarm of insects buzzed around it. Ted could see an older guy, who was beginning to bald, sitting at the desk inside. "Let's get our keys," Ted said as he led the way. As Ted grabbed its metal handle, Ted let out a loud scream as he got another shock of electricity, causing his hand's grip to tighten. As he tried to pull his hand away, he accidentally yanked the fly screen off the rail and it fell noisily to the ground. Vic looked at Ted. "You really should stop dragging your feet and try to lift them a bit more, Teddy boy." Gunter MacLeod, a man in his 50s who was well and truly past his prime. Gunter had lost his zest for life many years ago, and those who had known him back then now considered him a shell of his former self. After the loss of his wife, Jessica, over a decade ago, he had given up on himself and ever finding love again, and it seemed that the last time he had smiled had been in the previous millennium. Grey stubble covered much of Gunther's face because most of the time he lacked the motivation to shave. He usually wore tracksuit pants and a flannelette shirt that he'd purchased from Kmart years ago. The fact that they could both do with a wash didn't bother Gunter in the slightest. He sat in the reception area of the Shady Oasis Caravan Park and spent much of his time nowadays watching mosquitoes go out in a blaze of glory when they strayed too close to the bug zapper. This was now his favourite pastime. Well,
That and scratching the grey stubble on his jaw because it was itchy. When the stubble got too itchy, Gunther would shave and start the whole process again. The reception area of the Shady Oasis Caravan Park contained a fridge with a glass door that was fully stocked with Cadbury and Nestle's chocolate bars, Mars bars, and beverages such as fruit juices, flavoured milk, and soft drinks for sale. Next to it was a glass-fronted freezer full of ice cream such as drumsticks, paddle pops, and icy poles. Gunther had watched as the fly screen door came off in Ted's hand and fell onto the ground when he tried to open it. "Look what you've done now. I just fixed that the other day," Gunther grumbled to Ted as soon as he entered the reception area. "Sorry, Ted stumbled momentarily, lost for words. "We're from Channel 4. We've got a booking," Ted said, as he gestured to Vic and Jay, who had also entered the office. Ted wiped his feet on the carpet to ensure that he didn't drag any mud into the reception area and then offered his hand to Gunther. Gunther reluctantly stood to accept Ted's hand. But when they touched, Ted's spark of static electricity zapped them both. "Arrgh!" "Sorry about that," Ted said. "Sometimes the carpet causes me to—" But Ted could see from Gunther's disapproving look that he didn't want to hear it. "I don't like funny business around here. If there's any more of that, you'll be out on your ear. Understand?" Ted nodded. "We had nothing to do with that," Jay said, and Vic nodded in agreement. Ted bit his lip, not daring to say anything lest he lose his temper. It had easily been the worst day he had had in ages. He was already missing Monica, and the fact that he couldn't be with her at the Uletha concert tonight or propose to her afterwards didn't make it any easier. He didn't need anything else to go wrong. He just wanted to get his keys so he could go to his cabin or van, then change out of his wet clothes and shower. Vic's eyes wandered over to the fridge that contained the drinks. His desire for a flavoured milk had intensified, but given Ted's cranky mood, Vic was not game to mention anything until their accommodation had been sorted. Gunther nodded and eyed Ted suspiciously before he checked the booking sheet. As he did, Ted checked out the dilapidated reception and office area. It looked grimy, as if it hadn't been dusted or cleaned for ages. Old signs were prominently displayed behind the counter, including "No change given" and "Think before you purchase, no refunds given." Gunther shuffled through his paperwork and found that Channel 4 had indeed made a reservation. He looked at the guest names, grunted, then looked up at Ted. "You three don't look like either a Lola Montez or Rebecca Ridley to me." We're not," Ted explained. "Lola and Rebecca couldn't attend." "'Cause they got the squirts," Vic added, mistakenly hoping that somehow that little tidbit of information would make the whole check-in process go a lot smoother. However, it didn't, as Gunther just stared at Vic for a while, before he once again eyed Ted suspiciously. "So work sent us instead to take their place," Ted explained. "So they sent 3 blokes to do the work of 2 women." "Well, it's a different level of quality that my team and I provide," Ted explained. "It looks like a different level of destruction to me, is what it looks like," Gunther said, unimpressed with Ted's answer. Ted glanced over to Jay, who had been silent during this whole discussion, and noticed that Jay was chewing his right index fingernail. Ted had worked with Jay long enough to know that was what Jay did whenever he was nervous or had a lousy poker hand. Ted knew that he would be no help in this discussion, so he continued on, hoping that Vic would keep his big mouth shut. "Work's already paid for the rooms. If I call them now to cancel, you'll have to give a refund. Won't get paid anything," Ted said, hoping his bluff would work. This made Jay chew his fingernail even quicker, because he had known Ted long enough to know that whenever Ted sounded confident, he had a dud poker hand. Gunther sighed. "Guys generally make a bigger mess than females do," Gunther explained. "Not me," said Ted confidently. "What about the car cleaning fee for the spilt milk?"
Vic asked as he offered Ted a $50 note. "Do you want me to pay for half of that now?" "Shh!" Ted shushed Vic before he hissed, "Just forget it." Vic grinned, happy in the knowledge that he had perfectly timed when to ask Ted that sensitive question. Gunther stared at Ted. Gunther was the type of man who generally listened to his gut instincts, which, right now, were telling him not to trust Ted. That and, "I could really murder a bag of cheesels, or perhaps a packet of salt and vinegar flavoured chips right now." "There won't be any issues with us during our stay, I can guarantee it," Ted said. "Apart from that issue on the ground out there," Gunther said, as he pointed at the screen door. "What I meant to say is there won't be any further issues with us during our stay. I can guarantee it, and I can pay for its repair," Ted said. Gunther gave a non-committal grunt in reply. He needed the cash badly, and Channel 4 had been either desperate or dumb enough to pay well over the usual going rates he could normally achieve. Even though he had been in this industry for decades, no one was infallible. There was a risk his gut instincts were wrong about Ted. Not only that, but maybe he was wrong about the cheesels as well. Perhaps it was chicken-flavoured twisties that he craved instead. Deep down, Gunther knew how much harder it would be to make bookings or money after the Elvis Festival was over. Next week, the dosh would dry up quicker than a drink of beer in a drought. The only way he would be able to make new bookings next week is if some big sucker fell in love with the place or somehow got stranded in parks. Based on past experience, neither of those was likely to occur any time soon. Gunther breathed heavily. Then, against his better judgment, he pushed the sign-in sheet towards Ted. "I need you all to sign here and show me some photo ID." Ted signed the sheet and passed it to Jay while he searched through his bulging wallet for his ID. His wallet contained dozens of receipts from Manny's music store, as well as credit cards and store cards for upmarket department stores such as Myers, Harrods and David Jones. Jay scribbled his signature on the form and gave it to Vic, who scrawled his name on it in writing not much better than a 6-year-old's. Vic and Jay quickly pulled up their IDs on their phones and showed them to Gunther, who barely glanced at either of them. "That's okay, boys. You both look like the trustworthy sort," Gunther said. Meanwhile, Ted was still looking through his wallet to find his driver's license. There was his new health insurance card, his coffee club card with only 2 more purchases before he got a free coffee, and his organ donor card. Where was his blasted driver's license? He had it out only about half an hour ago at the car rental agency. Did he leave it behind there by mistake, or did it somehow fall out in the car? Ted felt Gunther's untrusting eyes upon him and became nervous, accidentally flicking 2 or 3 cards at a time. By now he had been through his entire wallet. It must be in there. Frustrated, he just pulled out his Medicare card and went to hand it to Gunther, who waved it away as if he was not interested. "Sorry, I need photo ID," Gunther said. "Oh, right, sorry," said Ted. He started to go through his wallet again, even more rapidly than the first time. Yet again, he missed cards that were stuck to each other. Ted's forehead reddened. "Whoa, slow down, Teddy boy. Just go through it slowly," Vic advised him. "Yeah, just chill out, man," Jay added. Jay was feeling totally relaxed now that Gunther had accepted his ID. "Just take a deep breath in and close your eyes like this," Jay said before he showed Ted how to do it and encouraged him to do the same. Ted resisted because he thought Jay looked a bit stupid when he closed his eyes like that. In all honesty, it looked like Jay was asleep standing up, and Ted thought that only a moron would sleep that way. However, Ted felt as if Vic, Jay and Gunther's eyes were all upon him, so he relented, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes like Jay had shown him. "Then let it all out as if you're blowing through a straw," Jay said, before proceeding to give a noisy demonstration. Ted felt like an idiot, but he did as Jay said. "Okay, now open your eyes and go through your wallet slowly,
"One card at a time," Jay said in a calm, meditative voice. Ted did that, and as he did, he found his driver's license stuck to the back of his new health insurance card. He mustn't have taken off all the adhesive at the back before he put it in his wallet, where it then got stuck to his license. Ted handed his driver's license to Gunther, who took a long, hard look at the photo on Ted's license and then studied Ted's face as if trying to match them. "Is there a problem?" Ted asked.
"You can never be too careful. It's easy to get a fake ID. All sorts of weirdos out there,"
Gunther said, before he reluctantly handed the license back to Ted.
"Unfortunately, sometimes the weirdos also make their way here," Gunther added.
"What?" Ted asked, unsure what Gunther was implying about him. Gunther ignored Ted and instead called out to someone in the back office.
"Skye, can you come here?"
Skye entered from the connecting room. She was all woman, but dressed like a farm girl in faded blue jeans and a checked shirt. She smiled in a way that indicated a certain amount of charm, openness, and honesty. She seemed to radiate warmth, and it was plainly evident that she had already captured the hearts of Vic and Jay, who were immediately enraptured.
"Skye, can you take these guys to their cabins? They're in 13 and 14, Gunther said.
Skye took the cabin keys off the wall behind Gunther, and it was at that moment that Ted's rudimentary math skills kicked in. "Wait on, there must be some mistake. There's 3 of us, so there should be 3 cabins." Gunther checked his paperwork, then shook his head.
"Nah, only 2. Looks like one of you gets to be Lola, and the other can be Rebecca, I guess," Gunther said.
It was then that Ted remembered that while there were 3 of them, most of the other crews with Channel 4 consisted of only 2 people.
"Looks like 2 of you lovebirds are going to have to share," Gunther added as he grinned, seeing the discomfort on Ted's face.
"But we work together all day long. At the end of the day, each of us needs some private time to ourselves. You know, space to unwind," Ted said.
"What do you think you are? A flaming clock?" Gunther asked.
"Look, just get me another cabin. I'll pay for it myself," Ted offered as he opened his wallet again to pull out a credit card.
"Sorry, we're all booked out, Sunshine. The way I see it is that you guys can either learn to share or—"
Gunther paused to look out at the station wagon they had arrived in.
"One of you nutsacks can sleep in the station wagon. You can park your vehicle under the big old gum tree over there."
Ted looked at the size of the tree and its massive limbs. If one of those came down during the night, whoever was inside the station wagon would be flatter than a pancake and nowhere near as tasty. There was no doubt about that. Ted had also slept in a car once before. It was the worst night's sleep he could ever remember. He couldn't get comfortable in the front seat, sitting up, and when he tried to lie down in the back, he couldn't stretch his legs out. It was a nightmare, and no matter how he felt about sharing a room with Vic or Jay, he wouldn't wish having to sleep in a car on his worst enemy.
"I really don't mind sharing a cabin if we have to," Vic said.
"Same here," Jay added. "Okay, we're settled then," Ted said. "You 2 guys share, and I'll take the other cabin."
Wait on, hold your horses, Teddy boy. Just because I said I don't mind sharing it doesn't mean that I want to."
Jay eyed Skye up and down and liked what he saw.
"I'd also prefer a private cabin in case I meet a special lady friend,"
Jay said as he smoothed down his hair and surreptitiously gave Skye a wink. "We should draw straws," he added.
"I agree,"
Vic said. Vic burped, then eyed Skye and said,
"I could get lucky too."
"Are you serious?" Ted asked. Both Jay and Vic nodded. Ted reached over to the straw dispenser and whack! Gunther hit Ted's hand with a wooden ruler.
"You want straws? You better buy something, Sunshine," Gunther said.
Ted glanced around. The drinks on offer in the cabinet displayed their various prices. Some of them were over $6. Naturally, Ted chose the cheapest product he could see. "Fine, I'll buy a strawberry milk," Ted said. "If you want 3 straws, you got to buy 3 drinks," Gunther said. Ted rolled his eyes. Was everyone in town going to be like this? "Okay, let's make that 3 strawberry milks. The small ones, please." Gunther breathed out heavily through his nose as he mentally calculated the cost. "Let's see, 3 small cartons at $3.50 each. That'll be $10.50 in total." Ted nodded, happy with Gunther's math. He handed Gunther a $20 note. Gunther put the note in the cash register and signalled that it was okay for them to take the drinks from the fridge, which Ted did. Ted placed them on the counter and held his hand out, expecting change. But he was greeted with nothing. It was as if he were invisible to Gunther. "Where's my change?" Ted asked, breaking the stony silence. Gunther pointed to a sign that read, "No change given, exact amount required." Ted sighed, then pressed the button on the straw dispenser. It released a straw. He pressed again. Nothing. He pressed again, but no other straw came out. Ted lifted the lid to investigate and peered inside. There were no more straws. "Hey, where's the straws?" "Oh, we must have run out. Sorry about that." "In that case, I don't want 3 drinks. I only want 1. Gunther didn't say anything. He merely pointed to the faded old sign that read, "Think before you purchase. No refunds given." "What? That's not fair," Ted grumbled. He was tired and in no mood to argue. He pointed to a pair of scissors on Gunther's desk. "Scissors, please," he asked Gunther. "Would you like to buy or hire them?" Gunther asked as he held the much-wanted scissors aloft and waved them playfully. "Just give them here," Ted said as he snatched the scissors from Gunther's hand. Ted cut the straw into 3 different length pieces and then arranged them so that they all appeared to be the same height. He hid them behind his back so he could rearrange their order and then held out his hand containing the shortened straws. "Short straw wins," Ted said. Jay chose first, then Vic. "That leaves me with this," Ted said as he held the remaining straw, so Jay and Vic could compare their straws against his. "Damn," said Jay. "Bugger," cursed Ted. "Looks like I'm sleeping in luxurious private accommodation tonight," Vic said. Vic smiled broadly as he winked to Sky. "And you'll be sleeping alone," Sky said, "so you should get a good night's sleep. I can show you guys to your cabins now if you're done with your squabbling." Ted and Jay followed Sky out the door, so Gunther went to take the 3 flavoured milks off the counter so he could place them back into the fridge and resell them. But Vic grabbed the milks instead, opened one of them, and chucked it down as quickly as he could. Vic burped loudly after finishing it. He put one back in the fridge. "That's my freebie for tomorrow, and this one I'm taking with me now." Vic took a few steps to the door so he could follow the others, but before he did, Gunther had a question for him. He pointed to the rack of shelves that contained packets of chips, nuts, and other savoury items. "Can you please do me a favour and chuck me a packet of cheesels?" A few moments later, Vic had almost caught up with the others. The guys dragged their suitcases as they followed Sky through the depressing caravan park. She stopped at an ugly-looking cabin and pointed to Vic, who felt a bit queasy by now and wondered if he should have chugged down that flavoured milk so quickly. "This is your cabin. Lucky number 13. It has its own ensuite," Sky said as she gave Vic the key. Ted was right beside Vic as he opened the cabin door. The smell of sour milk hit Ted's nostrils, and they scrunched up tighter than a contortionist trying to fit through the head of a tennis racket. "This looks great," Vic said, oblivious to both the smell and the general condition of the van. Ted and Jay quickly stuck their head in to look. Ted saw a giant cockroach scuttle across the floor of the van. It revulsed Ted, But Vic hadn't noticed it. Despite feeling slightly nauseous, Vic gave it one last shot.
"And look at that big double bed,"
Vic said as he looked at Sky, winked once more, and then did what he thought was his best smouldering Elvis impersonation.
"Are you lonesome tonight?"
Sky looked Vic up and down. His smouldering Elvis impersonation failed to light even a spark for her. Vic had unruly and uncombed hair, wore thick glasses, was overweight, had a food-stained T-shirt that didn't quite cover his hairy belly, and a big bushy beard that had strawberry milk stains in it. He was almost as old as her dad, who Sky thought was ancient. She shook her head. "Sorry, but I've never been that lonesome," she said.
"Can't blame a guy for trying,"
Vic replied, used to rejection. "You two gents are over here," Sky said as she led Ted and Jay away from Vic's cabin.
"If you change your mind, you know where I am. Let me be your teddy bear,"
Vic said to Sky as she and the others moved on to the next cabin. "Never stood a chance, did he?" Jay asked. Sky shook her head. "I'm free if you'd like to catch up later," Jay offered. "Thanks, but I'm busy," Sky replied, then stopped to look at Ted. "Well?" she said. "Well, what?" Ted asked, genuinely puzzled. "Are you going to try and hit on me as well?" "No, I've got a fiancé." "Thank God for that." Sky whispered to Ted. "Some of the guys that come here and hit on me are just walking douchebags. They think that just because they're from Sydney and we live in some little country town out in the sticks that we're a bunch of country hicks, and it makes them all so sophisticated or something, and that we should just fall at their feet." Jay couldn't hear what Sky said to Ted, so he sidled alongside of Ted and whispered, "Was she talking about me?" "Yeah, can't stop talking about you." Jay smiled and said to himself, "I'm in like Flynn." Sky stared at Ted. "I think I've seen you on TV," she said. "Yeah, my fiancée Monica and I both work for Channel 4. "Monica Fratantaro is your fiancée?" Ted nodded. "Wow, that's weird. I mean, the way she looks at Floyd and the chemistry they have between them, I always just figured they were a couple," Sky said. "Nah, they're just work colleagues. Monica and I live together. Once I get a real reporting job, we're going to buy a bigger unit with harbour views." "So you don't consider your current work a real job?" "It's entertainment fluff. I want to get into investigative journalism on a respectable show like The Painful Truth." Jay looked bored, like he had heard it all before. Sky pointed to her right and told them, "The toilet block is over there." "Wait, do you mean ours doesn't even have a toilet?" Ted asked incredulously. Sky shook her head. "The deluxe cabins were booked out months ago. Your friend got lucky because someone cancelled. Or at least the kids did when he died," she explained. "That was a deluxe?" Ted asked, unsure on what planet Vic's van could have been considered a deluxe. Sky nodded, then stopped at a small, dirty-looking van. "This is it," she said. Sky opened the door to the caravan. It was tiny, and a millipede scurried across the floor towards the door in an effort to escape from what it considered were the small confines of the van. Ted peered inside at the two small single beds that seemed so narrow that you'd fall out if you tried to roll over. One of the blankets had what looked like a blood stain on it, and the pillows both had drool stains on them that could have been decades old. "Are you sure there's nothing else?" Ted asked. "There's this, or sleeping in your station wagon," Sky said, as she handed the keys to Ted. "Have a good night, gents." "Thanks, I think," Ted replied. "See ya," Sky said as she waved goodbye to them and strolled back towards the office. Jay took a good look at her backside as she walked away. "That's one hot ass," Jay said. Ted was too preoccupied to respond. He was studying the station wagon and considering his predicament. The van or the station wagon? The van or the station wagon? That was the single thought that ran through his mind. Jay somehow sensed this and stared at Ted momentarily, and then they both ran. Ted and Jay both scrambled into the van and rushed for the same bed, the one without the blood-stained blanket, but Jay was quicker and beat Ted to it. There was nothing else that Ted could do but curse his bad luck. Ted and Jay unloaded their suitcases, but the van felt cramped and crowded. They'd bump into each other no matter what they did. Ted looked at his bed. He stripped the stained blanket off it and threw it to the floor. The pillow seemed even worse. It was also severely stained and lumpy and appeared to be losing its feathers. It ended up on the floor as well. Ted lay down on the bed and looked up at the van's ceiling. There, written in dust, were the words, "Clean me." Jay continued to organise his stuff. As he bent over to pick up his small suitcase, his bum was near Ted's face and Jay farted. "Oh, Jay, that's disgusting." "Sorry, man, it was the lentil curry. Does it every time." This worried Ted, as he knew that was one of Jay's favourite dishes. Ted waved his hand in front of his nose to try and dissipate the smell that had wafted in his direction. "Why don't we check out the rest of the park?" Ted suggested. As Ted and Jay explored the shady Oasis Caravan Park under the dim park lighting, Ted saw a caravan with an annex, a small picket fence around it, some garden gnomes, and a weathered letterbox. Even though the light was dim, Ted could see a colourful image painted on the side of the van that reminded Ted of a Beatles album cover from years ago. The words "Magical Mystery Tour" were written in rainbow colours on the side of the van, just like the cover of the world-famous album. Ted and Jay both stared at it. "There's probably a story there," Jay said. "Yeah, but most likely it's a sad and depressing one. I think I'll pass," Ted said. Jay pointed to the toilet block. "I got to go." Ted hated to admit it, but he did as well. As Ted entered the toilet block, the pale yellow fluorescent tube light flickered as a multitude of insects buzzed around it. He glanced over at the urinal, which appeared to be blocked. The sight and smell of it nearly made Ted gag. So instead he opened a cubicle, but froze in horror when he saw that it had no toilet seat and the porcelain bowl was badly stained. "I wonder if Vic will trade," Ted said. "Yeah, right. As if he would be that stupid," Jay replied.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 7. For the benefit of the deaf. Vic sat on his bed, smiling. Ted was opposite him on a chair while Jay stood nearby. "What do you mean, $200 a night?" Ted asked. "You want privacy? You got to pay for it. I won't swap for anything less than $200 a night," Vic explained. Ted pondered this for a moment. As he did, Jay let slip another fart, a silent one. A short while later, the smell had wafted over to Ted. Ted's nose wrinkled up, and he stared at Jay suspiciously. "Sorry about that," Jay said. "You guys know why some farts smell?" Vic asked them. Ted shook his head. "For the benefit of the deaf," Vic said. Jay put a hand on his stomach. "I think I feel another one coming along." Ted quickly covered his nose and extended his right hand towards Vic. "You got a deal, Vic." As they shook hands, Jay stood behind Ted and winked at Vic. Ted opened his wallet and handed over the cash to Vic. "Okay, I want you two out now," Ted said before he turned to face Jay. "Especially you, bum breath." Vic laughed, grabbed some of his stuff and began to pack. Later on, Jay and Vic were both in their single beds in the other van. Vic burped and turned out the light. "Good night, Jay."
Or should I call you Bum Breath?
Jay farted in reply, and they both giggled like kids at a sleepover. Ted sat in his new cabin bed, unable to work out who had deemed this a deluxe cabin. The sound of a beautiful mandolin playing an Elvis song, always on my mind, could be heard playing from a nearby cabin. Was it the manager's cabin? A woman's voice could be heard as she sang the lyrics. She was good. Real good. But Ted wasn't ready to admit that to himself or anyone else. No matter how good anyone else sang an Elvis song, Ted hated Elvis and didn't want a bar of any of it. Damn, why didn't I pack my earbuds? Ted thought to himself. He knew there would be no way he could relax or go to sleep with that racket going on. Ted dressed and exited his van. As he went to lock the cabin door, he got a shock of static electricity. Ah! And Ted dropped the key in the mud outside his door. He picked it up, but didn't want to wipe it on his clean pajamas, so he was now stuck with mud on his hands. Ted trudged his way over to the van that Vic and Jay were in. It was dark, and he was unsure if he was at the right van or not. But when he heard Jay fart, Ted knew he'd found the right van. He knocked on the door. "Hey, Vic."
Who is it?
"It's Johnny Carson. Who on earth do you think it is?" Ted said sarcastically.
You sound more like Ted than Johnny Carson.
"Of course it's me. Who did you think it was?"
Not Johnny Carson, that's for sure.
Ted sighed. This was going nowhere. He cut to the chase. "Can I ask a favour?"
I'm all ears,"
Vic replied as he opened the van's door. "Can I borrow your headphones?" Vic paused for a moment and listened intently. He could hear an Elvis song in the distance, close to Ted's van, where it would no doubt be much louder. Vic rubbed his fingers together to indicate money. Ted sighed again. "How much?" Ted made his way back to his van wearing Vic's earphones around his neck, but now he had $50 less in his wallet. He tried Monica's phone, but it went to voicemail. He didn't expect her to answer, as she would probably still be at the Aletha concert, but he liked hearing the sweet sound of her voice on her message bank as she said, "You know the deal. If love's for real, leave me a message after the beep. If not, ciao. Hi, Mon. Just thinking of you. Hope you have a great night. Love you heaps and heaps. See you when I get back." Ted entered his van, got into bed, and smiled. He looked at a real estate page on his phone to check out the listings of properties for sale. He clicked on the link to an expensive Sydney house with harbour views. Even though it was way outside his price range, Ted sat back, closed his eyes, and imagined himself and Monica living in the luxurious home instead of a bigger unit that they might be able to afford. He flicked to the screensaver on his phone, which was a photo of Monica smiling. Ted kissed the picture of Monica. "Soon, Mon. Soon," Ted said before he turned out the light. Meanwhile, at the Aletha concert, she stood off stage as the crowd chanted her name over and over again. It was a mind-blowing experience for Aletha that her lip-synced concert had gone so well without a hiccup. Even her version of Milli Vanilli's song "Blame It on the Rain" got rapturous applause. She hastily told her sound guy and her band what songs she wanted him to play for her encore, then strode back out onto centre stage, followed by her band. Roses and flowers were thrown onto the stage as the music swelled. Aletha signalled for the audience to quieten. Then she kicked off her encore performance by pretending to sing her heart out to another Milli Vanilli song, "Girl, I'm Gonna Miss You." Aletha had scanned the front row several times during the night and had noticed that Ted was a no-show. She instantly leapt to the conclusion that Ted had spun her a line this morning about how much he enjoyed her music just so he could score a couple of tickets that he could sell to someone else. What a prick that Ted was, she thought to herself. That is the last time I'll ever grant an interview with him. It was then that Yulitha noticed Floyd in the front row. He was seriously hot, she thought. So hot, and who was that he was cuddling, kissing and getting overly friendly with? I mean, get a room, guys. As the dawn light lit the sky and a rooster crowed loudly outside Ted's cabin, it crowed again, which roughly translated meant, "Oh, what a beautiful morning." Ted moaned as he rolled over in bed. It had been a restless night. Although the headphones had helped block out the noise, he hadn't counted on how difficult they would make it for him to get to sleep. Ted usually slept on his side, but with headphones on, that made it almost impossible. He tried lying on his back instead, but that just felt unnatural, and when he attempted to sleep on his stomach, it felt like the pillow was suffocating him. Eventually, in the early morning, he had to admit defeat and remove the headphones. The rooster outside Ted's van crowed again, as it was now onto the third verse. A bleary-eyed Ted shuffled out of bed and opened the van door. "What the heck are you making that racket for?" Ted scolded the rooster. "Go on, shoo, shoo, get out of here," Ted said. Ted stepped out of his van barefoot to chase the rooster away. But as he did, Ted accidentally stepped on some poop that the rooster had deposited there mere moments ago. Ted stopped to look at the sole of his foot. "Yuck! You disgusting creature!" The rooster, who Sky had affectionately named Cluck Norris many years ago, hadn't been intimidated by Ted in the slightest. Like Chuck Norris, Cluck Norris was deadly, especially if you were a worm. Way back between the 1890s and 1900s, someone had developed a new breed of chicken by crossing Black Orpington with Rhode Island Reds, Minorca, White Leghorn, and Langshan chickens. The end result of all this selective breeding was a new hardy breed called the Australorp. Standing almost 2 feet tall and weighing 4 kilograms, Cluck Norris was the biggest, baddest, and meanest Australorp anyone had ever seen. He was 4 kilograms of pure muscle, gristle, and claw. His black shiny feathers that glistened in the sun made many a crow envious, and his sharp beak, claws, and spurs made many a cat wary. No one had been dumb enough to chase Cluck Norris for years, not since he was a chick. No one, not a stupid kid, not a stray dog, not even a drunk teenager, had tried pulling that stunt with him. "Who does this guy think he is, trying to chase me?" thought Cluck Norris. Many people will tell you that chickens are dumb. They might not be the most intelligent species on Earth, but Cluck Norris knew a thing or two. He knew that this caravan park was his home. He had lived here his whole life. He also knew that he would defend his home, his hens, and his honour with his life. Cluck Norris's mind turned from singing his daily song of praise to one of vengeance. He was determined to make an example out of this upstart from the Big Smoke or wherever he was from. Cluck Norris sensed the red comb on the top of his head redden as he narrowed his beady little eyes, turned to face Ted, and flew straight at him with his claws and spurs aimed directly at the sapsucker's big ugly mug. "Ah!" yelled Ted as he raised his arms to protect his face. Cluck Norris's claws made contact with Ted's arms, scratching them, and his outstretched wing feathers touched Ted's face. Oh, how Cluck Norris wished he had a fist or two right now, so he could give Ted a judo or karate chop to the face. Cluck Norris landed on his feet as Ted struggled to remain on his. Cluck Norris flapped his wings again and was airborne, aiming at Ted once again, who turned and ran like a chicken. "Help! Help! Help!" yelled Ted as Cluck chased him around the caravan. Jay looked outside the window of the caravan that he and Vic shared to watch the events unfold. He saw Ted turn a corner and slip on the wet grass, getting stains all over his pyjama pants. This was made worse by the fact that being on the ground meant it was far easier for Cluck Norris to fly at the back of Ted's shoulders and neck, which Cluck gladly did. "Ah!" yelled Ted. Yet again, Ted felt Cluck's claws on him, and his wing feathers touched the back of his head this time. Ted scrambled to get off the ground and sprinted as fast as he could, hoping to get around the corner and evade the ropeable rooster that was trying to chase him down. Unfortunately for Ted, roosters are pretty good at cornering due to their splayed toes and sharp claws, which can not only dig into the earth for extra grip, but also dig into a person's skin for extra pain. They can also run faster than any human, so there was no way in hell that Ted's plan to outrun or evade Cluck was ever going to work. The only thing that could stop Cluck from chasing Ted would be when he felt like stopping, but Ted didn't know that. Cluck Norris flew up at Ted again to try and spur or claw him. Vic continued to snore soundly in his caravan, but Jay laughed as he watched Ted race around the caravan a second time and slip over at the same spot, but this time Ted landed spread-eagled in some mud, which allowed Cluck the opportunity to peck at and generally have his way with terrorising Ted yet again. By now, Ted's pyjamas were soaked. As Ted got to his feet while constantly being harassed by Cluck, he realised that he would be far safer inside the caravan than running around outside of it. Ted raced around the caravan once more, and as soon as he saw the open door, he dived into it and pulled the door shut, which was easier said than done as he had to push Cluck Norris back, who had jumped on top of Ted. Otherwise Ted might have accidentally locked himself and Cluck in the caravan together. That would have been a nightmare that Ted felt he would never have got over. He lay on the floor of the caravan, soaking wet. His heart pounded harder than the time he went into the haunted house at the Shepparton show and was scared witless by some evil-looking dude with a huge axe. Ted listened. He could hear Cluck Norris outside ruffling his feathers and which roughly translates to, "We can't be beaten." Cluck Norris crowed 3 times, even louder than before, just outside the door to Ted's caravan, just to make sure everyone in the park knew and understood that this was his territory and that everyone should pay him the respect that he well and truly deserved. Ted stared up at the ceiling and wondered what he must have done in a previous life to deserve this. Ted lay silent and listened intently as he heard Cluck Norris cluck a few times before things went quiet. After about 10 minutes, Ted heard Cluck Norris crowed again, but it sounded like he was further away, maybe 30 metres or so. Ted inched the door to the caravan open and peeked outside. He couldn't see the aggressive Australorp, which Ted had nicknamed the Rooster from Hell. Ted opened the door a little bit more, and it looked like the coast was clear. It seemed safe. There was only one way to find out. He knew he couldn't stay cooped up in the caravan all day. There was no chance of getting any good interviews holed up here like a chicken in a cage. He had to step outside to see if it was safe. He felt like he was walking on eggshells. Ted opened the door fully. He looked to the right of the van, just in case Cluck was waiting there to ambush him. And that's when it happened. Squish! Ted stood in another bit of fresh chook poop that Cluck had obviously laid there especially for him. Grrr, that blasted rooster! Ted was sure of that. It was marking its territory. However, Ted knew that if he ever mentioned what had happened to anyone, he would be a laughingstock, so he was determined to remain as quiet as he possibly could about it, unaware that Jay had witnessed Ted's defeat at what Jay called the Battle of the Beak. Ted hopped towards the nearest water tap to wash his foot, but the ground was still slippery from the overnight rain. As Ted hopped, he slipped and oof! He landed heavily on the ground and knocked the wind out of himself. It seemed to take ages before he could get his breath back. All that time, he lay there worried that damn rooster would come back to finish the job by pecking his eyeballs out or something. By now, Ted's pyjamas were soaking wet and dirty. He cursed to himself. As he looked up, clouds rumbled overhead, and the sky opened with a heavy downpour that soaked him to the bone. He rolled over, got up, and headed back to the caravan. It was too cramped to have their breakfast in either of their vans, so later Ted and Jay sat under the barbecue area and stared at the pouring rain as they ate their breakfast. Jay had his AirPods in and was also listening to an audiobook version of Draxback. Ted noticed this. "Hey, didn't you say you lost your AirPods?" "What?" said Jay, pretending not to hear Ted. "I said, didn't you say you lost your AirPods?" Jay took out an AirPod for a moment to answer Ted. "Oh, I found them last night. Wouldn't you know it, they were in one of my bags." Jay lied. He put the AirPod back in and continued to listen to the story about Anna and her weird disability. But it was clear to Jay that Ted wanted to keep talking. So Jay paused the story and took both of his AirPods out and put them in their case. Jay studied Ted's face. Should he say something about the Battle of the Beak that he had witnessed earlier, now or later? "You know, cereal is okay for breakfast, but what I'd really like is a nice fresh fried egg or two on some toast and covered in sauce. How about you, Ted?" "I've got to admit, I do fancy a fried egg or two." "I heard a rooster crow earlier this morning, so if there's a rooster, there's no doubt some hens nearby. And if there's hens, there's eggs. What do you say we both go and see if we can find some of those eggs and have us a tasty meal?" The thought of doing anything that might rile that rooster, like collecting eggs from his flock, was something Ted didn't ever intend to do. "You know what? Eggs are supposed to be bad for your cholesterol, so maybe I'll give 'em a miss for now and just stick to the cereal," Ted said. "Fair enough," replied Jay. Jay stared at Ted a little bit longer, causing Ted to feel somewhat uneasy. "Is that a scratch on your face? What happened to your arms? It looks like you've been beaten up by a mountain lion," Jay asked. "Oh, it's nothing. I just went for an early morning hike. Must have brushed up against some rose bushes or a blackberry bramble or something," Ted lied. Jay said nothing. He just nodded. He knew one day he was going to play a prank on Ted, and that prank would involve a rooster. It might not be today, tomorrow, or even next week, but it would happen. Jay was sure of that. "Doesn't it ever stop raining here?" Ted said as he tried to change the subject away from himself or anything that might upset a rooster. Ted and Jay stared at the rain and half-heartedly looked at the map of parks. Behind them, Sky cleaned some other nearby tables. Vic finally arrived, still looking half asleep. "Ah, Sleeping Beauty has finally awoken," Jay joked. "I'm starving. What's for breakfast?" Vic asked. Jay swallowed a mouthful of cornflakes as he pointed to the array of breakfast cereal on the nearby table. Vic's eyes instantly fell upon the box of Cocoa Pops. "Oh, just like a chocolate milkshake, only crunchy," Vic said enthusiastically. "So, where exactly is this opening parade taking place?" Ted asked. Jay shrugged. "Could it be the main street? Or the Central Park?" Vic offered as he looked around to see if there was a spare bowl and spoon so he could have some breakfast. "Haven't either of you guys studied the maps or the program events?" Ted asked as he took a mouthful from his bowl of just right breakfast cereal. Jay and Vic both shook their heads. "I was having too much fun watching you trying to book into motels," Jay said. "Smart ass," Ted replied. Sky cleaned the table next to them. She couldn't help but overhear their conversation as Ted spoke to the others. "We need a plan, guys. Otherwise we'll waste our time and miss out on potential stories or get soaked and I don't want to do that a second time. We need to find a local to help us." "I'm free soon," offered Sky. "I can help you guys." "You can?" asked Ted. "Yeah, I know the festival, the streets, and the local characters," Sky replied. Ted looked at Jay and Vic, who both nodded eagerly. But Ted had suspicions that they both might have had ulterior motives. By now Vic had found a dirty spoon and wiped it clean, but still hadn't found a clean bowl that he could use. "You're on. How much will it cost?" Ted asked Sky as he reached for his wallet. "Cost? It will be nothing," Sky said as she wiped down another nearby table. "I'm happy to do it just to help out." "Really?" asked Ted. "Yeah, that's what we do in the country. Besides, I was planning to go watch some of the fun anyhow, when the rain eases up in a minute or two." Sky looked upwards, and the rain seemed to stop as if on command. Ted stared at Sky with a look of disbelief on his face. Sky noticed this and grinned as she held out her phone and said, "It's not magic. I'm just reading the weather app. See?" "Oh," replied Ted, unsure how he had overlooked the obvious solution. "Well, I suppose we should hit the road soon. Is everyone ready?" "What about my breakfast?" "Can we wait until I've had something to eat?" Vic asked. "You can eat later. We have to get moving. They're not going to delay the events just because you haven't had your breakfast. Besides, they'll probably have food for sale at some of the events," Ted said. By 10 a.m. the rain had completely stopped. Sky drove the station wagon while Ted rode up front beside her, and Jay and Vic sat in the back like two kids on a family outing. As Sky drove towards the exit of the Shady Oasis Caravan Park, she passed the Magical Mystery Tour caravan. Out the front of it sat Ringo, a guy in his 70s with long hair and a mustache who held a sign that read, "Down with the Elvis Festival." "There's our first story right there," Ted said. Sky slowed the station wagon for a moment, but didn't stop. "That's Ringo. You don't want to get him started, or you'll be there all day. You can waste time with him later." Sky continued driving, but Ted was intrigued. He glanced over his shoulder at Ringo and wondered what made him tick, and why did he have an issue with the Elvis Festival. "The first competition starts in 10 minutes at the library," Sky said. "Geez, with the traffic, we'll probably never make it there in time," Ted moaned. "This is Parks, not Sydney," Sky said as she put her foot on the accelerator and drove through back streets. Vic nudged Jay. "You don't have a spare muesli bar or anything?" Vic asked Jay, who shook his head. Some pigeons were feeding on the road ahead, and it looked like they were about to be hit by Sky's vehicle. "Watch out," Ted said. Sky swerved around them with ease, and Ted breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew! For a minute I thought you were going to hit them." "Not me. I like pigeons," Sky replied. She waited until she saw Ted grin, then added, "Yeah, pigeon pie, pigeon curry, pigeon pancakes. They're beautiful in whatever dish you make." She watched Ted for his reaction. He was horrified. It was as if she had killed, plucked, and gutted a pet pigeon right in front of him. Sky closed her mouth and quickly looked away, but it was too late. She had seen Ted's face and did her best not to burst into laughter. She tried to keep it in, but eventually she couldn't help it and laughed heartily as Ted stared at her, perplexed. In the back seat, Vic and Jay laughed so hard tears streamed down their faces. "Gotcha," Sky said with a devilish grin. "Oh, you should have seen your face, Teddy boy," Vic said from the back seat. "Yeah, you were like this," Jay said as he tried to replicate Ted's shocked face. "It's okay, Ted. I was just pulling your leg," Sky said. "Oh, okay," Ted replied. It had been years since someone had played a prank on him, and Ted was unsure how to proceed. "I actually do like them, and no, I've never eaten one in my entire life," Sky replied. "You were generally worried about them." You like them a lot?" Ted's face brightened slightly. "Yeah, Dad and I used to race them when I was little." "That's so sweet." Sky pulled up at the front of the library. "Here we are. And we made it with a few minutes to spare."
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 8. Now that is a true work of art. After they got out of the car, Vic rubbed his growling stomach while Jay unloaded the camera and sound gear from the back of the station wagon. Ted studied the front of the library. It was modern but modest and could easily be mistaken for a school building. He noticed people dressed in 50s gear mill outside the library. "Great. Let the fun begin," Ted said in a sarcastic tone. "What's up with you? Do you think you're too good for the Elvis Festival or something?" Sky questioned Ted. Ted rolled his eyes and walked away, not saying anything. "You'll get used to Mr. Fun. Teddy boy hates Elvis," Vic explained. "How could anyone hate Elvis?" Sky asked. Vic shrugged, then replied, "I guess we've all got to hate someone. I hate the guy who invented calories." As Ted walked away from Sky, Vic and Jay, painful memories of that fateful day years ago in the Shepperton Maud Street Mall flooded back to him like a backed-up sewer. Ted could still remember how packed the mall was. The sights, sounds and smells were still as fresh as if they'd happened only yesterday. The beautiful aroma of the bag of fresh cinnamon donuts Rory bought from the nearby Freeman's Bakery was the only good memory Ted had from that day. Posters that read, "I Want to Be a Star, competition today," adorned the concrete pavement and empty shop windows. Ted was bent over like an old man, with one hand protectively holding his groin. His balls ached after being sucker-punched by a Billy Ray Cyrus wannabe. What hurt the most was not the painful whack to the testicles that knocked him to the pavement, but the hurtful jibes that the other kids had said. They'd laughed at him and made him feel like he was stupid, a failure, a worm. His mum hadn't seen what had happened, so when Ted got up and hobbled over to her, hoping that he could explain without breaking into tears and that she would give him a big hug and somehow make everything all right, that wasn't what happened. Instead, she said, "Quit with the silly walk, will you? I really regret letting you watch the Monty Python show sometimes. I really do. The Minister for Silly Walks was just a silly sketch. No need to try and invent your own silly walk. And stop touching yourself. That's what perverts do. Stand up straight. That's better. We better hurry up. The competition is about to begin." She draped a silk scarf around his neck. Now he really looked more like a mini Elvis than he did before. "But, Mum, I don't want to do this. I look stupid," Ted complained. "Hush now, darling. You look beautiful. You look just like Elvis, just like your dad." Ted looked over at Rory, his stepfather. "He's not my real dad. He's just some fat, phony, truck-driving loser who—" Ted's mum grabbed his arm and held it tight, tighter than she had ever done before. She shook it once to get his attention and looked straight into his eyes. There was a fierceness in them that he had never seen before. "Now you listen to me, young man. Rory puts food on our table. It's not his fault your dad passed away and is in heaven. Now that Rory and I are married, you have to accept that he's your new daddy now." Ted tried to break away. "No, I don't want to, and I don't want to go in this stupid competition." To Ted's surprise, his mother's attitude changed in the blink of an eye. "Sweetie, just do this for Mummy. He wants to win this competition so badly. He does so much for us. Just do it for me, please." Ted felt like he was stuck between a rock slowly rolling towards him and a cactus with dozens of spines that were ready to stab into his back. It was not where he wanted to be. Ted couldn't give a fig about Elvis, but Elvis obviously meant something to his stepfather Rory. And even at that age, Ted knew that Rory meant a heck of a lot to his mum. In fact, the only two things that his mum seemed to care about were Ted and Rory. Ted sighed. He'd have to do the right thing if it meant making his mum happy. Rory approached them and struck a pose like Elvis, waiting for approval. "You look great, Rory," Ted's mum said. Rory quit his pose and glared at Gladys. He spoke and sounded just like Elvis. "When I'm in a suit, I'm Elvis, remember?" Rory said. "I'm sorry, Elvis," she said. Then the PA system crackled to life. "And our next competitors for the I Want to Be a Star competition are a father and son combination, Rory and Ted." Ted hated the announcer calling them a father and son combination. He hated it with all his heart, but right now his heart had frozen in fear. The soles of his shoes felt like they had thick glue applied to them, and he couldn't run away, even though he wanted to. "Come on, Elvis Jr., Rory said as he dragged young Ted onto the small stage that had been set up in the shopping mall. Other kids Ted's age and from his high school saw Ted dressed as Elvis in a jumpsuit with a cape. They pointed and laughed at him. Ted thought to himself, why couldn't he be dressed really cool like all the other kids were? Some were dressed like Urkel or the Fresh Prince from Bel-Air. Others had hair like Bon Jovi, Cyndi Lauper, or Billy Ray Cyrus. Why couldn't he go on stage dressed like one of them instead of Elvis? Ted sighed. There was no way out of this. Back in Parks, Vic watched as Ted skulked away from them to another area where there were fewer people. "I've got no idea why he's like that." "So, what's here?" Vic asked Sky. Vic's stomach rumbled, causing Sky to laugh. "You're going to love this, Vic, I guarantee it. Inside is edible Elvis competition." "Edible?" "Uh-huh," Sky said, imitating Elvis. "It's like a honka burnin' food." "How cool's that? Come on, Jay, we got to go check this out," Vic said enthusiastically. Vic made his way to the entrance as quickly as an excited child about to get a present from under the Christmas tree. Sky and Jay followed. Soon a large crowd of Elvis fans were inside the library. Gasps could be heard from the curious onlookers. "Oh my, look at that. Oh, how did they do?" But there was one excitable voice that carried over all the other gasps and comments. It was Vic's enthusiastic voice. "Look at this, guys! Look at this!" Ted, Jay and Sky joined Vic, who was standing at a large mural that completely covered the wall. There, mounted on the wall, were hundreds of pieces of toast. Some burnt black, some brown, some almost white and hardly singed. If you stood back far enough, the pieces of toast resembled an image of Elvis in his prime. "Now that is a true work of art," Vic said, as if he was pointing to the Mona Lisa. "Either that or somebody's leftover breakfast," Ted said sarcastically. Vic handed his phone to Ted. "Can you take a photo of me with it?" "Do I have to?" Ted moaned. Sky snatched the phone from Ted. "It's not that hard, is it? Just point and click." She then turned her attention back to Vic. "Okay, now give me an Elvis pose." Vic did as she said, and he struck the best Elvis pose he could, which was interesting considering Vic had a much better chance of being mistaken for Hagrid than he did for Elvis. "Okay, now show me that 'Are You Lonesome Tonight' look." Vic's lower lip curled downward, and his eyes looked like they were about to water as he struck a sad pose. "Good, good. Now what about some jailhouse rock?" Vic immediately changed his pose again. He was loving this. Meanwhile, Jay had his camera out and was getting footage of the other entries. There were different coloured rice artworks that had been made to look like Elvis, cakes that were decorated with the image of Elvis through the ages, Tic Tacs that looked like the iconic scene from Jailhouse Rock, and even a rock melon carved to look like Elvis's face. Jay went back to the others and said, I've got the footage of the other exhibits. We just need the audio now. It's your time to shine, Ted." Vic put on his headphones and grabbed his boom mic, ready to go. His enthusiasm was rubbing off on all the others. All except Ted, of course.
"You're up, Teddy boy,"
Vic said. Ted stood with microphone in hand and a somber look on his face. He spoke, and it was as if he was delivering a eulogy at a funeral. He was in front of a licorice piece of artwork carved to resemble Elvis during the comeback special. Sky watched as Ted delivered his lines, but anyone could tell that his heart wasn't in it. "I'm Ted Sherlock, signing off from Parks," Ted said as he finished the piece. He signalled to cut, and as soon as he did, Sky was on to him. "What was that?" "What was what?" "Blah, blah, blah," Sky said before she closed her eyes, and zzz, zzz, she imitated someone snoring. Her eyes snapped open. "Could you be any more boring if you tried?" Sky's words stung. Ted knew his heart wasn't in it, but he didn't know that it was that evident. But it still hurt to hear her spell out the truth to him. He crossed his arms across his chest and felt his stomach tighten and harden. "Who are you to say anything? Do you have any TV credits?" Ted responded defensively. "I might not have any TV credits, but I know what dull is."
"She's right, Teddy boy,"
Vic said. "I'm not a boy. Stop calling me that."
"You just want me to call you Teddy?"
Vic asked. "No, just Ted."
"Okay, just Ted,"
Vic said. Ted's face reddened, and Jay finally spoke up. "They're right, though, Ted. You sounded like the equivalent of listening to paint dry. And on screen you looked more wooden than a barn door." "Fine. I'll do it again," Ted sulked. But by this time, Sky had noticed Ted's body language. His body posture was rigid. It looked like he was squinting at her. And he had raised his voice. He hadn't shouted, but it had definitely increased in volume. She knew she had to take a different tack with him. "Can I ask one favor before you start, Ted?" "Depends. What is it?" "This time, don't do it as Ted Sherlock. Pretend you're Vic." Vic was surprised by this. He smiled and pointed to himself.
"Ted's going to pretend to be me?"
he asked. "Yes, if he wants to get the best he possibly can out of this story, so he can be considered for the job of his life on The Painful Truth." Sky looked at Ted, and their eyes met. "Ted, this will work. Just pretend you're Vic, and this is the greatest art exhibition you've ever seen."
"It is. It's so cool,"
Vic said. Ted considered Sky's advice, nodded and said, "Okay, let's do this one more time." Vic held his boom microphone up. "Rolling." Ted closed his eyes and bent his head down as if he was staring at his feet. Jay brought his camera up onto his shoulder and zoomed in on Ted's face, hoping to catch that spark in Ted's eyes that he hadn't seen since they left Sydney. "And action," Jay said. Ted's head snapped back into its normal position. His eyes opened, and Sky saw what had been missing. The Ted she had seen on TV was back. A sparkle was there in Ted's eyes. He was eloquent, effervescent, bubbly, exciting to be around, and he was fantastic. Even Sky was captivated by his presence as he spoke. "So if you're all out of sorts, come see some licorice all sorts that are fit for a king, and have yourself a hunk of tasty Elvis food." And cut. "Brilliant, that was brilliant, Ted," Jay said. Vic put down the boom mic and said, "Impressive, just Ted. I closed my eyes for a moment, and it was like you were describing each piece of artwork exactly how I saw them. You have learned well, O grasshopper," Vic said, and bowed to Ted in an oriental manner. "I'll go put my stuff away, and I'll be back in a moment." Vic strolled away, and Ted looked over at Sky. "Well, are you happy now?" he asked her.
That depends. Are you? Ted nodded. Yeah, I think I am now. Thanks, I think I needed that reality check, Ted admitted. You're welcome, but I actually call it a kick up the backside. I can relate to that, Ted said. We should go and check out the street market, Sky suggested. Vic returned, munching on some toast. Hey, where'd you get that from? Ted asked. Let's just say I have an eye for art, Vic replied. Sky turned around to see a piece of toast missing from the Elvis toast mural. Someone had taken a slice from his cheek. The cheek of it, Sky said as she grabbed one of Vic's arms and one of Ted's and marched them both out of the library as if they were two young children who were where they shouldn't be. Come on, everybody, let's go. Come on, Jay, she said over her shoulder to Jay, who hurried to pack up his equipment and catch up with them.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 9. Are you going to spank me? Sky breathed a genuine sigh of relief once they were a safe distance away from the library. I can't believe you did that, Vic. I'd expect a naughty 2-year-old to behave like that, not a grown man. What do you have to say for yourself? Vic looked down at his feet and seemed contrite momentarily. He had gotten into trouble for eating things he shouldn't have in the past, but he had never eaten part of an art display before. He then grinned cheekily. Are you going to spank me? Sky leaned in close to Vic and whispered into Vic's ear. That would be a punishment for me, not you. But let me tell you this. If I see you eat another piece of artwork on public display, I will personally kick you in the nuts. Oh, Vic said, as he covered his groin. Perhaps we should move on, Ted suggested. He pointed towards the main street where a street market was set up. Jay was already imagining what shots he would take. Sky was hoping that Ted would continue to appreciate how wonderful the Elvis Festival was, and Vic wondered if there would be any tasty treats, as he was still feeling a bit peckish. I wish the librarian had put some Vegemite on Elvis's cheek. That would have made it taste even better, Vic muttered to himself. Despite the threat of rain, the street was crowded with plenty of shoppers. Jay, Vic and Ted got shots of the Elvis street market and did a few interviews with storekeepers and customers enjoying the Elvis Festival. Traders were hawking anything remotely related to Elvis. His image seemed to be printed on anything and everything. Clocks, towels, ties, pens, Monopoly board games, bookmarks, rulers and stickers. Some of the baristas were able to put Elvis's image on hot chocolates or coffees. At the food stalls, bakery items such as vanilla slices, custard tarts and cakes had Elvis's image on the icing. Vic pointed to a custard tart with an image of Elvis doing the jailhouse rock on it and grinned. If I buy that, am I allowed to eat it, or do I have to staple it onto the wall until it goes mouldy? Vic asked Sky, hoping to get a reaction out of her. Sky's forehead reddened. She breathed out in frustration. She knew that Vic was taking the mickey out of her. Yes, you can eat it if you buy it. That's the difference. If you buy something, then you legally own it and can do what you like with it. Vic pretended to be reeling in a fish with a rod and reel. Next time I might have to climb a tree to bait my hook, Vic said. He noticed Sky's angry glare go from his eyes down to his groin. She then moved her right foot backward and appeared to get ready to karate kick him in an area he'd prefer she didn't. Vic covered his groin again. Fair enough. How about we call it a draw? He offered to Sky, who nodded in agreement. As soon as he was sure that he was safe from Sky, Vic purchased a family-sized custard tart with Elvis on it and proceeded to eagerly devour it. As he strolled along the street, Ted noticed other TV crews from ABC, SBS, 7, 9 and 10 were also there, no doubt also assigned to report on the festival. They were gathered at a lemonade stand,
and one of them waved to Ted, so he felt obliged to go over and say hi. Bruce Bustleton, a hard-nosed journalist who had seen many things during his decades of reporting, was among them. Ted had heard the whispers on the grapevine from Vera and others that Bruce had also put his hand up for hosting The Painful Truth. Bruce had a pot belly and a shiny bulbous nose, which Ted felt might have been caused because Bruce liked to bend his elbow a bit too often and get drunk on a regular basis. Despite his looks and outdated views of the world, Bruce's experience made him a genuine threat and someone who could stop Ted from getting the dream job he wanted so much.
"So, how long you here for, Ted?"
Bruce asked as soon as Ted approached the group. 5 days. You?
"Not long. The Bureau of Meteorology says a big storm is coming this way, and there's a chance of flash flooding. We're getting out of here before it hits."
"Oh, how about you guys?" Ted asked the others. "Same. Yeah, we'll be making tracks as well." "Yep, same here," came the responses from the other TV journalists. Ted felt like a pariah. He was the only reporter that would be here for 5 whole days. While they were out and about breaking big news stories every day in Sydney and other exciting places around the state, he would be stuck here in Parks, having to scratch hard just to find a half-decent story. Ted could suddenly sympathise with a cat that was not allowed outside and had to spend its entire life looking out the window, watching birds and lizards it could never get close to. Is this what his life would become? One of dullness, watching others live exciting lives?
"Yeah, none of us wants to get stuck in this dive for any longer than we have to,"
Bruce said, just as Skye came within earshot. Ted noticed Skye's forehead redden, but she held her tongue as Bruce continued to badmouth Parks and everything about it.
"Actually, I take that back. It's not a dive. It's a shithole. Do you know why they have those big telescopes outside of town staring into space?"
Ted didn't want the conversation to go any longer than it had to, but Bruce's question intrigued some small part of his brain. Ted shook his head. No.
"It's so they don't have to look at this crappy place,"
Bruce said, then laughed as if he had told the funniest joke ever. Some of the others with him laughed or giggled as well, obviously in an attempt to ingratiate themselves with Bruce. They all knew that if they wanted him as a potential referee when they went for their next job, it was best to keep on his good side. Ted glanced over at Skye and noticed her lips flatten, and her eyes appeared to bulge. Unfortunately, Bruce had also seen this.
"Are you a local?"
Bruce asked her. Skye nodded.
"In that case, should I only use small words, or can you understand ones with 3 syllables or more?"
Bruce said. Ted couldn't believe how rude Bruce was. Skye was a mixture of being dumbfounded and infuriated. "There's nothing wrong with Parks," she screamed. "I bet it beats wherever you turds came from," she said before she stormed off. Bruce and the other reporters watched as she marched off like an angry 2-year-old who hadn't gotten her way.
"No doubt one of Park's finest scholars,"
Bruce said. "Leave her be. She's all right," Ted said, suddenly feeling a need to defend her.
"Oh, don't tell me Ted's got a soft spot for a country hick."
Ted's right hand clenched into a fist. "She's not a hick. If you talk like that again, I'll punch you in a soft spot that you're not going to like." Bruce didn't know whether to cover his groin, stomach, or fat head. He was genuinely surprised by Ted's stance. He spoke quietly so only Ted could hear him.
"You know that would be common law assault, don't you, Ted?"
Ted slowly nodded. He didn't care. Or did he? Bruce took a step backward, then spoke up loudly so all the other journalists could hear.
"And you know that if you hit me in front of witnesses, Ted, I'll have to press charges, and no doubt it would be covered by all the stations."
All of a sudden, all eyes were on Ted. Some of the camera operators raised their cameras and started filming, just in case the situation escalated.
"And I doubt you'll get that plum job on The Painful Truth if you were found guilty of assaulting a colleague in the same profession. It would be a shame if you missed out on that well-paying job, wouldn't it, Ted?"
Ted nodded and indicated it was all okay and for the situation to de-escalate. Eventually the cameraman stopped filming and everyone else went back to their drinks and conversations.
"You're really here for 5 days?"
Bruce asked Ted. Ted nodded.
"Just between you and me, Ted, is there something else going on in parks I don't know about?"
Bruce asked. "I doubt it."
"You don't have an exclusive or anything lined up?"
Bruce asked. "I wish," Ted said.
"Then there's only one thing I have to say. Loser!"
Bruce made the loser sign on his forehead, and a few other reporters laughed and did the same. For a moment, Ted had a flashback to the Billy Ray Cyrus wannabes. He had a horrible thought. What if Bruce was one of those bullies from all those years ago? What if Bruce was the bully who sucker punched him in the balls, and Ted didn't recognise him? Ted's eyes widened in horror, and then he turned and ran. With the large number of people at the street market, it took a while for Ted to find Skye, but he eventually did. She was at a pop-up bar with a bottle of Bundaberg ginger beer in her hand. Ted thought she looked like she was still fuming. "I can help you get better footage than those guys," Skye said when she saw Ted. "Tomorrow, when all those jerks are out of town, you'll be the only one with the good stuff," she said before she swigged a mouthful of a drink. Ted was intrigued. She said it in a way that almost seemed like a promise. "I've got to go. I'll see you later," she said, and then she left. Skye obviously needed time to be by herself, and Ted knew better than to follow her, or any woman that looked angry, in an effort to calm her down. He had made that mistake once before, years ago, and ended up in the ladies' restroom, which, by the way, was not the dumbest thing Ted had ever done, but it certainly ranked right up there. Outside one of Park's many town pubs was a sign that read, "Elvis Bingo, here tonight." Ted checked the address he had been texted, then ventured inside to find dated decor, a long bar, and a pool table. The walls appeared smoke-stained, even though smoking had been banned years ago. Jay and Vic were both at the bar. Each of them had a drink in their hand. Ted knew Jay's favourite drink was a Bundaberg rum and cola, while Vic's was a strawberry milk. Ted had to admire one thing about Vic. When he said he liked drinking milk, he meant it. Ted joined them at the bar.
"Teddy boy, you made it,"
said Vic. "Where's Skye?" Jay asked. "She asked me to drop her off back at Shady Oaks Caravan Park. She was going to help her dad with some paperwork," Ted lied. He didn't know why he lied, but he did. Ted just knew that he didn't feel right about talking about how Bruce Bustleton had belittled her, and he was also partly ashamed that he didn't speak up earlier to stop Bruce before it got out of hand. It reminded him of being back in Year 7 at Shep High and feeling powerless to stop his classmates from calling Deborah Pigden Deborah the Pig Dog. Jay's eyes settled on some attractive ladies playing snooker. "Well, that's her loss. This Romeo's in town for only a few nights, and I plan to find myself a Juliet."
"You could do with a wing buddy,"
Vic said. Vic and Jay walked over to the snooker table where the ladies were playing. Confidence oozed from Jay like gravy oozing from a sloppy meat pie, whereas Vic sported a pink milk moustache after downing the last of his drink. Ted wanted to watch this. It was like watching a train wreck in slow motion, but not just any old train wreck. This one would probably crash into a ravine, or hit a petrol tank, or something spectacular like that. But just as things were getting interesting, Ted's phone rang. It was Monica. "Hi, Mon, how are you?" Ted asked. There was no reply, only the sound of Monica sobbing. "Oh my God, Mon, honey, what's wrong?" Ted asked.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 10. If love's for real, leave me a message after the beep. Monica sat in the apartment that she and Ted shared. Crocodile tears streamed from her eyes. Between sobs, she smiled delightfully and winked at someone else who was in the room. "Ted, this isn't easy. I've got something extremely difficult to tell you. Actually, it's quite painful," Monica said. "Mon, honey, are you okay? What's wrong? What's the problem?" "Ted, I don't know how to tell you this, but I feel that our relationship's been stagnating for some time. It's not going anywhere. It's like I've been stuck on a treadmill, and I've been stuck in the same place for the past few years. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I think we should stop seeing each other for a bit. Actually, forever." "What? Where is this coming from?" Ted asked, genuinely flummoxed. "If the stress of finding a new unit is too much, we could take a break from—" A champagne bottle behind Monica popped. Floyd was standing there with a big grin on his face as he poured some of the bubbly fluid into a glass. Monica smiled. They giggled as quietly as they could, and then Floyd kissed Monica on the back of her neck. Floyd handed Monica the glass he had poured, and she indicated that she couldn't drink it, so Floyd happily gulped it down. "I'm sorry, Ted, but it's too late. I'm not sure how it happened or when, but I've fallen in love with Floyd, and he loves me. Ted, I know it's impossible for us to ever return to what we had before, so I've decided to move in with Floyd. He's got a beautiful apartment with water views, and—" "Floyd? What? How could you fall in love with that talentless—" Monica hung up before Ted could finish his sentence. Frustrated, Ted rang Monica's number, but it went straight to her message bank. He listened to the message he knew so well. "You know the deal. If love's for real, leave me a message after the beep. If not, ciao." Ted didn't feel like saying ciao. Not now. Not ever. He rang her number again and got the same message. The third time lucky proved to be the third time unlucky. He debated whether or not to leave a message asking Monica to call him back, but instead he hung up and logged into Facebook. Ted typed in Monica's name and saw something that floored him. Monica had already changed her relationship status. She was no longer in a relationship with Ted, but with Floyd. She had announced it on Facebook before she had even told him. Ted groaned in despair and almost threw his phone away, but instead he banged it hard on the table in utter frustration. It was at this moment that Storm, a shapely waitress, noticed this. Currently single, Storm had a love for life and a passion for love. There was nothing better in the whole wide world than falling in love with someone new, and she knew it. Storm checked Ted out. She liked what she saw. Handsome, tall, or at least a few inches taller than her, and better looking than her last boyfriend. He looked a bit older than the guys she had dated in the past, but it was obvious to Storm that Ted kept himself in good shape. In the world of love, he definitely had the potential to be a keeper. "Are you okay, sir?" Storm asked. "Yeah, fine," Ted lied. "Can I get another beer, please?" Ted handed her a $10 note, and she served him a beer. And not just any beer. She served him the most expensive craft beer they had, Ettamogga Brew. Ted surveyed the area. The two women at the snooker table had made it very clear to Vic and Jay that their advances were unwelcome. Ted watched Vic and Jay as they strolled over to a corner of the pub where an Elvis impersonator was running the bingo session. Ted's phone rang. It was Vera. But before Ted could continue, she cut him off. "I don't have time, Ted. I've got some bad news for you." "I already know," Ted said. "And you know it's Floyd? I just don't understand why They were after someone with a different look," Vera explained. Ted's brow furrowed. "They? What do you mean, they?" he asked. The network, the producers, Vera said. What do they have to do with this? They're the ones that have selected Floyd for the painful truth job. What? He got the painful truth job? How could they choose him? He's about as useful as teats on a bull. Monica just rang me to say it's over, and she's shifting in with pretty boy Floyd. You mean you didn't know? Know what? They've been together for months. Months? Sure. Everyone knows about it. They were caught doing it in his changing room ages ago. I thought you must have been okay with it. Didn't you know? Didn't you see the clues? Clues? What clues? Her working back late at night? Going to team building meetings? Having elocution lessons? I thought she was... Don't tell me you believed her. Jeez, Ted, you're so gullible, and I suppose you think the baby's yours as well. Baby? What baby? You mean she's pregnant? You didn't know? Jesus, Ted, how do you think you can get a serious reporting job like being the host of The Painful Truth when you don't even know your girlfriend is pregnant and has been screwing Floyd for months? Haven't you noticed her weight ballooning up? Did you ever wonder about the way she looks at him on camera? I thought she was being professional. Being purely professional is what a prostitute calls it. Being dumb enough to believe it is a totally different thing. Delusional or stupidity. I don't know which one it is, but it's definitely one of those. Look, you're a nice guy, Ted. The cruise from the other station is heading back to Sydney tonight. Maybe we should also head back, and I can talk to Monica to see if we can sort everything out. And Ted, stop interrupting me. Your accommodation is booked in Parks for 5 days, so you'll be staying for the full 5 days. Understand? Ted remained silent. I said, understand. Vera spoke like she was a primary school teacher berating a naughty child in her class. Ted gave a non-committal. Yeah. Just get your head back in the game and get some good stories from Parks, and we'll talk when you return. But what if it floods here? Isn't that a story? Work it, Ted. Find some stories. Work it. Vera hung up. Ted looked stupefied as Storm approached him. You okay? She asked. Ted handed Storm a $50 note. More beer, please. Later, there were 6 empty beer bottles next to Ted. He tried to ring Monica again, but as usual, it went to the message bank. You know the deal. If love's for real, leave me a message after the beep. If not, ciao. Ted waited for it to go to the message bank, and then he said the 3 little words he had spent the last few hours getting the courage up to ask. Is it mine? Once the words had left his mouth, it felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He then texted Monica the same question. Is it mine? Less than a minute later, his phone dinged. Ted looked at Monica's reply. It was a photo of Floyd with a single word. Floyd's. As he read Monica's reply, the weight that felt like it had been lifted off his shoulders felt like it had been suddenly dropped on his head, and Ted fell off his seat. Are you all right, sir? Storm said as she came over to pick him up off the floor. After Loving You, yet another Elvis song played on the jukebox, and it seemed to make things that much worse for Ted. He didn't respond to Storm's question. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet, which didn't seem to bulge as much as it had before he arrived at Parks. He pulled out a creased $20 note and held it out for Storm to take. More beer, please. But this time Storm just shook her head. She pointed to the wall clock. It's 1 a.m., sir. The bar's closed. It's time to go home. Or wherever you're staying at. At that moment, Vic and Jay noticed Ted on the floor and came over to help him up. Together, the three of them made their way to the front door. Ted had no idea how they got there, or who even drove, but as the three guys exited the station wagon, Ted realised that they were back at the Shady Oasis caravan park. They staggered towards the van that Vic and Jay shared. It had been raining heavily while they were at the pub, and the ground was soaking wet. The sky was dark, threatening to unload another downpour.
"See the way that barmaid looked at me?"
Vic said.
"Bulldust. It's me she's after. I'm going to give her a chunk of burning love," Jay said.
"Sounds like you're planning to give her an inflamed urethra," Ted said.
"If she's lucky. If it's burning, maybe you've gonorrhea or something," Vic asked.
The conversation was going somewhere Ted didn't intend to be, so he waved goodnight and headed towards his deluxe van. "Good night, guys." Ted staggered away towards his van. He repeated to himself the words that Vera had said. However, because of the amount of alcohol he had drunk, he slurred his words. "Get some good stories and we'll talk." "Ha! What good stories are out here in this place?" It was then that Ted stopped. He hadn't walked to where his caravan was. Ted was somewhere else in the park. He stared, transfixed, as he looked at what was before him. It was the magical mystery van he had seen yesterday. There was a light on inside. Ted rushed over to the van and banged on the door. "Hey, you in there!" he shouted. There was no response, so Ted banged on the door and yelled louder. "Open up! I want to talk to you!" Ringo, the old hippie, complete with a ponytail, opened the door. He held a baseball bat and appeared ready to use it. "Who the hell are you?" Ringo demanded. Ted slurred his words. I'm Ted Sherlock. I'm Ted Sherlock. I'm Ted Sherlock. I'm Ted." Ted offered his hand, ready to shake, but Ringo didn't accept it. "You Elvis fans are all the same. A bunch of drunks that come here once a year to get blotto on the booze and make a mess of everything. Beat it." "Me? An Elvis fan?" Ted couldn't believe what he had heard. He paced from one side to another. "I absolutely hate Elvis. I hate him so much he makes me want to puke," Ted said. Ringo smiled. "Really?" he asked. It was then that the contents of Ted's stomach decided that they no longer liked being there and they wanted out. Unfortunately for Ted, they wanted to leave now, via the upstairs door. Ted tried to stop it, but he couldn't. He threw up over the top of one of Ringo's garden gnomes. As Ted wiped the vomit from his mouth, he pointed at the spew that was on the gnome and ground. "See? I told you that Elvis makes me sick. If I could stop this stupid Elvis festival and get out of parks and go back to Sydney, I would." Ringo listened to this intently, lit a joint, and then took a puff. "You'd like to stop the Elvis festival? In that case, come on in, friend."
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 11. Brownies on a Yellow Submarine Plate. Ted sat in Ringo's caravan annex and stared at the walls. Every conceivable area of wall space had Beatles memorabilia on it. There were posters, albums, wall clocks, artworks, spoons, everything you could think of. Ringo gave Ted a cup of his special herbal tea that he had just made and served it in a Beatles mug. Ringo also served up a plate of brownies on a yellow submarine plate. At first, Ted didn't think he would be able to eat anything so soon after being sick, but the tea seemed to settle his stomach and the brownies were so tasty. He had 2, or maybe 3, in quick succession before he knew it. The dark clouds that had been threatening earlier on finally let loose. Heavy rain fell on the roof as Ringo sat opposite Ted, took another drag of his joint, and gazed at it lovingly. "Good stuff, this one. Sure you don't want some?" Ted felt reluctant to say no to such a hospitable host. What damage could one little puff do, thought Ted. He reached out and took the doobie from Ringo and sucked it as hard as he could, which was a mistake as Ted had never smoked before. He succumbed to a brief coughing fit before he handed the joint back to Ringo. That's smooth," Ted coughed. He tried to regain his composure. He looked around at the Beatles collection that surrounded him and Ringo. "So I take it from your decorating you like the Backstreet Boys?" Ringo looked confused. "Where'd you get that idea?" Ringo asked. "Aren't those guys there on the wall the Backstreet Boys? Or are they the Bay City Rollers? I always get confused because they look and dress so alike," Ted replied, as he tried to hide his mischievous grin. Ted saw the astonishment on Ringo's face, and then, when he couldn't hold it any longer, Ted burst into laughter. "Don't worry, buddy, I'm messing with you. I can tell you really like the Beatles." "Like 'em? I love them," Ringo replied. "A while ago I said that we should have a Beatles festival." "Bit late now, though, aren't you?" "Yeah, but it was my idea. Wait, was it? Yeah, we had a meeting and I told them that we should organise a Beatles festival. Wait, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, the Beatles. The next week after that, there's a big story on the front page of the local newspaper saying that a committee has been organised and that an Elvis festival is going ahead. And I'm like, what happened to the Beatles festival?" "Why Elvis, though?" "'Cause Bill and Carol, or is it Ted and Ellis? What was I talking about again? Oh yeah, the founders of this stupid festival are so in love with Elvis. He's a has-been compared to the Backstreet Boys? Precisely. Wait, no, not the Backstreet Boys, the Bay City Rollers," Ted said, cutting him off yet again. Ringo giggled. "Maybe it was the Bee Gees," Ted suggested. "You see, the thing is, Elvis couldn't even write the lyrics to Yellow Submarine if he tried, and I don't think he did, 'cause he had this thing for blue. Blue Christmas, blue suede shoes, blue moon, blue Kentucky moon, blue river, moody blue, blue eyes crying in the rain, blue Hawaii, something blue, I've been blue. If he did write a song about a submarine, he would have called it Blue Submarine. And you know what Elvis did?" Ted shook his head, surprised by Ringo's vast knowledge of Elvis songs. The sound of the rain on the roof had eased up by now, but Ringo's rant continued. "He knocked on the Beatles. He told them into the FBI or CIA or whatever. Told them they were on drugs. Totally grassed on them. Elvis was a snitch, big time. He tried to destroy the Beatles, and that's where I reckon Yoko Ono got the idea. That's why I hate Elvis." Ted noticed a folded banner in a corner of the room. "What's that?" he asked. Ringo got up and unfurled the banner. It read, "Elvis sucks, vote for a Beatles festival." He pointed to a stack of posters that lay face down on the floor. "And I got these posters ready to hang up tomorrow." Ted looked at some of them. "Beatles are better. Elvis festival a failure. Council funds misappropriated by Elvis committee." "You really hate the Elvis festival, don't you?" Ted asked. "Elvis is American culture, Daddy-O. We have enough of that already with McDonald's, KFC and Subway. We should have our own culture like—" The cuckoo clock on the wall ticked over to 3 a.m., and instead of a cuckoo, a miniature of the Beatles band stuck out and a Beatles tune 8 days a week played. Ted yawned and then stretched. The rain had stopped completely now. "Suppose I better get going and go to bed, get some sleep. Thanks for the tea and brownies." "See you around, Daddy-O," Ringo said as he waved goodnight to Ted. Ted still had a slight stagger as he wandered away from Ringo's van. It took a while for him to reorient himself and get a bearing on where his caravan was. As he made his way towards it, he felt the need to urinate. He looked around. The dark clouds covered the moon, and he couldn't see anyone, so no one could see him. What would it matter if he had a pee on the lawn? Besides, the rain would probably wash it away anyway. Ted began to wee, and as he did, the dark clouds that had been covering the moon rolled on by, and Ted saw 3 Elvis impersonators and a woman dressed as Priscilla Presley in the dim light. One of the Elvis guys was huge, another was medium-sized, and the other was smallish. They looked like they were having some sort of argument. The medium-sized Elvis pushed the smaller Elvis, who shoved back real hard, pointed to Priscilla and shouted at him, "She's mine! Get your mitts off her!" But the medium-sized Elvis was done with arguing or pushing and shoving. Instead, he pulled out a gun and bang! The chest of the small Elvis burst open and blood splattered everywhere. He dropped to the ground, knocking over a pot plant. The medium-sized Elvis stood over him and fired again from point blank at his head. Bang! Blood exploded from the head of the small Elvis, blasting his wig apart. "Shit!" said Ted, who couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. "Who's there?" said the medium-sized Elvis as he swung his arm around and pointed the pistol in Ted's direction. Ted ran and dived behind some plants for cover, but unfortunately for Ted, he didn't realize that they were rose bushes. "Ow! Ow! Ow!" Ted yelped in pain as he pulled thorns out of his arms. "Who's there? Come out!" the medium-sized Elvis said. Ted got up and sprinted away. The medium-sized Elvis pointed his gun at Ted, but due to still being affected by alcohol, Ted couldn't run in a straight line and was weaving this way and that. He couldn't get a clear shot at Ted. Meanwhile, on a street not far away, an old car was being driven, and bang! It backfired. But when Ted heard it, he thought he was being shot at. "Shit!" he said to himself as he instinctively ducked and ran faster. People in other caravans had heard the commotion as well. Lights began to be turned on. Ted glanced backwards for a moment to see if he was safe, and wham! Ted ran straight into a tree. He fell heavily to the ground and felt a pain in his buttock where his mobile phone was in his back pocket. Ted rolled over in pain. He held his now bloody nose. His vision was blurred from the tears in his eyes. He pulled his phone out. It was broken. Damn! Ted got up and fled like a racehorse fleeing a glue factory. The medium-sized Elvis watched Ted's retreating figure. "Forget him," he said before he pointed to the small Elvis on the ground. "Get him in the boot of the car and let's get out of here," he commanded. Priscilla opened up the boot while the medium-sized and huge Elvis picked up the small Elvis and dumped him in the back of the car, then closed the boot. They, too, saw the lights of other caravans turn on, so they rushed to get in the car and then drove off in a hurry. Almost out of breath, Ted hid in the bushes. A nearby bedroom light turned on. "Who's out there?" a female voice asked from her bedroom. "Shh!" Ted said. "Who is it? Show yourself or I'll call the police." "Shh! Shut up or you'll get us both killed." It was then Ted heard an ominous click and felt the cold, hard steel of a shotgun barrel nudge against the back of his head. Ted instinctively screamed like a little girl, then raised his hands to surrender. At the other end of the gun barrel stood Gunther. He had exited his van when he heard his daughter talking to Ted as he hid in the shrubs. Gunther looked pretty pissed off, and that certainly didn't improve when he glanced down to see Ted's zipper open, his boxer shorts on display, as well as something else Gunther wished he hadn't have seen. "You are one sick puppy," Gunther said. "Put it away." Ted put his monkey back into its cage and zipped it up. "You've got to help me," Ted said. "Get inside and keep your hands up where I can see them," Gunther growled to Ted as he gestured to the manager's cabin. Gunther marched Ted with his hands still raised to the front door of the manager's cabin. As Ted opened the door, Mary Poppins, A cute, fluffy little Pomeranian dog jumped up to try and lick his face. Ted fended her off and pushed her away. She raced outside into the darkness to relieve herself. Sky and Storm were inside, scared but ready to defend themselves with a cricket and a baseball bat. But once they saw it was Ted, they realized he presented no danger. "Oh, it's just you," Sky said. "What were you doing prowling around outside my daughter's bedroom with your pants down?" Gunther asked. "I didn't have them down," Ted said. "You had your old fella out, you sick prick." "I was peeing. How else can I pee if I don't get it out?" "You could tie a knot in it and wait until you got to the toilet, you filthy animal." "Okay, fair enough. I should have used a toilet. Listen, just give me your phone for a minute. I need to call the cops. I just saw an Elvis shoot another Elvis dead." "What?" asked Gunther, unsure if he had heard Ted correctly. Ted lunged at Gunther's phone, but Gunther kept him at bay. "Give me your phone," Ted demanded. "Say please," Gunther said. "Please, give me a lend of your phone," Ted asked. "No," Gunther said as he put the loudspeaker on and dialed 000. "I need that phone. I need to call the police," Ted insisted. Gunther stared at Ted in amazement as someone answered his call. 000 emergency response. Ambulance, fire or police? "Police!" Ted and Gunther both said loudly in unison. Gunther's mouth dropped open. Why was Ted asking for the police when it was as plain as day that he would be getting arrested for being a peeping Tom and making a disturbance? "Where's Mary Poppins?" Storm asked as she lowered her baseball bat and scanned the room for her cute little Pomeranian dog. "You mean that little dog?" Ted asked. "Yes. Where is she?" "She went that way," Ted said as he pointed to the open front door. Storm rolled her eyes. "Thanks a lot," Storm said as she raced out the door. "I think she was being sarcastic," Sky said. "I think you might be right," Ted agreed. By this time Mary Poppins had relieved herself and, following her keen sense of smell, had found a pool of blood on the ground next to where the dead Elvis had lain only a few minutes before. Mary Poppins sniffed it, then eagerly licked at the blood. Thunder boomed, lightning flashed, and it began to rain heavily.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 12. A country cop wearing an Elvis jumpsuit and wig. Ted stared in disbelief at Police Officer Darrell Bush, a man in his 50s, who claimed to be a seasoned country cop, even though he sat opposite Ted wearing an Elvis jumpsuit and wig. "I'm the one who asked the questions, not you," said Officer Bush. He seemed to be annoyed to even be there talking to Ted. Ted got the feeling that he would much rather be somewhere else. "But why are you dressed like that? And if you're a cop, where's your police uniform? How do I even know you're a cop?" Ted asked him. Officer Bush's face reddened a tinge more. "We've already been over this before. I showed you my police badge. Do you want to see it again?" "No, I do not. They can be faked. But a police uniform can't be faked so easily." Officer Bush breathed out heavily and looked at the ceiling. "Can you guys tell him who I am?" Officer Bush asked Gunther and his daughters, Sky and Storm, who were watching the interview. "He's legit," Sky said. "And I can't wait to see him throw you in jail, you filthy perv," Gunther added. "Oh, for the love of God, I was having a pee," Ted said. "And do you normally do this on people's lawns in full view of everyone?" asked Officer Bush. "No, I do not. It was dark. I couldn't see anyone, so I thought it was safe and no one would be able to see me." "Yet you just said a few minutes ago that you could see 3 Elvis impersonators. So which of your stories is correct? Was it too dark to see anyone? or you could see someone. We've already been over this so many times. I had a bit too much to drink. It was too dark to see anyone when I started peeing, and just as I finished, the clouds cleared, and I could see these 3 guys and a Priscilla in the moonlight. At that moment, Police Officer Jenny Kine, drenched, soaking wet, and dressed like Priscilla Presley, entered with Mary Poppins, Storm's missing dog, in her arms. Mary Poppins' fur was sopping wet. Ted rolled his eyes. He couldn't believe that she had been out looking for the dog instead of looking at the crime scene or trying to find the culprits. "Oh, my goodness, it's bucketing down out there. Is this her?" Officer Kine asked. "That's her. That's my Mary Poppins," Storm said as she rushed over to take her from Officer Kine's arms. "Oh, thanks so much for finding her." Storm held Mary Poppins up to her face and made kissy faces at her, who licked Storm's lips in return. As soon as she saw Ted, Mary Poppins tried to break free from Storm to lick him as well. Ted's germaphobe fears rose to the surface like a fart in a bathtub, and this repulsed him. Seeing Mary Poppins lick Storm's lips had made him feel like throwing up, and he wondered how bad those brownies would be coming back up. Vomiting twice in one night would not be a good thing. That hadn't happened since he was in university. In fact, there was one time he had thrown up 4 times during the one night and was sure he was going to die. But despite the alcohol level currently circulating in his bloodstream, Ted knew that was in the past, and he had to get his head in the game and concentrate on the here and now. "Let Mummy Wummy go get a towel to dry my good little girl off," Storm said to her dog, Mary Poppins, as she exited the room with her, while her little dog valiantly tried to break free to get to Ted. "Anything else?" Officer Bush asked Officer Kine. She shook her head, so Officer Bush turned his attention back to Ted. "So, please describe what you saw again." Ted was red-faced and exasperated by now. "But I've been telling you what I saw for the past half hour." "Once again, please, sir," asked Officer Bush. Ted sighed. "Okay. There were 3 guys dressed like Elvis. They started arguing over Priscilla." "Presley?" Officer Bush asked to clarify. "Well, obviously not the real one, but yeah. They were dressed like Elvis Presley. Then all of a sudden one Elvis pulls a gun and blasts one of the other Elvis guys, the little one, away." Officer Bush looked over to Officer Kine, who blinked her eyes in astonishment. "There's no body or blood at the site he mentioned," Officer Kine said, unaware that Mary Poppins had licked up what little blood there was that hadn't washed away with the heavy rain. "Here, I even took photos," Officer Kine said, as she showed a photo of where Ted said he saw the murder take place. Ted peered at the image. What was going on? He thought to himself. He was sure he had seen a murder. But where was the body or the evidence? "There was only a broken pot plant at the scene," Officer Kine said. Gunther gestured to be shown the photo, and when Officer Kine showed it to him, he pointed at Ted. "I'll be charging you replacement costs for that pot plant. That's willful damage of property, that is. Are you going to charge him or what?" "Dad, that's not even your pot plant," Sky argued with him. "Doesn't matter. I want him charged and—" "Calm down a minute, Gunther. Let me handle this," Officer Bush said. Storm re-entered the room carrying Mary Poppins, who was wrapped in a towel, and upon seeing Ted, she once again struggled to get free to get to him. Officer Bush turned his attention back to Ted. "Have you had any alcoholic drinks tonight, sir?" "What's that got to do with anything?" Ted asked. "I can smell alcohol in your breath, and it doesn't smell like a faint trace, so just answer the question, please, sir." "I may have had 1 or 2, Ted answered. "I served him 8 beers. Who knows how many he had before my shift started," Storm said. "Who are you, and what are you doing here anyway?" Ted asked. Storm crossed her arms defensively.
My name's Storm, and I've got more right to be here than you do. I live here." "Storm's my eldest daughter. Not that it's any of your business, weirdo," Gunter added. "8 drinks is a little bit different than 1 or 2, isn't it, sir?" Officer Bush said. "And who knows how many others he may have had after he left the pub," Storm added. "That's beside the point. Look, just go out there and you'll see there's a dead Elvis lying on the ground," Ted argued. Officer Kine shook her head. "I just showed you the photos." "Well, photos can be faked. Everyone knows that. Why don't you ask some of the others in the caravan park? They must have seen or heard something." "I did. Several residents heard a man scream, and when they looked out their windows, they saw a man, fitting your description, running along the lane, screaming like a little girl and jumping into shrubs." "He does sound like a little girl when he screams," added Gunter. Ted could see that this was going nowhere fast. The more time they wasted here, the less chance the police had of capturing the killer. Even Ted, who hardly ever watched CSI or other crime procedural shows, knew this. "I know. Ask Ringo. I was at his van," Ted offered. "He must have heard something besides me screaming." "Did you say Ringo? As in Ringo McLennan?" Officer Bush asked. "Yeah, I had a cuppa with him." "Was it one of his herbal teas?" Ted nodded. "That and some chocolate brownies that he had made." Officer Bush and Officer Kine exchanged a knowing look. Even Ted noticed this. What's with all the raised eyebrows and nodding?" Ted asked. "How to put this gently?" Officer Bush said before pointing a finger at his forehead and twirling it in a circular motion. "You see, Ringo's got a few roos loose in the top paddock, if you know what I mean." Ted didn't like where this was going. "He likes having a herbal brew, bakes hash cookies, and smokes illegal substances that sometimes impair his thinking," Officer Bush said, using air quotes for herbal. "What are you saying?" Ted asked. Hunter interjected before Officer Bush could reply. "What he's been saying is you've been on the piss. You probably smoked weed, ate hash brownies, and drank some druggy tea filled with magic mushrooms, all supplied by the town's biggest dropkick, Ringo McLennan. You've been hallucinating, you weird sex freak." "What?" asked Ted. "Normally we'd consider pressing charges for wasting police time and resources, but since this is your first offence—" "First offence?" queried Ted. "And seeing that you're new in town, we'll let you off with a warning this time. After all, it is the Elvis Festival." "But what about the pot plant he broke? Or waking everybody up and hanging around outside my daughter's window with his old fella hanging out?" "I think we've established that he was most likely urinating on some lawn. Disgusting as that is, given that it's the Elvis Festival, I'm inclined to let him off with a warning. But what about..." Officer Bush snapped. "And what about that firearm you have, Gunter? Is it registered?" Gunter looked down at the floor, like a guilty puppy after it had been scolded. "It might have been a while ago," he confessed. "How long ago, and to who?" Officer Bush questioned him. Well, the thing is, you know how I've never been very good with paperwork, and you know when you get busy, you sort of overlook some things." "How long do you think you might have overlooked things?" Officer Bush asked. "Maybe 1 or 2. "Are we talking years or months?" asked Officer Bush. "Decades, maybe," Gunter replied truthfully. Officer Bush rubbed his forehead as if he had suddenly developed a migraine. He really wanted to finish his shift and go to bed, but these two idiots weren't helping. "You're going to charge him, though, aren't you?" Gunter asked as he shot Ted a dirty look. "Do you have any idea how long it will take me to process the paperwork,
to charge you for having an unregistered firearm and this idiot for disturbing the peace?" Officer Bush asked. "But some guy got killed out there," Ted said, alarmed that no one was taking him seriously. Officer Bush turned to Ted. "Take my advice, young fella. Quit while you're ahead, unless you want to spend the night in the lockup. Now, go get some sleep, and things will seem better when you wake up. Oh, and one more thing. Keep off the grog, you booze hound." Ted was speechless. How is this happening? He thought. Officer Bush gestured for Gunther to hand his shotgun over, which he did begrudgingly. "Do you have any other unregistered firearms or illegal fireworks that you need to hand in?" Gunther shook his head. "Good. What I'm going to write in my report is that this unregistered firearm was anonymously handed in at the police station by a concerned resident. It will be held in our secure storeroom until it can be destroyed." "Will I get any money for it? You know, from the gun buyback?" Gunther asked. "It may have escaped your notice, Gunther, but the gun buyback was over a decade ago, you idiot. You could go to prison for 5 years for having an unregistered firearm." Officer Bush sighed. "Mayor Mawito is very passionate about the Elvis Festival. So like I said a moment ago, because it's Elvis Festival, and in an effort to foster harmony, I'm prepared to let this little slip-up slide under the radar, so to speak, and that way you can avoid getting a fine or going to prison. Understand?" Gunther nodded. "Good. Now shut the hell up and quit while you're ahead. Got it?" Gunther grunted, then shot a venomous look at Ted. "I knew you were trouble the moment I first laid eyes on you," Gunther said. "Coming in here with your wet clothes, wrecking my screen door, and making bookings under women's names." "I didn't make the booking. Work did," Ted replied, feeling a need to defend himself. Officer Bush had had enough of all this rubbish. It was then that his radio crackled to life. "Floodwaters have cut off the Newell Highway. Assistance required at..." Officer Bush stood, happy to have a reason to leave. "Good night, all," Officer Bush said as he exited, carrying Gunther's shotgun, followed by Officer Kine, but not before she also gave Ted some words of wisdom. "Don't do drugs, Daddy-O," Officer Kine said, trying her best to imitate Ringo's voice. "But Ted didn't finish his sentence. He knew it wouldn't make any difference even if he did. Without a body, they were never going to believe him. He watched as the 2 police officers exited the room. That was when he felt Gunther's eyes upon him. He turned to see Gunther glaring at him. "You just cost me my shotgun," Gunther said to Ted. "That's $200 you owe me." "It's not my fault you didn't have the stupid thing registered," Ted countered. Gunther's lip curled like a lion that was getting ready to snarl. "Get out of here," Gunther ordered Ted. "I want to get some sleep before I have to start work. Go!" Ted walked towards the door to exit. Her curiosity piqued. Skye watched Ted as he exited the room, followed by her dad, who then went in the direction of the 2 police officers. Skye went to the window to keep an eye on Ted. She couldn't quite tell if he was still drug-affected and had had delusional thoughts or if he was telling the truth. He seemed genuine, but then again, most people with delusional thoughts genuinely believe what they had seen or heard was real. Ted hadn't gone back to his cabin. Instead, he headed off in the direction of where he said the murder took place. There was no doubt about it. This guy could be trouble. Or he could be in trouble. If not now, soon. Skye had made up her mind there and then. She was going to follow and stick close to him. After all, she had seen quite a few episodes of Miss Fisher's Modern Murder Mysteries on TV. Surely she could work this out. Ted exited the manager's office in disbelief and went to where the crime scene took place. But apart from the broken pot plant, there was nothing else to see. No body, no blood. What the hell was going on? Ted thought. There was only one way to find out. Ted returned and waited in the dark shadows near the smelly, overflowing bins outside the manager's residence. The pong of the bins was overpowering, but Ted had spent many hours working with Vic in the height of summer when Vic sweated a lot. Compared to that, the stench from the bins was bearable. One of the curtains to the manager's office was open a crack, and Ted peered in through that window. He could see Storm holding Mary Poppins up to her face, and the little dog valiantly trying to lick Storm's nose. Ted shuddered at the thought. Ted looked this way and that. He could see Gunter arguing with Officer Bush and Kine. Although he couldn't hear them, Ted figured Gunter was probably arguing about the blasted pot plant, about why they hadn't charged Ted with anything, or trying to get his gun back. In any case, Gunter appeared to be losing his argument or giving up. Skye was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps she had got bored and gone back to bed. Ted was a patient man, and he would wait this one out no matter how long it took. Ted thought he heard a branch snap, and he looked around. He couldn't see anything, probably just a possum or something. He remembered Vic saying it was a possum that he had seen when they drove into the caravan park. But then again, what did Vic know? If Ted had been asked the final $1 million question on the TV show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and needed to use his last lifeline, he felt he'd have a better chance of winning by calling a random stranger instead of Vic. A chilling thought hit Ted harder than a drunk driver hitting a giveaway sign. OMG! What if Vic was wrong and it wasn't a possum they had seen earlier, but an actual rat? OMG! That thing was huge! Ted looked at where he was standing, right next to the overflowing bins with plenty of food scraps. Rats loved bins, and Ted currently stood in their path. What if a rat bit him? Eek! Ted quickly moved away from the bins and rushed over to some dark bushes nearby. It definitely smelled a lot better over here. Almost like some sort of blossom he had smelt somewhere before. Ted thought, I must learn the name of this plant later on and see if I can arrange to get some flowers sent to Monica. That may help. The door to the manager's residence opened, and Officer Kine exited, followed by Officer Bush, who had Gunter's gun. After he had put it into the back of a vehicle, Ted knew that this was his now or never moment. Ted could feel his heart pound harder and faster. Maybe this is how Farlap's heart must have felt when it won the Melbourne Cup. He didn't know if he had the guts to do it or not, but now was the time. He opened a recording app on his phone, and then Ted stepped out from the dark shadows and into the light. "You're not really the police, are you?" he asked. "Not again," groaned Officer Bush. "What do I have to do to convince you? Arrest you? If you were the real police, you'd be in a marked police car and in a uniform, and not dressed like Elvis and Priscilla Presley. And if you had reported a murder, there would be a bloody body. So I guess that makes it even, doesn't it?" Officer Bush raged. That caught Ted off guard. "How do I know that you're not in on it somehow?" Suddenly, blue lights flashed on top of the vehicle. Officer Kind had turned them on. "How's that?" she asked. "Does that satisfy you?" Officer Bush asked. "Or do you want the siren as well? Whoop, whoop, whoop." Officer Kind had already pressed the button before Ted had time to answer. "Oh," said Ted. "Sorry, it's just weird you showing up dressed like that and all." Officer Bush sighed. "I'm not at liberty to divulge anything to you, but there are a significant amount of police operations going on at this time, including possible flood evacuations to lower lying areas. So our resources are stretched to the limit. Hence why we showed up looking like this. Any other questions? Or would you like me to arrest you for wasting police time?" Ted stood there with his mouth open. He was speechless. "No, sorry for not believing you, and sorry for, Good night, sir. Like I said, my advice to you is to sleep it off. Officer Bush entered the car, and Ted watched as they drove away. Ted tried to think about what had happened. He couldn't understand what he had seen and heard, and why no one believed anything that he had said. A voice from the dark shadows behind him spoke. "So you like lurking around in the dark and looking into other people's windows, just like a sex pervert would?" "Ah!" cried Ted. The figure stepped out of the shadows, and he instantly recognized who it was. It was Sky. "Oh, you scared the bejesus out of me," Ted said. "You didn't answer my question," Sky said. "You saw that? Me looking in through the window?" "Yes, of course I saw that. I also saw you go back and look at the broken pot plant before you went to the bin and started perving on either my younger sister or my old man. I haven't quite worked out which one yet, but in either case, you are one sick puppy." "I wasn't perving. I was looking for clues, trying to see if I could hear or find something to back me up. I'm not crazy. I swear I'm not. I know what I saw. His body was just up there. I swear it was," Ted said. Sky remained silent for a moment and considered this. She held up her phone. "You know, I could just call the police and show them the footage I took of you skulking around and looking into our window." "Yeah, maybe, but that wouldn't change my answer. Something happened over there. Someone was shot, and no one seems to care. I want to know what happened." Sky lowered her phone and stepped in closer to Ted. "I don't know why, but for some crazy reason I believe you. Maybe we could work together to solve this." Ted nodded, then sniffed. "That smell." "What smell?" Ted leaned in close to Sky and inhaled through his nose. "Your perfume. I smelt it over there. There's a bush over there that smells just the same." "That wasn't the bush, you idiot. That was me. I was watching you, and I stepped on a branch and you heard me. So I went to the darkest spot I could see. The next thing I know is that you're coming over to hide in the same bush I was. You were right beside me." "Oh, sorry," Ted said as he considered her reply. "Nice perfume, by the way. What is it?" "Red Door by Elizabeth Arden." "So, what now? Any ideas?" "Maybe Ringo heard something," Ted suggested. "Come on, I need a witness, and you're it." "Why me?" "'Cause your dad's got it in for me, and so has your sister." Ted paused momentarily. He still couldn't get rid of the image of her little dog, Mary Poppins, licking her lips. It grossed him out. But even he was bright enough to figure out that talking about it wouldn't get him any closer to helping solve his problem. "What makes you say that about Storm?" "Just a feeling. Now, are you coming with me or not?" he asked Sky. Sky had to admit that it wasn't hard to get on the wrong side of either her father or her sister. Okay, I'll come. But just make it quick. I want to get back to sleep too. I'm not a bloody owl." "Hey, do you know anyone who can fix a mobile phone? My screen is cracked," Ted said as he showed Sky his damaged phone. "Fat Phones is probably the best place to get any repairs done, but they won't be open at this time of the morning." "Fat Phones?" Ted questioned Sky as he made a physical gesture to imply being overweight. "It's not spelled F-A-T. It's spelled P-H-A-T. That's the surname of the guy who owns it. Tony's a great guy." "Oh, that makes sense," Ted said. "Can I get his address off you later?" "Sure," Sky said as they continued to make their way over to Ringo's caravan. Ted knocked on the door to Ringo's solid wall annex. Ringo opened up the door. He looked worse for wear, and he was still smoking weed. "Hey, Daddy-O, you got the munchies too, or did you come back for some more of my special tea?" Ringo pointed to the large-screen TV that was on with the volume turned up loud.
"Oh, do you want to watch some TV commercials with me? They get really weird at this time of the morning, especially after having some of my brownies. Want some more?" Ted shook his head. He certainly didn't, no matter how tasty they were. "After I left here, did you hear anything?" Ted asked Ringo. "You mean like you screaming like a little girl?" "Yes, but not that. Before that. Did you hear anything before I screamed? Something loud, like a gunshot?" "Oh, you mean Bert's car backfiring? Bang!" Ringo said loudly. "Yeah, Bert's car is an old bomb. We've all just gotten used to it making a racket each morning. I usually sleep right through it," Sky added. No, it wasn't a car," Ted explained. "It was an Elvis impersonator shooting dead another one." "Whoa! I wish it was true, Daddy-O. We need to start a cull on them. Otherwise, they'll take over the world at the rate they multiply. Worse than the bloody Roos, they are." "Ringo, listen to me. The police don't believe me. They don't think anything happened." "A cover-up?" Ringo asked. "Or incompetence, one or the other," Ted suggested. "Wow, a big cover-up. Whoa! Do you know how much money the Elvis Festival brings into this town?" Ringo asked Ted. "Listen, guys, this is all sounding crazy. Why don't we all go back to bed and get some sleep?" Sky suggested. "I'm sure that there's a logical explanation for what Ted thought he saw and heard. Maybe if we all just got some sleep." Ringo's face lit up as he grinned and rubbed his hands together. "I'm willing if you are, cheeky babe." "No, not with me. I meant let's all go to our separate beds and sleep alone," Sky clarified. "Oh, it was worth a try," Ringo said. It was then that a news update came on the TV. The lead item was the town of Parks. They all stopped to look at the TV as a reporter announced, "And in breaking news, over 200 millimetres of rain have fallen in the Central West region. As a safety measure, thousands of megalitres of water are being released from the Baron Jack Dam. This has resulted in flooding in several towns downstream, including Parks, being cut off and totally isolated with no way in or out via road." Ted looked to Sky. "I'm too busy to sleep. I've got a story." Ted sprinted away from Ringo's van and over to the one Jay and Vic were sleeping in. He banged on the van loud enough to wake anyone who wasn't comatose. "Wake up, guys! Wake up!" Ted yelled. Jay wiped the sleep from his eyes as he opened the door. "What is it? Do you have any idea what time it is?" "We've got a story. A big story!" Ted exclaimed. "It's 6 a.m. Can't it wait?" "No! Get up, get ready, and get Sleeping Beauty up as well." Vic was still snoring. Jay kicked Vic's feet. "Wakey, wakey, hands off Snakey," Jay said. "Huh?" said Vic, as he left dreamland and returned to the land of the living.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 13. Is killing a cockroach easier or harder than killing an Elvis impersonator? Ted had spruced himself up the best he could in the 10-minute time limit he had given his colleagues. Vic yawned, then held the boom microphone above Ted's head while Jay held the camera. "So what am I supposed to film?" Jay asked. "Me. I'm the story," Ted replied. "I don't think this is a good idea," Sky said. Even though she wanted to go back to sleep, Ted was like a runaway toddler after a sugar hit. He needed to be supervised. "But it's the truth, the painful truth, and it has to be told." "Do I have speed?" Ted asked Vic. "Rolling," Vic replied. "Cue on me, and action. This morning I was the sole witness to a murder that occurred here in the picturesque town of Parks. The quiet town was disrupted when 3 shots rang out early this morning. In order to try and escape capture and being brought to trial, the killer then attempted to shoot and kill me. Independent witnesses, including Sky McLeod, who is with me now, heard the sound of the gunfire. Ted beckoned Sky to come and stand close to him. Equally surprised and horrified by having her name mentioned, she shook her head, unwilling to participate in the shambolic interview, but before she could move away, Ted grabbed her arm and pulled her into the shot. "Sky McLeod, can you describe what you heard this morning?" "I heard 3 loud bangs." "Which was when?" "Bert Langley's old bomb of a car backfired." We'll cut that out later in editing. "As I was walking back to my accommodation, 3 Elvis impersonators were arguing when one pulled a gun and shot down one of the other Elvis impersonators. He fired 2 bullets at point-blank range. The murderer then pointed the gun at me and fired multiple times while I took evasive action." Vic muttered under his breath, "Which probably means he ran away like a little girl." "Okay, cut there," Ted said. "Now I want some shots of the bloodstains on the concrete." "What bloodstains?" Jay asked. "Over there. Look, just there," Ted said. Ted pointed to the lane where he saw the Elvis impersonator fall. The others looked in that direction but couldn't see what Ted wanted them to see. "It's a stain, but I don't think it's blood," Jay said. "Of course it doesn't look like it now. The rain's washed most of it away." "Ted, there were no gunshots. It was Bert's car backfiring. What do I have to do to prove that to you?" Sky asked. "I have to prove it to myself. You find me this Bert Langley, and if he tells me his car backfired 3 times this morning, then I'll stop." "Fine, let's go," Sky said begrudgingly. Ted sat in the passenger seat as Sky drove past the front of an old dilapidated house. There was an old red Toyota Ute parked in the driveway. "See, there's his old bomb out front. Satisfied?" "Not yet. Pull over, I want to talk to him." Sky parked on the side of the road. They got out of the car and approached the front door. Ted went to use the door knocker, but it fell off. He knocked instead. Bert, an old guy in a dressing robe, opened the door to see Sky standing next to Ted. "Hi, Bert. This is Ted. We were just wondering if you had trouble with your car backfiring this morning."
"No, love, I haven't been anywhere. I was too crook to go to work today. A bit of gastro. Sorry, lover, I've got to go to the dunny." Bert closed the front door, leaving Ted and Sky outside. "See, if his car wasn't on the road, then that means I heard gunshots, and what I saw was real," Ted said. It finally dawned on Sky that Ted has been telling the truth this whole time. The enormity of what happened hit her harder than doing a ballywhacker from a high diving board. "Oh my God, that means somebody really was killed. I'll call the police again and tell them you weren't hallucinating." "I've got to finish editing my story," Ted said. Ted's fingers danced across the keyboard and on his mouse like Fred Astaire would dance across the stage as he did some last-minute editing. Jay and Vic watched over his shoulder with interest. "I still don't understand. Why don't we just do a live cross?" Jay asked. "Because with a live stream, things can go wrong, like background noise, interference by people wanting to get their ugly mugs on TV, or when someone says the wrong thing, like when Sky mentioned Bert's car." Ted hit Control-Save with a flourish that would have befitted someone finishing a handwritten novel with pen and quill. "And it's done and saved," he said. Ted looked at the finished product and smiled. "Who says I can't do investigative journalism?" Neither Jay nor Vic replied. Vic looked weary-eyed, and he glanced at Ted's bed, no doubt hoping that Ted would allow him to go back to bed. Ted pressed send, and there was a satisfying swoosh sound as the email went on its way quicker than a debt collector chasing an overdue credit card account. "Now, let's get into town so I can get my phone repaired, and then let's get to a pub so we can watch the reactions of some locals when they see the clip." Jay already had the keys in his hand and nudged Vic. "Come on, let's get into the station wagon. I'll drive, you can ride shotgun," he said to Vic, and they exited Ted's van.
"I'll be there in a minute," Ted said as he searched for a better jacket to wear. Ted was happy. That is, until he saw a giant cockroach scuttle across the floor. Ted freaked out and rushed out of his van, screaming in a high pitch that Michael Jackson would have felt proud to hit. Ted locked his van with the giant cockroach inside, then raced over to Ringo's van as if he were being chased by a pack of hungry wolves. He stopped and knocked on the door. Ted's chest expanded in and out quickly as he caught his breath. Ringo opened the door and somehow looked even seedier than he had before. "You got any bug spray? I got a big nasty cockroach in my van," Ted asked. Beep beep, a car horn sounded. Ted looked over his shoulder to see Vic and Jay in the station wagon. Jay was in the driver's seat. He rolled down his window and tooted the horn again. Beep beep. "Come on, Ted, hurry up," Jay yelled. "You go, Daddy-O. I'll get that critter for you after I've had a little snooze." "Thanks, Ringo. Here's the key." Ted tossed Ringo the key to his cabin, then jumped in the car with the boys. Fat Phone's mobile repairs was easy enough for Ted to find, but to Ted's chagrin, the store owner, Tony, was dressed in a fat suit. And not just any fat suit. He was in an Elvis fat suit. "Really? Is the fat suit really necessary?" Ted asked. "It is when you're skinny like me," Tony replied. "I don't get it. I just don't get it," Ted said. "I mean, if you're nuts about Elvis, like everyone else in this town seems to be, why don't you just dress up as a normal-sized Elvis when he was young and healthy?" Ted asked. "Because my name is Tony Fat. Do you know what the kids at school used to call me? Fat Tony. Fat Tony. All my life I've been known as Fat Tony." "That sucks. It makes you sound like you're a mafia hitman or from The Godfather or something," Ted said. "I know, right? My wife said, why not make the most of my name during the Elvis Festival? Dress up, ham it up, play it up and get free publicity," Tony said. "More publicity means more business for Fat Phone Mobile Repairs. More business means more money. More money makes my wife happy. Happy wife means happy life. So that's what I do." Ted's eyebrows raised. "I suppose that makes sense," Ted said, in a twisted sort of way that makes everything that's weird somehow seem logical and make sense in parks. Ted reached in and took his phone from his pocket. "Can you replace the screen?" "Sure thing. Come back in half an hour and it'll be ready." "No worries," said Ted. "Do you also want a phone cover to try and protect it a bit more?" Tony asked. "I suppose. Just choose whatever you reckon fits it best." "Sure thing, boss. Hey, do you know what my favourite Elvis song is?" Tony asked. Having no idea what it could be, Ted shrugged his shoulders. Tony then proceeded to wobble his suit. He had a massive smile on his face as he moved the belly of his suit like an ocean wave. "Whole lot of shaking going on. Get it? Get it?" Ted had to laugh at Tony's enthusiasm. "But wasn't that a Jerry Lee Lewis song, though?" "Yeah, but Elvis covered it. That's why I do this," Tony said. He proceeded to do his wobble dance again, which reminded Ted of someone shaking a bowl of jelly. Ted grinned. "I'll see you in half an hour," he said as he went outside. Ted soon found Vic and Jay. Vic was stuffing his face with a hot dog smothered in mustard, and while most of the hot dog seemed to have made its way down Vic's gullet, most of the mustard seemed to have made its way onto Vic's beard, staining it to a colour that wasn't quite mustard, but certainly didn't look appealing. "You didn't fancy a hot dog, Jay?" Ted asked. Jay's eyes discreetly tracked from Ted to Vic, then back to Ted without Vic ever noticing. "Let's just say something put me off. So I went for a vegetable samosa instead." "Wise move," Ted replied. "My phone's going to be a little while. Which pub did you want to meet at?" The one with the cute barmaid," Jay and Vic replied in unison. "And what if she's got the morning off?" Ted asked, knowing quite well that Sky's sister Storm was the cute barmaid they were both talking about. "And what if she doesn't?" replied Vic. If there was one thing Ted loved about Vic, it was his unbridled optimism about things that would probably never happen. He was like a big kid who never learned the truth about Santa, and who was Ted to say he was wrong? There was nothing wrong in the way Vic thought at all. In fact, the world would probably be a much better place if more people thought like Vic. "Fine, I'll see you there in half an hour," Ted said. "Oh my God," Ted said in shock when Tony handed him back his repaired phone in a new protective case. "Is that the only cover you had?" "It's the best we have. The best, Ted. The best." That was debatable, Ted thought. But at least his phone was workable again, and he wasn't in the mood to argue with anyone else in town. Ted just wanted to pay Tony and head off to the pub to watch his broadcast on TV. As he made his way to the pub where Vic and Jay were, Ted's curiosity got the better of him, and he Googled how to kill cockroaches. Ted wondered if killing a cockroach was easier or harder than killing an Elvis impersonator or a TV reporter. Ted entered the pub and found Vic and Jay sitting at a table near the bar. There were 3 glasses of beer on the table.
"Teddy boy, we're glad you're here. We were afraid that you wouldn't show up and that we'd have to drink your beer before it got too warm."
"It's a bit early for drinking, don't you think?" Ted asked Vic.
"It's the Elvis Festival, Teddy boy. Come on, get in the spirit of things."
Ted shook his head.
"Okay, then. What about to celebrate your scoop? Just one little drink. What can one drink hurt?"
Ted rolled his eyes. "Okay, if it'll get you off my back. But after that, no more. Deal?"
"Deal,"
said Vic. Ted set his phone on the table, and each of them picked up their beer and clinked them together. "Cheers," they said in unison. As Ted took a sip of his beer, Vic and Jay stared silently at the protective case that Tony Fat had sold Ted.
"I thought you hated Elvis, Teddy boy."
"It was the only one they had in stock," Ted lied. "It looks cool," Jay said as he admired the gold-covered case with an Elvis image on it.
"We've got a prime location here,"
Vic said as he pointed to the nearby TV that was already tuned into "You Up Yet?" Ted discreetly nudged Jay. "You know that barmaid from last night?" "Yeah." "Her name's Storm," Ted said. "Cool name," Jay replied. "And she's Gunther's daughter." Jay opened his mouth as if to say, "Wow!" Then he looked at Ted with suspicion. "Are you telling me this to try to put me off her?" Jay asked Ted. "I'm just warning you," Ted replied. "Thanks, but it's not her dad I'm interested in." It wasn't long before Floyd came on air, and they turned the volume up to hear him. "And in breaking news, our very own reporter Ted Sherlock has witnessed the bizarre murder of an Elvis impersonator by another Elvis impersonator in Parks. With the town still cut off by floods—"
"Hey, you know what that means?"
Vic asked. Ted beamed from ear to ear as he proudly announced, "Yeah, it means that I've got a major scoop and I'm the only TV news reporter in town."
"True, Teddy boy, but it also means—"
Ted's phone rang, and he held up his hand to let Vic know to stop talking. Ted glanced at the caller ID. It was Vera. He answered his phone. "I can't be long, Ted," Vera said. "I've got great news. You've gone viral. Your piece has been picked up by news channels all around the world." "That's great," Ted said. "It's not great, Ted," Vera corrected him. "It's fan-freaking-tastic. Your value as a reporter has just tripled at least. Maybe more. Tripled. At least. And you want to know something else? If you get off your backside and do a few follow-up stories, you could quadruple or even get 10 times your current salary on your next contract." Ted's grin widened. He looked over to Vic.
"What is it, Ted?"
Vic asked. "You'll never guess," Ted replied.
Suspicion.
Chapter 14. Mayor Muto and his business associates. Cook Park was usually quiet, but today it was swamped with people as they crammed in to watch the final of the Elvis Buskers Award. Vic had purchased an Elvis hat from a pop-up stall and was wearing it as he, Jay and Ted watched some buskers perform. Not far away, Officer Bush stood in his police uniform. With him was Mayor Muto, a short man with a mustache, cheesy grin, and the looks of a used car salesman who had just sold you a lemon by upselling you to a car loan that provided a generous kickback to him. Mayor Muto's business associates, who were affectionately known as Breaker and Knuckles, were with him. If you were to judge a book by the cover, you'd probably judge that the type of business that Breaker and Knuckles had been involved in the past was perhaps illegal and run by biker groups. They were both massive and looked like they had been on the jungle juice as their steroid-enhanced biceps rippled under their shirts. "That's him over there," Officer Bush said as he pointed out Ted to Mayor Muto. Mayor Muto's fake smile reappeared as he walked towards Ted and held out his hand. "Good morning. I'm Mayor Muto. Pleased to meet you, Ted. Mind if I have a quiet word with you?" "Sure, I suppose I can give you a minute or two," Ted replied. Mayor Muto grabbed Ted by his elbow and led him away from Jay and Vic, who watched as Knuckles followed them. "Ted, I've always been a big fan of yours," Mayor Muto said. "You have?" Ted was genuinely impressed to meet a fan. Of course, but what I am concerned about is your latest TV report and the damage that any inaccuracies can have on—" "There were no inaccuracies in my latest report. I saw one Elvis impersonator kill another Elvis impersonator here in Parks," Ted corrected Mayor Muto. Mayor Muto put his hand up to signal for Ted to stop. "Okay, let me stop you right there. Straight away, there's an inaccuracy. These men and women who come here from different parts of Australia and, in fact, all over the world to compete at our officially sanctioned events aren't Elvis impersonators. They prefer to be called Elvis tribute artists, or ETAs. Elvis impersonator, Elvis tribute artist, you say potato, I say potato," Ted said. "It doesn't matter what you call them. I know what I saw." "But what if it wasn't a potato you saw, but rather a tomato?" Mayor Muto asked Ted. "What the hell are you getting at?" "What I'm saying is that there's no body. No one has reported anyone missing, and no clues were found at the so-called crime scene. No deceased, and no evidence of any crime whatsoever. How do we know that anything has even occurred? It's a bit like if a tree falls in the middle of the forest and no one is there to see it fall. Did it really fall? Did it really happen? With all due respect, Mayor Muto, that's where this case is different. I was in the forest, so to speak, and the tree that fell wasn't a tree. It was what you would call an Elvis tribute artist. He didn't fall because he was old, had been riddled with termites, or because the wind blew him over. He fell because he was shot dead. Here, in your town." Mayor Muto stepped in close to Ted, almost within kissing distance, and sniffed noticeably. Ted had no idea what he was playing at. "Is that alcohol I can still smell on your breath, Ted? Knocked a few cold ones back last night, did you? Perhaps under your alcoholic days you were mistaken. You do know what happened to the boy who cried wolf, don't you, Ted?" Mayor Muto made eye contact with Knuckles, who loudly cracked his knuckles and sneered at Ted. Ted glanced at Knuckles' knuckles and noticed he had the word hate tattooed on his right fist. He glanced at Knuckles' left fist, expecting to see the word love tattooed on it. But to Ted's surprise, there were two words tattooed in a smaller font. Ted had to squint to read it, but it left Ted in no doubt as to the type of person Knuckles was. On his left hand were the words, "More hate." Ted immediately sensed that he was in danger of Knuckles rearranging his face. "Look," Ted said, but he was cut off by Mahoney. "No, you look. Parks is a small town, and the Elvis Festival is the biggest tourism event we have. You might think that you're some sort of Sydney hotshot coming into town, shitting all over our event and thinking there'll be no repercussions. But there are repercussions, Ted. Real repercussions." Knuckles laughed loudly, causing both Mahoney and Ted to look at him.
Don't you think it's funny how the words repercussion and concussion rhyme?
Knuckles chuckled as he punched his clenched fist into his palm. Ted knew straight away what Knuckles was implying, but before Ted had a chance to respond, Mahoney continued. "Bad publicity, even if it is false. It's not false. I saw one guy shoot another, and then," but Ted's interruption was interrupted when Knuckles grabbed Ted's little pinky finger and twisted it. "Ah, that hurts! Let go!" Ted begged.
Has anyone ever told you it's rude to interrupt someone when they're talking?
Knuckles asked Ted. Not far away, Jay and Vic watched Ted bend over in obvious pain as Knuckles twisted Ted's little finger a bit more to ensure Ted was listening. There was no way that either Jay or Vic would idly stand by while somebody manhandled Ted. As Jay and Vic moved forward to confront Knuckles, they found their path blocked by Breaker.
"Sorry, gentlemen, but that is a private meeting,"
Breaker said. "It's a free country, we can go where we like," Jay said as he tried to sidestep Breaker, but Breaker mirrored Jay's move and blocked him again.
"Like I said, that is a private meeting," Breaker repeated. "But I can let you in on a little secret."
Breaker put his index finger to his mouth, as if to say, "Shh." He then gestured with his hands for Jay and Vic to lean in close, so he could whisper something to them. As they leaned in to hear what Breaker was about to tell them, Breaker's hand suddenly went downstairs and, like hydraulic rams, he grabbed both guys firmly by the nuts, squeezed tight, and like a hungry dog with a bone, he wouldn't let go. "Ow! Oh!" Jay and Vic both screamed as they grimaced in pain. Jay made the mistake of lowering his hands to try to swat Breaker's hands away. Breaker saw this and instantly squeezed the testicles he held in each of his hands even tighter. Jay got the message and held his hands up in surrender as if he were being held up at gunpoint. "Oh!" Vic yelled. The pain seared through him. He followed Jay's lead and also held his hands up.
"Ever wonder why I got the nickname Breaker?"
Breaker asked calmly as he applied more pressure. "Oh, oh, oh!" Jay and Vic said as they almost danced on their tiptoes. "Let go! Let go!" they commanded, even though they were in no position to make any commands. Breaker just smiled, shook his head and said, "Not until you promise to give the guys their privacy."
"Agree?"
Jay and Vic did the only thing they could. They nodded as they danced lightly on their tiptoes. We promise, they said.
"Good boys. Don't make me hurt you, okay?"
Breaker let go of their crown jewels, and they both dropped to the ground in relief as Breaker walked away. Jay whispered to Vic, "He crushed my nuts."
"I think he squeezed pee out of me,"
Vic croaked, before he took his hat from his head and placed it in front of his groin. Jay put his hand to his aching privates. "Oh, I wonder if I can ever have kids." Vic looked down at a small wet patch on his pants.
"I wonder if there's a store around here that sells Depends undergarments for men."
Jay watched as Breaker strutted away in a cocky manner. "One way or another, I'm going to get him back for this," Jay said. Vic stared at Jay.
"You know what?"
Vic said. "What?"
"You sounded like one of the Avengers then, just like in the movies."
As they recovered from their ordeal, The only thing that Jay and Vic could do was watch Ted, who was bent over in pain as Knuckles continued to twist Ted's little finger like a pretzel. "Ow, ow, ow, I'll shut up, Ted promised Knuckles, hoping that Knuckles wouldn't snap his finger like a dry twig. "Good boy," Knuckles said as he eased his hold on Ted, then patted him on the chest. "I'd hate to see you end up in hospital over a silly little mistake, wouldn't I?" Ted realized he was in a helpless situation and took the only option he had. He shook his head. Knuckles still had a hold of Ted's pinky finger as Mahoney picked up again where he left off. "As I was saying, bad publicity could result in many small businesses failing and their owners becoming broke or bankrupt. Do you know what happens when a person's business fails, Ted? Let me tell you what happens. Some of them may get angry, very angry indeed, and when people get angry, they can become irrational and go looking for someone to blame. Sometimes they can even get violent. Capiche?" Ted nodded. "Good, 'cause I don't want you getting hurt, Ted," Mahoney said as he signaled to Knuckles to let go of Ted. Knuckles did as he was commanded, and Ted shook his hand to try and relieve the pain. "Are you threatening me?" Ted asked Mahoney. "Oh, no, Ted. I would never do anything like that. I'm not a violent person. I'm merely giving you some advice to be careful. Very careful. In fact, I think if you were to go on air and explain that you were mistaken in your report this morning, the damage to the festival and your credibility would be limited." Knuckles cracked his own knuckles as he glared like a cut snake at Ted. "And any potential physical damage to you would also be limited," Knuckles added. Ted gulped and pulled at the top of his shirt as if that would somehow make breathing easier. He was unsure how to reply to the thinly veiled threat. "I've got my reputation to think about," Ted said. Knuckles seized the pinky finger on Ted's other hand and twisted it hard. "Ah!" Ted screamed in pain. Mahoney got up close in Ted's face. "Ever heard of Donald Mackay? He had a reputation, and it followed him straight to his grave. I don't want to see that happen to you, Ted." I get it, Ted said. "Good. It would be such a shame to see a nice, good-looking guy like you end up in hospital with his face all messed up. I may not know much about the TV world, but I do know that producers hire photogenic reporters. It would be a shame to hear about you no longer being photogenic and ending up in the hospital," Mahoney said. "Or the morgue," Knuckles added. With that, Knuckles let go of Ted's pinky and adjusted Ted's shirt like a fussy mum getting her son ready for a prom date. He whispered into Ted's ears, "I want to leave you something to remember me by." Suddenly, Knuckles kneed Ted in the groin, causing him to fall to the concrete pavement. "Achy, breaky balls. That's just a taste of what you'll get if you mess with me." Ted lay on the hard concrete pavement and looked up in horror. It couldn't be. Could it? Was Knuckles the bully who had beat him up all those years ago in the Shepperton Maud Street Mall? Was history repeating itself? But before Ted could even have time to process that thought, Mahoney was standing above him, staring down. "Fix it today, Ted. I don't like working Sundays. I get cranky on Sundays," Mahoney informed him. "I'll be watching your news report with interest," he said as he, Knuckles and Breaker walked away without a care in the world. Ted ambled over to Vic and Jay, who were still on the ground, and helped them get back to their feet. "What are you going to do, Teddy boy?" Vic asked Ted. "I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Blackmail's illegal. I'm going to call the police." "You won't have to go far to do that, Ted. Look," Jay said. Jay pointed to the pop-up bar where Mayor Mudo brought drinks for Officer Bush and Officer Kine. "You think they're going to believe you or their drinking buddies?" Jay asked. "Crap," said Ted, realizing his plan had been foiled before he even had a chance to start it.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 15. You're screwed, Daddy-O. Later that evening, Ted sat having a beer in Ringo's caravan with him. Ted stared at a print of the iconic photo of the Beatles crossing Abbey Road that hung on the wall. Despite what had happened earlier in the day, Ted appeared strangely calm and at ease as he contemplated his next move. However, the same could not be said for Ringo. Ted stared at him. There were beads of sweat on Ringo's forehead. "Why are you sweating so much?" Ted asked him. "I went for a little jog before," Ringo lied. Funny. I didn't picture you as being the jogging kind. So, what do you think about my problem with Mayor Mudo?" "You're screwed, Daddy-O. The mayor and the police chief are bestest buddies. Is that a word? Bestest? No, buddies. Anyways, if you don't play along with Mayor Mudo and his buddies' game, you could be pushing up daisies. I was going to say having your corpse fed to pigs or thrown in a sewer pit, but let's go with the daisies. That probably smells a lot nicer. Flower power, Daddy-O." Ted considered his options. "Maybe I should get out of town." "How are you going to do that, Daddy-O? The roads are cut off. The airport is flooded with no flights in or out. What are you going to do? Grow wings?" "You're right. Suppose I should mosey back to my cabin now." Ted noticed a look of fear in Ringo's eyes, but Ringo didn't say anything. "You sure you're okay?" Ted asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost or something." Ringo just nodded. "You want to talk about it?" asked Ted. Ringo shook his head. "No." "Okay, but if you ever do, feel free to let me know," Ted said. Ted left Ringo's caravan, but the moment he stepped outside, he could see yellow flames lick at the roof of his cabin about 100 meters away. It was on fire. "Fire! Fire!" Ted yelled loudly, causing people to come out of their vans to see what the commotion was all about. Within minutes, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered to watch. The fire brigade had been called, and they arrived soon after with their lights flashing. They unfurled their hoses and sprayed water towards Ted's van, but before they even started, Ted knew it was a losing fight. There was no way that they would be able to save the van or his personal items. He looked over to see the blue lights of the police arriving. Later, most of the onlookers had dispersed by the time the fire brigade packed up their hoses. Hilda, a local newspaper reporter in her 50s, with a motherly look, waited nearby and listened intently as Officer Bush interviewed Ted. "Maybe you left a heater on?" Officer Bush suggested. "There's no way that I did that," Ted said. "I didn't even turn it on." At that moment, the chief fire officer joined them. "It looked like the fire started inside the cabin. It may have been deliberately lit. Probably some sort of accelerant was used." Officer Bush gave Ted a stern look. "Do you know anything about this?" he asked Ted. "Me? Why would I know anything about how it started?" "People do all sorts of crazy things when they're high on drugs, Ted. You must know that." "What makes you think I'm high on anything?" "Were you having a special tea with your druggo friend Ringo again?" "I admit I was at his van, but—" My, that's a bit of a coincidence that both times these incidents happen, you've been with Ringo just moments before. Ringo, the only Elvis hater in town." "What's that got to do with anything?" Ted asked. So, is it true that you hate Elvis? Hilda asked when she saw the opportunity to jump in with a question. Yeah, but there's a reason. And have you been plotting with your accomplice Ringo to destroy the Elvis Festival? Hilda asked. Stop! This is ridiculous. That was arson. Someone died last night, and someone could have been killed tonight. Me! Officer Bush, I demand you take me seriously. Let's go to Gunther's cabin to talk, Officer Bush said.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 16. You're so weird, city boy. Ted and Officer Bush sat at the desk in Gunther's office. Hilda, Gunther and Skye sat as observers. They watched as Officer Kine, who sat opposite Ted, drew a sketch of the gunman that Ted was describing. And he had black hair, Ted said. Officer Kine finished her sketch and seemed very proud of her efforts. Gunther looked over her shoulder. That looks pretty realistic. You've got some real talent, Gunther said. Thanks. I think I'm the only one from my fine arts degree class who actually gets paid to draw, Officer Kine replied. Look at this, honey. What do you think of that? Gunther asked Skye. It's good. Hilda also nodded appreciatively, impressed with what she saw. You should consider entering something in the Elvis Art Festival next year, Skye suggested. We went to the edible Elvis art competition. Oh my God, the licorice Elvis looks so yummy, Skye said. Officer Bush coughed to get everyone's attention. Oh, right, Officer Kine said. She turned the sketch she had drawn around so Ted could look at it. Did he look like this? She asked. Ted looked at the image. His mouth dropped open. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was a drawing of Elvis. Of course he bloody well looked like that, you moron, Ted said. Officer Kine crossed her legs. There's no need to be rude, she replied. But I already told you guys when I initially reported it that the murderer was an Elvis impersonator. And could you describe his accomplice? Officer Bush asked. He looked exactly the same because he was an Elvis impersonator as well. I believe the correct term is Elvis tribute artist, Hilda interjected. Okay, fair enough. He looked the same because he was an Elvis tribute artist as well, Ted clarified. So, you're saying they could be twins because they looked exactly the same? Officer Bush asked. No, I'm not saying they're twins. There were 3 of them. One was small, the other one was medium height, and the third one was really tall. He had to be 1.5 feet taller than the small guy. So, do you admit that you lied earlier when you said they looked exactly the same? After all, they can't look exactly the same if there is 1.5 feet difference in their height, Hilda asked Ted. What's she even doing here? She's got nothing to do with the investigation, Ted asked Officer Bush. Officer Bush pulled up his belt. As a matter of fact, she does. Hilda's taken photographs of all the official Elvis tribute artists. We thought you might be able to ID the alleged suspect from one of her photos. Then why on earth were we wasting time with Officer Etch-a-Sketch over here? Ted said as he gestured to Officer Kine. I needed the practice. You know what they say, practice makes perfect, Officer Kine said. Ted rolled his eyes upwards, as if to say, Heaven help me. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath in order to centre himself, and then slowly breathed out. He felt at ease again. Okay. Show me the photos, Ted calmly said. Hilda took out her iPad and opened it to show a photo of an Elvis tribute artist on her iPad to Ted. No, Next.
How can you be so sure? Officer Bush asked.
'Cause this one's about 6 years old. So, they don't all look alike to you. Hilda quizzed Ted. Ted sighed and swiped the image on the iPad. It was a black Elvis. Ted swiped again. The next was a morbidly obese Elvis. He swiped again. It was a skinny one. He swiped again. An Elvis covered in facial tattoos. He swiped again. An Asian Elvis. One in a wheelchair. One had blonde hair, another green, another purple, another with rainbow-coloured hair. Ted kept flicking from one to another. He was determined to find the killer and have them brought to justice, even if it took him all night. But an hour later, he had to stop. There were no more official Elvis tribute artists.
So you can't make a positive ID? Officer Bush asked Ted.
I told you it was dark.
We've got over 500 registered Elvis tribute artists in town. It might take some time to interview all the suspects.
Why don't you start with Mayor Muto? Ted offered. Officer Bush had a puzzled look on his face, as if he had just been asked the square root of pi.
What does Mayor Muto have to do with it? He's not an Elvis tribute artist. Doesn't even look like Elvis.
He threatened me, Ted replied. What on earth did you do to upset him? Hilda asked Ted. Nothing. The guy is a total nutter. I bet he's an out-and-out raving psychopath. I mean, just look at him. He looks like a kitty killer, and he walks around with these cretinous goons, Knuckles and Breaker, who look like they escaped from A Clockwork Orange. I think you might want to stop there, Sky warned Ted. Stop? Why would I want to stop there? I'd bet my left knacker that Mayor Muto is as crooked as a... Stop! I've had quite enough of this, Hilda said as she stood. She approached Ted, slapped him hard across the face, then turned and exited. Ted was stunned. He had no idea what just happened or why. What was that all about? Ted asked after Hilda had left the room. Gunter laughed so hard he had tears streaming down his cheeks. Hilda's married to Mayor Muto, and those two cretinous goons you were talking about are her brothers, Sky explained. You should have seen your face after she walloped you one. You're a crack-up. And you're so weird, city boy, Gunter said, in between laughs.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 17. That Goose in Your Pants. Later, Ted sat on the sofa in Gunter's living room with a half-drunk cup of coffee in his hand. Sky finished drinking her Milo and took the cup back into the kitchen while Gunter sat opposite Ted, never once taking his eyes off him, not even for a moment. Pity you didn't take the older van. If I'd have known you were going to cause this much trouble, I'd have put you there in the first place. The insurance policy on that one replaces old for new. Good way of upgrading the park, the occasional arson, Gunter said. It's not like I planned it, Ted moaned. Sky re-entered the room, sat and watched as the verbal jousting continued back and forth. Whatever. You owe me one new van, Gunter moaned. Me? What about your insurance? Gunter groaned and realized that Ted wasn't as dumb as he looked. Well, you owe me for the excess. Otherwise, I'm out of pocket $1,000. $1,000? You had $1,000 excess on that worn-out piece of old junk? It made the policy cheaper. In case you hadn't noticed, Dad likes cheap things, Sky explained. In that case, your dad should look in the mirror more often. Sky and Ted shared a quiet giggle between them as Gunter finally caught on to what Ted was implying. It's all right for you two. You don't have to worry about the cost of raising 2 kids, Gunter said. And neither do you, Dad. I pay my own way, and so does Storm, remember? Yeah, well,
I'm going to bed soon, so I expect you'll be heading off now, Gunter said to Ted.
Dad!
What?
We can't send him out there after his van burned down.
Well, he's got the station wagon he can sleep in.
Yes, but he paid for 5 nights' accommodation. You don't need to pay anything to sleep in your own car. You can do that for free. And for all we know, the fire could have been caused by faulty electrics inside the van. That would be the park's fault, not Ted's, wouldn't it? How long has it been since you had an electrician test the points?
Gunter was silent. He had never had an electrician do anything to that van, and he knew it. Skye observed the guilty look on Gunter's face. It was the same face he would make if she asked who had taken a slice from the cheesecake that she had made.
So, unless you feel like giving him a full refund, he can sleep here on the couch, Skye said.
Gunter went to say something, but the idea of giving Ted a full refund stuck in his throat like a fishbone. He frowned.
Well, that's settled then, Skye said. I'll go get some sheets and a blanket.
As soon as Skye exited the room, Gunter pointed his finger at Ted. You are not to go anywhere near hers or Storm's bedrooms. Understand? Ted nodded. Good, because if I find out that the goose has stuck its head out for a gander, I'm going to chop it off. Got it? Goose? What goose? Gunter pointed at Ted's crotch. That goose in your pants that I saw poking its ugly head out the other night. Ted finally got the meaning of the message and gulped involuntarily. Message understood. Skye re-entered the room carrying some sheets, a pillow and a blanket.
Here, let me make this sofa up for you.
I can help you, offered Ted. Gunter's natural instincts kicked in when work was involved, and he decided it was best to leave the others to it. Righto, I'm off to bed. Don't stay up too late.
Good night, Dad.
Night, replied Gunter. Thanks for letting me sleep here tonight, Mr. Ted had no idea what Gunter's surname was. Was it the same as Skye's? McLeod, Gunter said. Thanks for letting me sleep here tonight, Mr. McLeod. I really appreciate it, Ted said. Gunter grunted, then shuffled off slowly to his bedroom. Skye handed Ted the sheet and they each grabbed an end to put it on the sofa.
Are you really willing to risk your life for this story? She asked Ted.
I don't think I have a choice, Ted replied.
Of course you do. You can go ahead and risk your life for some stupid story that will be big news for a week and then promptly forgotten about the next time a juicy story breaks. Or you can recant your story.
If I did that, I'd lose all my credibility. I'd probably get the sack and never get to work again.
But at least you'd still be alive. You could get another job somewhere else. Once you're dead, you can't get your dream job, and you certainly can't get another life. I heard the other local paper was advertising for a reporter. I think they were paying 60 or 70 grand a year.
I couldn't even afford my rent on 60,000 a year. Do you have any idea how much it costs to rent a decent apartment in Manly?
Maybe 60 grand is not a lot in Sydney or at Manly Beach, but you'd get by here. Heck, you could even afford to buy a place here and repay a home loan instead of renting.
Me? Live in Parks? Ted chuckled. This is like the middle of nowhere. Why would I want to live here? Skye's eyes cast down for a moment. She tried to hide her look of disappointment and said quietly, almost to herself, as she left the room, I thought you'd know by now. Ted stared at the coffee in his cup and swirled it around a few times as he contemplated his next move. There were advantages and disadvantages to each option. He would be guaranteed a pay rise if he didn't kill the story. After that, he'd just about be a shoo-in for the main hosting role at The Painful Truth. And if he did that, chances were pretty high he'd win Monica back, weren't they? Ted thought about it some more. With his van being burnt down in a suspected arson attack, he'd be bound to have the lead story 2 days in a row. How often did that happen? It's like lightning hitting the same guy twice. It's extremely rare,
but also very dangerous. Ted knew that the guy who killed Elvis was still out there somewhere. Mayor Muto and his deranged henchmen were also out there. It could have been any of them who burnt the van down, hoping that he'd be in it. If he took his story public, Ted would just be painting a bigger target on his back. And if he did that, what help would the local police be? Officer Bush had already shown that he distrusted Ted and didn't believe anything Ted said. If Officer Bush was going to arrest anyone over any of the crimes committed, Ted feared that it would be him, not the actual culprit or culprits. There was no way that Ted could rely on the local police to keep him safe. Quite the opposite. Officer Bush looked like the type who was likely to frame people. He'd seen that happen on a CSI episode he watched years ago, and Officer Bush looked just like a crooked cop in that episode. Coincidence? Ted didn't think so. Ted rested his chin on his left hand and tapped his lips with his index finger with it. He knew it was a nervous gesture, a tic, but still it helped to calm him. Maybe this was one of the tapping techniques that either a yoga teacher or a naturopath had tried to teach him years ago. Did it work? He didn't know, but it gave him something to do, and he liked the energy it gave him. Ted thought about what would happen if he kept a low profile and his mouth shut. He might just survive his week in hell, then get back to Sydney, see if he could patch things up with Monica, and hopefully still land the big job on The Painful Truth. However, would he be able to live with himself? How would Ted feel knowing that somewhere out there someone had got away with murder? Okay, they murdered an Elvis tribute artist, so possibly not the worst crime in the world. Heck, if they had murdered a street mime dressed as Marcel Marceau, the locals in Parks probably would have given the murderer a medal. The problem that Ted could see was that whoever the murderer was, they weren't afraid to kill again. After all, they had just burned down Ted's van. How were they to know that he wasn't in it at the time? What if the murder wasn't just an argument that got out of hand? What if it was meticulously planned? What if the murderer had simply gotten jealous just because someone had looked at his Priscilla? What if that happened again? Could he strike again? And how would Ted feel if some other innocent guy was killed? How could Ted live with himself knowing that another family would have to identify their loved one at a morgue and then bury them well before their time? Ted rubbed his forehead with his hand. Oh, why did these decisions have to be so difficult and complicated? Why couldn't anything just be easy? Skye entered the room and handed Ted an extra blanket, just in case it gets cold. Oh, okay, thanks, Ted said. She took the remote for the light from the wall and gave it to Ted. Just point and click, okay? Ted nodded. Thanks. Good night, Skye said as she exited once more. Ted hadn't even had time to think about sleep. Too many thoughts were bouncing around in his head, but he knew she was right. He needed to get a good night's rest, and right now the sofa in Gunther's lounge room was the best option he had. The thought of sharing the cramped van with Vic was the stuff of nightmares for Ted. And sleeping in the station wagon wouldn't exactly be restful. Ted had never gotten the hang of getting restful sleep while sitting upright in a plane. Sitting in a car would be just as bad. Worse, actually, when you think about it, because the more Ted thought about it, the more he knew someone wanted to kill him. After all, they'd already burned down the van that he was supposed to be in. Sleeping in a car with windows meant it would make it easier for them, as anyone could see and attack him when he was most vulnerable. Ted kicked off his shoes and socks. His pajamas had gone up in flames, so he figured he would have to sleep in his boxer shorts tonight. He took his pants off and hung them on the back of the sofa. He stared down at his boxer shorts. They were old and worn. One of the buttons was nearly coming off it. But that problem would have to wait until tomorrow, he figured. Ted used the remote to turn off the light and prepared to settle in for the night. But as he went to lie down, he realized it was a 2.5-seater sofa. so no matter what he did, his feet hung over the edge of the couch. As his head hit the pillow, Ted closed his eyes, hoping he could finally get some decent shut-eye. But when he did, he felt a strange sensation, as if someone were watching him. He used his phone in flashlight mode. The blinds were drawn, so there was no way anybody standing outside by the rubbish bins could be watching him. He looked over to the door, but couldn't see anybody standing there. There was only one conclusion that Ted could draw. His mind was playing games on him. It was all okay. He was safe. He had to settle and get some shut-eye. Everything would get sorted out in the morning, he reassured himself. He got under the blanket and lowered his head onto the comfy, soft pillow. Ted closed his eyes, and then he heard something on the floor. It sounded like claws. Could that be a rat that had somehow got inside and had scuttled across the floor? Just the thought of it freaked him out. And that's when it happened. Ted felt something weird and warm lick his pinky toe. Ah! Ted screamed like a little girl, frightened that a rat was about to chew his pinky toe off. He rolled off the sofa, stood and ran and ow! Ted stubbed his toe as he tried to evade whatever it was that was trying to eat his pinky toe. Pain seared through his foot, and all thoughts of using the remote to turn on the light went out of his mind at the speed of light as he bent over and scrambled away from danger and into the kitchen and oof! Before Ted could stand up or turn the light on in that room, he was crunched by someone coming the other way with the speed of a missile and the power of a battering ram. The impact was so forceful, it sent him backwards and whack! Oh! Yape! Ted fell over the top of a small animal and thud. He landed flat on his back and ow! His assailant landed heavily on top of him. Ah! Screamed Ted as the person who had deliberately knocked him down lay on his right arm, pinning him to the floor. Ted's brain jumped into action quicker than a souped-up car in the Indy 500. His mind raced. Was the person who just attacked him the arsonist from tonight or the killer from last night? Were they a would-be assassin out to get him? His right arm was still trapped underneath the other person. He couldn't free himself. Suddenly he felt claws on him, scratching at him. Ow! They had scratched at Ted's groin region. He felt the button come loose on his boxer shorts. Ted's flight or fight instincts kicked in, and since he couldn't fly, he tried to reach for his would-be assassin's throat to strangle whoever was on top of him. But they grabbed his left arm and grappled with him. With his left hand blocked, Ted tried to reach for their neck with his right arm, but as it was trapped underneath the would-be killer, he couldn't quite reach. His hand landed on something soft that felt very different than a throat, just as the room lights turned on and Ted looked up to see Gunter standing above him, glaring at him. Ted then looked to see who the would-be assailant on the floor with him was. It was Skye, and his hand was on her breast. His eyes met Skye's, and he immediately took his offending hand away from where it had been. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I swear I didn't know it was you," Ted said. Gunter's eyes scanned down from Ted's face, down his body, and stopped when he saw that one of the buttons for Ted's boxer shorts was open. "Right, that's it," Gunter yelled as he stormed out of the room. No, it wasn't like that," Ted protested. But before he could say or do anything more, Mary Poppins pounced on him and tried to lick his face. Her claws were the ones that had scratched at him. She was the one who had been behind him and yipped when he tripped backwards onto the floor. "No, get off me," Ted said to Mary Poppins as he tried to push the over-friendly Pomeranian pooch away from his face. Skye got to her feet as Gunter returned from the kitchen with a meat cleaver in his hand. "I warned you, didn't I? What did I say about your goose coming out for a gander?" Ted's eyes widened in horror as he saw Gunter raise the meat cleaver above his head. "Dad, no!" Skye yelled as she tried to wrestle the meat cleaver away from him. "What do you think you're doing?" "What am I doing?
asked Gunther. "I'm protecting you." He pointed at Ted. "The better question is, what is he doing? The lights are off for 5 minutes, and that sex-crazed maniac thinks it's a free-for-all and has dragged you into here so he can have his way with you. He's nothing but a filthy pervert."
"It was nothing like that, Dad. I heard a scream and came running in here to see what happened. And we must have collided and—"
Sky looked at Ted, who was trying to hold Mary Poppins at arm's length. Ted took over and explained what had happened. "I turned off the light and heard something scamper across the floor, and I thought it was a rat, and then it licked my toes. I sort of freaked out. So I screamed and ran towards the kitchen. But I stubbed my toe, and God, it still hurts. I tried to scramble to the kitchen, and that's when I collided with you, and we fell to the floor. But I didn't know it was you. I thought you were a would-be assassin, 'cause you charged me and had my arm pinned. So I tried to strangle you, but I couldn't get to you with my free arm. So I tried with the one that was trapped underneath your body, and that's when your dad turned on the light to see me touching your breast." Ted looked at Gunther. "And I know that you must think I'm a sex pervert, but I honestly wasn't trying to, have my way with her. I was just trying to get to her throat like this to, strangle her." Sky and Gunther's mouths opened momentarily, and they were both lost for words. Gunther blinked. He went to say something, closed his mouth to think again, and finally asked this question. "Let me get this straight," Gunther said. "You thought that telling me you were merely trying to strangle my daughter would make me happier than me thinking you were trying to touch her up? Is that what you thought?" Ted realized how bad that all must have sounded, but didn't know how to explain his way out of his earlier explanation. Gunther looked at Sky. "Can you give me that cleaver back now?" "You were trying to strangle me?" Sky asked Ted. "Well, I did think you were a would-be assassin," Ted said, sheepishly. Sky burst into laughter. "Oh my God, you're such a moron," she said. Sky's laughter had a chain reaction on Ted, and he began to laugh. "He's a right Burke. I'll give you that," Gunther added. "Have you been eating Ringo's cookies again?" Sky asked. "That would explain the paranoia." "I'm not paranoid. I just thought someone was out to get me. What with the arson attack on the van and everything." The sound of a car parking outside could be heard. It was followed by the sound of keys in the front door. Everyone turned to look and saw the doorknob slowly turn as the door opened. Storm entered, looking tired after working another night shift at the pub. "Hi, Earl, I'm home. What are you guys all doing still up?" she said as soon as she saw Sky and her dad out of bed. "And what's he doing here?" she said when she saw Ted. It was then that she saw the precious Pomeranian. "Mary Poppins, what you doing in here? Come here, you naughty-watty girl." Ted let go of Mary Poppins, and she ran over to Storm, who picked her up, and before Ted had a chance to say anything, Mary Poppins licked Storm's lips. Ted's germaphobe fears rose to the surface yet again, and he was repulsed by what he saw. He almost dry-retched as he thought about Mary Poppins licking his toe and then Storm's lips. "How can Mummy Wummy be angry with her little baby Mary Poppins?" Storm said in a cutesy voice. It took a while before everyone eventually drifted back to their own bedrooms, and by the time they did, Ted felt groggy from a lack of sleep. He was glad to finally turn off the light and have the chance for some peace and quiet so he could try and get some well-needed shut-eye. And that's when he heard it. From the direction of Gunther's room, the sound of a banjo played an Elvis tune that only an Elvis aficionado like Ted's stepdad Rory would know. Ted had heard it many times growing up because of Rory, which was another reason why Ted wasn't so fond of Rory. It was the Elvis song, "All I Needed Was the Rain."
Ted inwardly groaned as he knew how most people who tried to sing it not only butchered it, they murdered this song. But to Ted's surprise, Gunter could not only hold a note, he was actually quite good. In fact, Ted wondered if Gunter had been on stage or lead singer in a band. But then something happened that was magical. A mandolin joined in from Sky's room, and Sky sang the following line. Ted's mouth opened as he realized that Sky's angelic voice was the one that he had heard the previous night. The sound of an accordion being played in Storm's room joined in, and she also sang. Her voice blended in with Sky's like a smooth malt-blended whiskey. The three-part harmony between them was something Ted had never expected. Not out here in the sticks. Mary Poppin even joined in by howling, and to Ted's surprise, she was actually in tune. Was that even possible? Ted didn't know if he was awake and hallucinating or having a really vivid dream. Either way, he didn't want it to stop. He lay back and closed his eyes as he soaked it all in.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 18. Do I really look like the Grim Reaper to you? The next morning, Sky got behind the wheel of her car, a Toyota Corolla. She cruised over to Ted's cabin, which by now was a burnt-out shell. Ted was there. He'd woken early and was sifting through the wreckage to see if there was something he could salvage. At this stage, the answer seemed a resounding no. Sky tooted the horn, lowered the window, and gestured for Ted to come closer. Jump in my car. Ted's brows furrowed. I thought you could do with a break from work. The murder and the Elvis Festival, she said as Ted approached her car. Get in, moron. Seeing Sky's welcoming smile, Ted did as he was told and sat beside her in the vehicle. As Sky drove out of the caravan park, Ted looked at her. This is either a great idea or I've just been kidnapped and I'm about to be driven to my death. Sky laughed and looked at him. Do I really look like the Grim Reaper to you? Ted looked at Sky's short shorts and her long, luscious legs. Well, you certainly don't dress like the Grim Reaper, and I must admit, you're a bit prettier. Not too much, mind you, just a bit, he said as he held his thumb and index finger about half an inch apart. Sky laughed and punched Ted in the arm. A bit. Thanks a lot, she said. Okay, a lot better, a heck of a lot better, but you must admit the Grim Reaper has one heck of a great outfit. Let's agree to disagree on that, Sky said. Ted surveyed the street as Sky drove to a part of town that he had yet to visit. Where are you taking me? Somewhere I think you'll enjoy. Ted still wasn't sure about what he had heard or experienced last night. Was Sky and her family some of the most talented singers he had ever heard? Or was it a hallucination? Or maybe even a dream? Ted's perception of reality had been severely tested since arriving in Parks. Not only had he been outsmarted by Vic, but Ted swore that he saw a murder, yet there was no corpse, no deceased, and nobody reported missing. Were Ringo's brownies that strong? He looked over to Sky and wondered if he should mention something now. But then he thought, what if she told him that never happened, just like the murder the other night? Ted thought it over and decided not to mention it. He didn't want her or anyone else to spoil it by saying it was just a dream or a hallucination. Ted wanted to believe it was reality for as long as he could. Joan Brett's home wasn't anything out of the ordinary. In fact, most people would say it was pretty old for a town like Parks. It had been built back in the 1960s. It was a modest 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom home that still retained many of its original features. Not that it had many. Ted and Skye stood in Joan's backyard. Joan was the elderly lady who had picked Ted and the others up from the train station when they'd first arrived in Parks and given him a 1-star rating. She was still dressed in a pink dressing gown and matching pink fluffy slippers, which made Ted wonder if she ever wore anything else. When Ted and Skye arrived, Joan, like many other people who are proud of their home, took them on a tour through the house and then to her pride and joy in the backyard. "So, do you like what you see?" Joan asked. Ted had a broad smile. "That's got to be the biggest smile I've seen since you arrived in Parks," Skye said. "You reckon?" Ted asked. "I know so," replied Skye. Ted looked back at Joan. "I can't say I like it, Joan." "I love it," Ted said. He gestured to where Joan stood in front of a pigeon loft. "How many do you have?" Joan handed Ted a pigeon she held, and Ted cooed over it like a clucky hen over a chick. "She's a beauty," Ted said as he studied the pigeon. "Her father won last year. Albury to Parks in 5 hours." "How far's that?" Ted asked. "Oh, I'd say it's about 400 k's, as the pigeon flies, so to speak." Ted grinned at her pun, then gave a low whistle, impressed by the speed of the pigeon's father. "I've got some loaded in the truck already. I was going to release them out of Broglan Road." "Want to come along?" Joan offered. "You bet," Ted replied, forgetting all about his other worries. "OK, just give me a few moments. I'll go get the keys," Joan said. As Joan headed inside to change, Ted rocked the pigeon back and forth like a baby. "So, are you happy now?" Skye asked. "Like a pig in poop," Ted replied. "Wow, look at you. You're even starting to talk like a country boy." "Is this the part where you want me to give you a yee-haw or yee-haw?" Ted replied. "Or should I sing a sad song about my tractor breaking down?" "No offence to whatever you're singing is like, but I think I prefer listening to Kenny Chesney." "Who?" "Kenny Chesney. He sings a song called She Thinks My Tractor's Sexy." "You're kidding me," Ted said. "Nuh-uh. He's real good, and the song's a blast," Skye replied. "Oh, God, I got to listen to that one," Ted said, intrigued by the title. Joan drove her old Bedford truck like a pro. Ted and Skye sat together. It was a bit squashed, but they both seemed to enjoy it, although, of course, neither would ever admit to that. Joan pulled over at a vacant lot, and they all got out. "Would you like to do the honours?" Joan asked Ted. "You bet." Ted lifted the lid that released 50 or so pigeons and allowed them to fly free into the sky. They spiralled upwards, majestically turning this way and that. Grey and white flecks painted the sky for a moment before they found their bearing and flew away. Ted sighed with contentment. "They're so beautiful, aren't they?" Ted said in a dreamy sort of voice. "This from the guy who thinks I only look marginally better than the Grim Reaper?" Skye said. "Well, the Reaper's got style with his hooded robe and the scythe. These guys have got feathers and flight, so, you're up against some pretty stiff competition." "You got any pigeons, honey?" Joan asked Ted. He shook his head. "Not now. I live in an apartment in Manly. I haven't been able to keep pigeons for years now. I still miss them, though." "That's a pity, honey. Not being able to do what you love. That ain't much of a living, is it?" Ted thought that sounded like the title to a country song, but he couldn't be sure of it. He watched as Joan put the lid on one of the empty crates. "Come on, let's go home," she said. The three of them piled back into Joan's truck, and she drove back to her house. A few minutes later, Joan pulled up in her driveway. The three of them got out of Joan's truck and went to the backyard where the loft was. It was almost full of pigeons. "They beat us back home," Skye said. "Was there ever any doubt?" Joan replied. "But we didn't even stop," Skye said. "Neither did they," Ted added. No stop or give way signs or slowing down for an intersection. It's just full steam ahead when pigeons are concerned. They are such a beautiful bird to keep and breed. Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to miss these guys, Joan said. What do you mean? Ted asked, intrigued. My hubby and I are getting too old to look after the pigeons in a yard this size. We've decided to downsize and go into one of those villages for people over 50 where they do the mowing and everything for you. So it means we've got to put the house up for sale and sell off the birds since there's a no pets clause in the village. Ted looked downcast. I'm so sorry, Ted said. I know what that's like to lose your birds. Later, as Skye drove Ted back towards the caravan park, she glanced over at him to see he was still smiling, almost in a dreamlike state. It's nice to see you smile like that, Skye said. Yeah, well, sometimes the simple things in life are the best, Ted replied. Like men and morons, Skye said with a devilish grin. Yeah, whatever. You know what I mean, though. Sometimes you don't realise how much you've lost until you see it again. When my dad died and Mum remarried, we had to sell all our birds and move. Oh, I'm so sorry. That must have been really hard for you. Yeah, I sort of will. This will sound dumb, but whenever I see a pigeon, it reminds me of spending good times with my dad. And when I was holding that pigeon earlier, it made me think of the day Dad first let me hold onto his. It's stupid, but just the sound of pigeons cooing or hearing their wings beating in flight makes me think of him, of being together. That's so sweet, Skye replied. She knew how that felt. Although pigeons didn't trigger Skye's thoughts of her mother, there were many other items or places in parks where she had fond memories of spending time with her mum. Whether it was enjoying a decadent vanilla slice at the local bakery, having a swim at the local swimming pool, or cooking in the kitchen, it seemed that no matter where she went in town, there was something that triggered a memory and reminded Skye of her mother. Perhaps that was one of the reasons why she never wanted to go to Sydney, the big smoke, like some of her friends had. Sydney didn't hold any memories of her mum. Parks did. And that meant more to Skye than any possible job in Sydney ever could. Skye wasn't sure why, but she felt she viewed Ted differently now. Ted's phone rang. He glanced down at the call display. It was Vera. He took the call. Can't be long, Ted, darling. I've got good news, Vera said as she looked through her office window at the set. The painful truth is reconsidering. They've told me that if you can do a good job in this investigative story in Parks, you've got the job. Woohoo! Ted said as he punched the air in Homer Simpson fashion. That will be easy, but what about Pretty Boy Floyd? Vera removed Floyd's picture from its prime position on her office wall and replaced it with Ted's. They'll get him to do something else. Read the viewers' letters or something like that. Vera can still flash those pearly whites, but his hair doesn't get messed up. Skye parked her car next to Ted's burnt-out van, where Jay and Vic were still sifting through the ashes. Who do you think did it? Jay asked Ted. Obviously it was Mayor Muto and his goons trying to scare me off. Why would you think it was Mayor Muto? Skye asked. Who else could it be? Ted replied. Oh, I don't know. How about the killers, Teddy boy? Vic said. They wouldn't have been able to get out of town because of the flood. And you're the only one who can ID them, Jay added. Oh, crap. What am I going to do? Ted looked over and saw Storm heading their way. She had a local newspaper in her hand and approached the group. Hi, guys. Ted, I see you made the front page of the local newspaper. Storm handed the newspaper to Ted. He looked at its front page and recoiled in horror. Oh, my God, Ted said. What is it? Asked Skye. Speechless, Ted handed the newspaper to Skye. Jay and Vic crowded around her to see it. On the front page was a photo of Ted,
and the headline read, "Compulsive Liar Wants to Destroy the Elvis Festival." "Good photo, Ted," Vic said. "I don't give a damn about the photo. What the hell am I going to do now? Now everyone in town, not just the killer or Mayor Mudo and his goons, will hate me. Everybody will probably want to kill me now." "I doubt that," Vic said. "You do?" asked Ted. "Yeah. I think that most of them probably just want to give you a good flogging." Ted had been so wound up about the newspaper's front page that he was unaware that someone had approached him from behind. A hand grabbed the back of Ted's shirt and pulled Ted backwards towards him. "Ah!" Ted screamed in horror. However, as soon as Ted saw who the hand belonged to, he relaxed. It was Ringo. "I saw the local paper," Ringo said. Before Ted could say another word, Ringo grabbed Ted's face and kissed him fair square on the lips. "Blah!" Ted screamed as soon as Ringo let him go. "Why did you do that for?" "'Cause you're my hero," Ringo said. "If that's the typical response from the locals, I think I prefer a good flogging," Vic said. "Shut up," Ted snapped. "This is serious. The killers are still in town and want me dead because I'm the only witness. The cops are either inept, corrupt, or possibly both. They seem to be in the Mayor Mudo's pocket. And now the whole town thinks I'm out to ruin this stupid bloody Elvis festival. And one of those bastards, no doubt, set my van on fire yesterday, probably thinking I was still in it." Ringo's face flushed red. He went quiet and had a guilty look on his face. He hoped no one in their little group would notice or suspect him of anything, as a replay of yesterday's events repeated in his mind. Ringo hadn't been out jogging, like he'd told Ted. Instead, Ringo had entered Ted's van with a can of insecticide in his hand. As a favour to Ted, Ringo wanted to rid Ted's van of any cockroaches or creepy crawlies. Ringo spotted a huge cockroach. He sprayed it with the bug spray, but for some reason, it didn't seem to slow the cockroach down. This looks like a job for the Human Torch, Daddy-O," Ringo said to himself before he took a cigarette lighter from his pants and lit it. He then pointed the spray can towards the flame and pressed the nozzle. A large flame leapt from the aerosol can, and Ringo aimed the flame at the cockroach, who was about to leap to safety. It was a direct hit, and the cockroach met a wall of flame, but its forward momentum took the cockroach through the fire, and its body hit the curtains like a small flaming star. The curtains caught fire, and flames raced up them like a fireman up a ladder. The flaming cockroach then dropped onto the bed, and the bedding caught on fire, and it spread quicker than a venereal disease in a nudist colony. Ringo's satisfied smile disappeared, and his mouth dropped open. "Oh no, Daddy-O, not cool at all," Ringo said when he finally could talk. Ringo raced to the kitchen sink, searched the cupboard for a glass, and pumped the water handle several times to fill it. He threw the water from the glass onto the flames. It only slowed the fire for a second or two. He raced back to the sink and repeatedly pumped the handle to fill the glass. He tossed the water from the glass onto the bed, which by now was well alight. The heat was unbearable. "Phew, this is thirsty work, and it's damn hot in here," Ringo said as he pumped the kitchen sink for a third time. Once filled, he quickly drank that glass of water and started pumping for a fourth glass. Ringo turned around to see the fire was now out of control. "Ah!" Ringo screamed as he raced out of Ted's caravan and over to his own just as Ted arrived. "Why are you sweating so much?" Ted asked him. I went for a little jog before," Ringo lied, not daring to tell Ted that he had just set his van alight. Ringo snapped out of his daydream and had a sheepish look on his face. "It's hard to say which bastard could have burnt your van down," Ringo told Ted. Everyone nodded their head in agreement. "Rightio, best I be on my way then," Ringo said. He hoped no one suspected him of anything, but he didn't quite get the chance to get away Sky turned to Ted. She didn't know him well enough to know all of his mannerisms, but she had seen many men in a women's clothing store with their wives. She could tell that Ted was apprehensive, unsure of what to do, and totally clueless. "If you're worried about your safety, you can hide in my room, Ted," Sky said before she returned her focus back to the newspaper. However, her sister Storm instead took the time to check Ted out again to see if her memory of him from the pub and last night still held true in daylight. Tall? Check. A nice head of hair? Check. Handsome? Double check. Storm winked at Ted and licked her lips. "Or you could stay in my room if you like. I've got a big, cozy queen bed," Storm said in a sultry voice. Ted, Vic and Jay all noticed Storm's come-on, but Sky didn't, as she was too busy reading the newspaper article. But unlike Vic or Jay, who could easily imagine Storm in her underwear or even totally naked, Ted could only see frightful images. The first frightening image was of an enraged Gunter bursting into Storm's room, finding Ted on her bed, and then Gunter wanting to surgically remove certain parts of Ted's anatomy that he was rather fond of, with a meat cleaver that Ted was not at all fond of. The second, and perhaps more nauseating, scary image to Ted was of Mary Poppins licking his stinky, smelly toes, and in between them, then licking Storm's lips, then Storm pursing her lips together to kiss Ted. Ted felt like heaving up the contents of his stomach, and Storm noticed his expression change. "Are you okay, Ted?" Storm asked, genuinely concerned. "I'll be fine." "Actually, I'm feeling a bit scared," Vic said, hoping that Storm would take him in like a stray puppy frightened of a loud thunderstorm. "You're scared? Why?" "'Cause people know I'm associated with Ted. Do you mind if I hide in your room tonight?" Vic asked. "Same here," Jay said, wishing he had thought of asking that line first. Storm looked bewildered. Jay put on one of his best smoking hot looks for Storm, the type that any guy tries in the mirror when he says, "The name's Bond, James Bond." But for Jay it would be, "The name's Shrikathakeyan, Jay Shrikathakeyan," which rolled off the tip of the tongue as easily as a bowling ball rolling uphill on its own accord. "This could be interesting," Storm said. Vic noticed Jay giving Storm his James Bond impersonation, and not to be outdone, Vic tried to do the same. However, his was not a pretty sight, and somewhat looked like a Quasimodo impersonation gone wrong. "I think you'll both be safe in your van," Storm said, before she turned and walked away. Jay watched her backside as she departed, then gave Vic a cuff to the back of his head. "What the hell are you doing? Those are my moves. You ruined it for me." "Well, maybe you ruined it for me. Ever think of that? How do you know she's not a chubby chaser? Who'd want a scrawny goat like you?" Jay and Vic looked at each other, their eyes met, and they realised that they were focusing on each other when they should have been focused on Storm. "Wait a minute!" Vic yelled. He ran in the direction Storm went. Although a metre or two behind Vic, Jay soon passed him. "Storm!" he yelled. Ringo, Ted and Sky watched as Vic and Jay both chased after Storm, each trying to capture her attention. "So, tell me, Daddy-O, what are your plans for ruining the festival?" Ringo asked Ted. "I don't have any plans to do anything of the sort, Ringo." "Come on, Ted. You can trust me, Daddy-O." Ted walked away in disgust. What did I say?" Ringo asked, but there was no reply. Sky quickly followed Ted and caught up with him. "So, what are your plans?" Sky asked Ted. "I've got to use my investigative skills to try and find out who the killer is, why the police aren't taking me seriously, and if the..." "You think you can do all that by yourself?" "No, I'm going to need your help," Ted replied. "You got it. I know exactly what to do.
Sky said. You do? Yes. You just have to trust me. Sky replied.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 19. No one will recognise you now. Half an hour later, Ted sat on Sky's bed. Unlike Vic or Jay, he would have been delighted to be in any woman's bedroom. Ted's eyes showed no excitement, for he had the unwritten fear of her father Gunther and his reaction if he were to find him there. Ted's face also betrayed other feelings he held. A look of dismay was on it, as if he had been told that he was about to be kicked in the balls until death or old age, whichever came first. He watched as Sky rummaged around for something in her wardrobe. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. Sky dug further into her wardrobe. She tossed items one way or another as she continued her quest. "When I said I wanted to go undercover, I thought maybe I'd just wear some dark glasses and a baseball cap or something so I wouldn't get recognized." "But this idea is so much better," Sky said as she continued her search. "Aha! Here it is," she said as she held an item high up for Ted to see. Ted's eyes widened. Surely she couldn't be serious. 10 minutes later, Ted watched as Sky did up the last button for him. "There you go, you're all set. Now let me get a good look at you." She stood back to look at Ted. "I don't like this at all," he said. He felt and looked about as comfortable as an inmate about to be strapped onto an electric chair. "Don't be silly. No one will recognize you now. Believe me, this is way more effective than a pair of dark sunglasses and a baseball cap. Here, stand up and look at yourself in the mirror." Ted looked sideways at the full-length mirror in Sky's bedroom with dread. When he saw his own reflection, it was like his worst nightmare had come true. He was no longer dressed how he normally did. No smart shirt and pants, no black shoes, no lucky tie. It was a sight that he hoped he would never see again. Instead, what Ted saw in the mirror was himself dressed as an Elvis tribute artist, complete with an unrealistic and gaudy wig in a white rhinestone jumpsuit and cape. The last time he had dressed like that was back at the Shepperton Maud Street Mall, not just many years ago, but 2 decades ago. The painful memories of that day still ached like an embarrassing pimple longing to burst. "I bought it a couple of years ago for a fancy dress party. Luckily for you, it's made out of stretch material," Sky said. "Yeah, lucky me," Ted said sarcastically. He stared at his image again. "This brings back a lot of bad memories. Real bad memories." "Just do the move," Sky said. "The what?" "The Elvis pelvis move. You know, the one that drove all the teenage girls wild." "The last time I tried that, it didn't go so well," Ted said, unwilling to elaborate further. Ted's memories of that fateful day many years ago flashed back to him. Of him as a youngster, drinking plenty of fluid so his singing voice would be well lubricated before his big performance in the Shepperton Maud Street Mall. Of his mother, Gladys, dressing him as Elvis. Of him going to the public toilets to get ready, and despite feeling like he was bursting, wanting to pee, not being able to urinate because he was bladder shy in front of those rowdy, troublemaking teenagers. Of him being squished between his mother and stepfather when Rory hadn't realised Ted was there. Of his mother's breasts and Rory's belly and groin pressing against him by mistake. Of being punched in the groin by the Billy Ray Cyrus wannabe bully when he tried to make friends, and of falling to the floor, holding his groin in agony until he could finally stand and hobble away. Of being too scared to go to the toilet to relieve himself in case he got attacked again. Ted also remembered the announcer calling Ted and Rory's names when it was their turn to compete in the I Want to Be a Star competition. Ted had been so nervous that he'd frozen. He didn't want to go on, but Rory physically dragged him onto the stage. Ted had stood at the front of the stage and Rory at the back, just like they'd rehearsed. He remembered other kids his age from his school, how they laughed and pointed at Ted when they saw his cape. Ted could hear the shouts of the bullies he had encountered earlier. "What's with the cape?" "And who are you supposed to be? Superman?" And "Your underwear's supposed to be on the outside, stupid." Ted had heard their insults and the laughter of others who thought the bullies were witty. As the music played, Ted's nerves got the better of him, and instead of him proudly singing an Elvis song and doing Elvis moves like he and Rory had spent weeks training, his knees buckled and shook worse than a drunk. Ted's voice squeaked like a frightened mouse. This made the crowd laugh even louder and caused Ted to fall out of time with Rory, making their act even more comical than it already was. And when he'd looked out and saw the crowd laughing and pointing at him, it happened. Against his will, Ted's full bladder finally let go as he stood front and centre of the stage. His Elvis jumpsuit suddenly became an Elvis wetsuit, especially in the groin area. The teenagers in the front row laughed hysterically when this happened and pointed at his groin. Ted instantly tried to hide from full view by moving and standing behind one of the large speakers while he continued to sing. The speakers were arranged on either side of the stage, a large one at the base, a medium-sized one on it, and a smaller speaker on top. Being unaware of why Ted hid behind the large speaker, Rory tried to move Ted back to centre stage, but Ted held on to the large speaker with all his might. Just as Ted sang the words, "Don't be cruel," Rory gave Ted an almighty shove and pushed him to centre stage, and that's when the final indignity happened. Desperate to grasp onto anything so that the rest of the crowd who hadn't noticed that he had wet himself, Ted reached for a speaker cord, and as his momentum took him across the front of the stage, the cord pulled tight, and the small speaker on top of the other speakers toppled over and hit Rory on the head, knocking him out cold. The crowd was in hysterics, laughing at the comedy act in front of them. But that wasn't the worst of it. The momentum from Rory's well-meaning push meant that Ted slammed into the speakers on the other side of the stage. Ted was stunned, but as he looked up, he saw the speakers wobble like a willow tree in a cyclone. He had to get out of there. Ted backed away from the speakers as they leaned and began to fall his way. He tried to turn and run, but it was too late. Ted felt the impact of the small speaker as it hit his head. He staggered for a moment, and his last memory before he fell unconscious was not just the teenagers in the front row, but the entire audience buckled over, laughing with tears in their eyes. "If you want to go undercover, you've got to be convincing," Sky said, jolting Ted back to the present and his current dilemma. Ted moved his hips a little, but he was very unconvincing and looked more like Elvis Costello than Elvis Presley. "Not good enough, Ted. Do it again," Sky demanded. Ted tried, but instead did a shimmy. "That's not it." Ted made another move, but Sky couldn't believe what she saw. "The mashed potato! Oh, come on, Ted. Get serious now. Do it." Sky watched in dismay as Ted moved his hips and, "That's the Watusi." "Try again." Fed up with Ted's time wasting, Sky put her hands on Ted's hips and moved them in the direction she wanted. "Like this." "Got it?" Ted hadn't expected that, but a secret part of him liked the feeling of her hands on his hips. He nodded in response to her question. "Okay, now you try it again," she urged him. Sky watched as Ted tried again, and like a butterfly leaving its cocoon, Ted seemed to transform. He did a big Elvis-style arm rotation and swiveled his hips. All of a sudden, Ted no longer seemed to be Ted. He looked and felt just like Elvis doing the jailhouse rock. Sky bit her lower lip and then licked her lips. "You've done this before, haven't you?" she asked. Ted didn't respond. It was like he finally got his groove back. and he made one Elvis move after another. It was like he was somehow channeling the spirit of Elvis. "There's only one thing needed to complete your outfit," Sky said. "What's that?" "Give me a few minutes. I've got to borrow some things from Storm." Sky exited her bedroom, entered Storm's, and closed the door. Ted waited patiently, and a few minutes later the door to Storm's bedroom opened and Sky emerged in an outfit he hadn't expected. "Ta-da!" she said with a flourish. Sky was dressed as a young Priscilla Presley, with beehive hair. She wore a short skirt and knee-length white boots, along with a shoulder-strap purse. "Oh, wait, I forgot the lippy," Sky said. She took a lipstick from the makeup bag in her purse. Sky pursed her lips to apply the lipstick and then put it away. To Ted, the transformation from a few minutes ago was so complete that he felt he had some idea of what it must have been like to go from black and white to colour TV. "You look amazing." "Wait," Ted said before he changed his voice to sound like Elvis. "Hey, chickadee, you look like a good luck charm." "And I suppose you want me to hang on your arm?" Sky asked. Ted nodded and pulled her in close. They leaned in close to each other. Ted could feel Sky's body up against his, the faint, exhilarating touch of her breast against his chest. He could smell the light scent of flowers in her perfume. He felt a part of him harden and grow. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he had the overwhelming urge to kiss her. He closed his eyes, pursed his lips, and leaned in at the same time as she did. And ring, ring! Ted's phone rang, breaking the special moment that had been so tantalizingly close, so close that they could feel each other's breath. Ted's eyes snapped open, and so did Sky's. They both looked at each other as if they were embarrassed to be there. "I better get that," Ted said. Far away, in Floyd's inner Sydney unit, Monica looked at Floyd as he slept on his bed, snoring loudly. The bedroom walls were covered in large framed photos of Floyd. It was like going to a museum of Floyd. As soon as Ted answered, Monica blurted out what she'd been thinking. "Ted, I think I made a huge, terrible mistake." "Oh," Ted replied. If it hadn't been gone before, Sky knew that the potential moment of passion between her and Ted was well and truly over. Her face reddened. "Come on, Ted, we've got to go," Sky said. But Ted held out his hand like a stop sign. He wanted to finish this call. It was important to him. Sky rolled her eyes and stormed out of her bedroom and back into her sister's. A few moments later, she returned carrying a leather coat and a guitar. She threw the coat for Ted to catch, which he did, and gestured for him to take the guitar, but he was hesitant. "I said let's go," Sky demanded. She snatched Ted's phone from him and hung up on the call. Ted was speechless as she shoved the guitar into his now free hand. Ted drove the station wagon that Channel 4 had hired, while Sky rode in the front passenger seat and pointed in the direction she wanted him to take. "I still can't believe you'd even talk to her after what she did to you," Sky said. She indicated for Ted to take a left. Ted flicked the blinker on and turned left. "It was a mistake. We all make mistakes," Ted explained. "Besides, we've been together for 5 years. Why would I want to lose that?" "It's one thing to make a mistake. It's another thing to keep repeating it, Ted. You deserve to be treated better than that. Don't you see that?" Ted was going to answer her, but he saw the look on Sky's face, thought better of it, and remained silent as he drove closer to the town centre. "Park just there," Sky instructed Ted. Ted did as he was told and parked near the Elvis and Priscilla look-alike competition. There was a big crowd already. "So, here's the plan. No one will suspect that Ted Sherlock, the biggest Elvis hater since the Hoover administration, will come to an Elvis celebration dressed as Elvis. Let's mingle. Maybe that way you can spot the killers, and then you can phone the police." There were plenty of other people dressed as Elvis or Priscilla. Some looked close to the original couple, but some didn't. There were Asian, black, Blonde, red-haired, short, tall, bald, bearded, grey-haired, and even some child versions of Elvis and Priscilla. Some of the Priscillas were morbidly obese. Some had orange hair, some purple, and some were rainbow-coloured, with facial tattoos and nose rings. Yet, somehow, they all seemed to magically embrace the essence of Elvis and Priscilla, even if they didn't look like them. Ted eyed all the Elvis and Priscilla wannabes that looked similar to those that he saw the other night when the murder occurred. "See anyone who looks familiar yet?" Sky asked him. Ted saw a balding Elvis with a pot gut, and his jaw dropped open. It was someone he hadn't expected to see. Someone, in all honesty, that he didn't want to see. It was Rory, Ted's stepdad. "Geez," Ted said before he scurried away as quick as he could. Sky followed Ted, having no idea what his strange reaction was about. "What's up? What's going on? Was that him? Was that the killer?" "Shh," Ted said as he tried to hush Sky. "It's someone who can recognize me." "But you're dressed as Elvis." "Precisely," Ted replied. But at that moment, Ted had seen something else worrying. "Look over there." Ted pointed to Miyamoto, Knuckles, and Breaker. "I'm sure those guys are dirty." Meanwhile, at the shady Oasis Caravan Park, Vic and Jay looked like two guys in a home furnishing store. Lost. "Ted's gone. What do we do now?" Vic asked Jay. Jay checked his phone, but as the main event was happening soon, rides had been booked out, and it would take ages to get a lift. "We're stranded here." At that moment, Storm exited the manager's office and saw them looking downhearted. "The look-alike contest is about to begin. Want a lift?" "For sure," Jay replied. "Does a bear eat in the woods?" Vic said. Jay stared at Vic. "You know that's not what the expression is, don't you?" "Shh, I know. I just wanted to clean it up a bit for the young lady. I don't want her to think I'm uncouth in case I still have a chance," Vic whispered. Jay shook his head. "Come on, let's go," Storm yelled out to them. They all piled into Storm's car. Jay rode shotgun, leaving Vic in the back seat. Storm drove them to the centre of town, and as she looked for a place to park, Vic spotted Breaker. He tapped Jay on the back of his shoulder and pointed at Breaker. "Our friend," Vic said. "You know him?" Storm asked. "He's a major turd." "Can you help us get back at him?" Vic asked. "Count me in," Storm said. Storm parked a car and they all got out. "Okay, guys, here's my plan," Vic whispered. Jay and Storm leaned in to listen. They both smiled and nodded as they heard more of Vic's plan. It was a plan that Vic thought even Dr. Evil would be proud of. At the Elvis look-alike competition, Hilda was dressed as a town crier, but unfortunately she looked like a dumpling on legs. Hilda took to the stage and talked into the microphone. "Oh, hear ye," Hilda said in an annoying tone. This reminded the crowd of the reason why town criers were no longer employed by most towns and cities. "Welcome one and all to the 25th Elvis look-alike competition." The crowd cheered and whooped. "The street parade will head to the centre of town soon, and we'll have at least one Elvis in each vehicle." Ted scanned the crowd. "I still haven't spotted the killers. Maybe they're not here," Ted quietly said to Sky. "Or maybe they ditched their disguise," Sky replied. "That's not good news. That means they could be anywhere in this crowd," Ted said. A couple of young guys, a tall one and a short one, approached Ted. They looked familiar to Ted, but he couldn't place where he had seen them before. He had a nagging feeling he had. Was it at the library, the pub where Storm worked, or somewhere else? "Want to ride in the back of the ute we have?" the tall one asked Ted. "Huh?" Ted said, genuinely puzzled. "For the car parade. We need an Elvis. Our Elvis wanted to skip the parade, so we need a replacement." The short guy checked out Sky and liked what he saw. And a nice-looking Priscilla wouldn't go astray either, he said. We'll give it a miss, Sky said, obviously not impressed. The young guys moved on to look for another Elvis as Hilda talked into the microphone again. But before the car parade starts, let me just say this. Recently we had someone try to destroy this great event. The crowd booed. Ted's anxiety hit the roof. He began to sweat profusely and looked around in a paranoid manner to make sure no one had snuck up on him. Vic looked at the wide range of products on the shelves at a nearby pharmacy. His finger stopped at the product that he wanted. It was a tube of volcano heat, a menthol lotion for sore and aching muscles. He then grabbed a tube of Hair Be Gone Now, a hair remover, from another shelf and paid for both. Meanwhile, Jay and Storm were at a nearby grocery store cash register. Jay paid for a couple of 2-litre bottles of Solo lemon-flavoured soft drink. They walked out of the store and scanned the crowd. They saw Vic in the distance and gave him the thumbs up.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 20. Are you bald down there as well? At the Elvis lookalike competition, Jay and Storm approached Breaker. When they were within earshot of him, they began to argue with each other. You can't, Storm said. I can, Jay replied. They stopped walking and continued their argument right in front of Breaker. No way, he's much better than you, Storm said. Is not, Jay replied. Breaker watched the argument bounce back and forth like a spectator at Wimbledon. He noticed Storm look and point at him as she said, I bet you $100 he'll beat you. You're on, Jay replied. Breaker had no idea what they were arguing about. Breaker, this loser just bet me $100 that he can down a 2-litre bottle of Solo quicker than you, Storm said. Breaker scanned Jay up and down and was obviously unimpressed. He's dreaming, Breaker replied. Bring it on, Jay said. Storm handed Breaker and Jay a large bottle of Solo soft drink each. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, and go, Storm said. The guys started drinking as fast as they could. As soon as he noticed how fast Breaker was drinking, Jay deliberately slowed his pace. He drank only a small portion of his bottle by the time Breaker had finished his entire 2 litres. Breaker threw his bottle to the ground, burped, then posed like Hulk Hogan at a WWE pro wrestling match. Kick your butt, Luther, Breaker boasted. Jay handed over $100 to Storm before he walked away. However, Storm stayed. She batted her eyelids at Breaker and touched his bulging biceps. My, you're so strong, Storm said as she caressed his bald head. Tell me something, big boy, she said in a sultry voice. Breaker grinned. He was eager to see where this was going, and to his surprise, Storm looked downwards towards his groin region and asked, Are you bald down there as well? Breaker shook his head. Too bad, lover boy. I'd be interested in you if you were. Here's my number, Storm said as she gave him a fake phone number, which happened to be for an erectile dysfunction clinic. Storm sashayed away like a model on the catwalk and was soon lost in the crowd. Breaker was left perplexed, unsure whether to follow her or stay put like Mahmoud had instructed him earlier. But after a few minutes, Breaker's bladder felt the pressure of the 2-litre bottle of soft drink. To him, it felt like he had drunk Niagara Falls dry, and he had to empty his bladder before he had an accident. He swiftly made his way to the male toilets. At the Elvis lookalike competition, there was a swarm of Elvis and Priscilla impersonators around Ted and Sky. Ted was nervous. He constantly scanned the area to ensure no one got too close to him as Hilda spoke on stage. We've had lies spread on TV the internet, and defamatory posters placed on walls," Hilda said. The crowd booed louder than ever before as Hilda continued. "So, to Ted Sherlock, if you're out there, I say this to you. Watch out. There are many passionate Elvis fans, not just here, but in Sydney, and, in fact, all around the world, and we're not afraid to show it." The crowd was in a frenzy by now. They hissed, booed, and cursed Ted's name, and probably even the day he had been born. "Let's get out of here," Ted said. Ted spotted the tall young guy's head above the crowd and shouted to him, "Hey mate, we've changed our mind. Give us a lift on your ute." Rory, Ted's stepfather, heard Ted's voice and swiveled around in time to spot him. "Ted, is that you?" Rory shouted to him. All the other Elvis impersonators turned and looked in Ted's direction. Several of them clenched their fists. One of them pounded his fist into his hand. "Uh-oh," Ted said. Breaker entered the male toilets and made his way to the urinal, unaware that outside Jay watched, and once Breaker had entered, he turned off the water meter that was connected to the male toilets. When Breaker entered the male toilets, he saw Vic standing at the basin with a tube of Hair Be Gone Now in his hand and a big smile on his face. Vic began to unbutton his shirt. Breaker stood at the urinal and began to urinate. He glanced over at Vic. "What the hell are you up to, you bearded weirdo?" Breaker asked. "I'll meet this chick who wants me, but only if I don't have chest hair," Vic lied. "I just found this amazing stuff at the pharmacy," Vic said. Vic put some white cream on his chest and rubbed it in. "The pharmacist told me that this stuff will take it off in a couple of minutes. No shaving, no fuss." "Really?" asked Breaker, genuinely intrigued. "Yeah, quicker than shaving, and no chance of accidentally cutting myself. Watch this," Vic said. The thought of putting a razor anywhere near his testicles to shave was something that genuinely scared Breaker. He watched as Vic removed the cream from his chest, and the chest hairs that had been there were now gone. Breaker looked down at his groin area and remembered his interaction with the vibrant, vivacious, and beautiful Storm. He knew the phone number she had given him was still in his pocket. "Hey, sorry about the other day, buddy. We got off on the wrong foot. Do you mind sharing some of that lotion?" Breaker asked Vic as he pointed to the cream. "Sure thing, buddy," Vic said as he strolled over to Breaker. "Give me one of your hands," Vic said. "I'm busy," Breaker said as he continued to urinate. "Can't you wait a minute?" "I forgot. 2 hands for beginners," Vic joked. "Smart ass." "Okay," Breaker responded as he adjusted his hold and held out one hand towards Vic. "Okay, lay it on me," Breaker said. Vic kept the brand name hidden from Breaker, but instead of Hair Be Gone Now, Vic squeezed a huge glob of volcano heat onto Breaker's palm. "Good. Now rub that in good and proper," Vic encouraged him. Breaker grinned like the Cheshire Cat as he began to apply the lotion to his balls. Vic looked at the half-empty tube of volcano heat in his hands. He smiled and slowly backed away from Breaker, keeping his eyes on him. Breaker's eyes narrowed. He almost went cross-eyed, and then he let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ah! It's burning! It's burning!" Breaker yelled in pain. Breaker rushed to the sink, his pants still halfway down his legs. He turned on the tap, but because Jay had turned the water off outside, no water came out. He shuffled sideways to the next sink and turned on another tap, but there was no water there either. "Ah!" Breaker screamed as the pain in his testes intensified. It felt as if his balls had somehow swallowed a jar of hot chilies. When Jay heard Breaker scream, he entered the toilet, and he and Vic both pointed and laughed at Breaker. "I'll kill you, you bastards! I'll murder both of you!" Breaker yelled at them as he lunged towards them. But Jay and Vic had anticipated what Breaker's reaction would be, and they ran out of the toilet block with him in hot pursuit. As he exited the toilet, Breaker realised he was in public and had to pull his pants up. Some people in the crowd that saw him laughed at Breaker, and he felt self-conscious. Breaker quickly located the water meter for the toilet block, turned it back on, and then ran back inside the toilets to wash the volcano heat paste off his nuts. It felt like small wildfire had broken out around his gonads. However, as soon as Breaker was in the toilet block, Jay sneaked back over to the water meter and turned it off again. Breaker got to the closest sink inside the toilets. He dropped his pants, thrust his groin towards the tap, and turned it on. There was a splutter of water, and then nothing. Nada. Zilch. Undeterred, Breaker tried the next sink, but got the same result. "Ah!" Breaker screamed. Breaker pulled up his pants and rushed out of the toilet block once again. The first thing Breaker saw was a young mother with her small children. She had a large bottle of water, and all of her kids had water bottles as well. Breaker snatched the water bottle from her, dropped his dax, and began to pour water on his inflamed genitals. Breaker closed his eyes as the cool, refreshing water rushed over him. "You filthy pervert!" the young mother screamed at Breaker, unaware that he was pouring water on his genitals for medical reasons and not for a perverse sexual pleasure. But it was too late. Officer Bush rushed over, flung Breaker to the ground, and cuffed his hands behind his back. "I'm arresting you for lewd and indecent behaviour." Seeing the commotion from on stage, Hilda muttered, "Geez, Breaker, what did Mum tell you about hanging around public toilets?" "It wasn't my fault, I swear. It wasn't my fault," Breaker said. Officer Bush got Breaker to his feet, pulled his pants up, and took him to the division van, with Breaker still complaining about his innocence. "It was these two city guys from the Big Smoke you ought to be arresting. Not me."
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 21. Shut up and keep still while I put these on. After Rory accidentally revealed Ted's identity at the judging of the Elvis lookalike competition, the Elvis impersonators all advanced towards Ted like a mob of slow-moving zombies. Ted heard Breaker's scream nearby, and he panicked. He grabbed Sky's hand and fled. The other Elvis started to chase after them. An Elvis impersonator got hold of Ted's cape, slowing him down, but determined not to be captured, Ted released the cape, allowing him and Sky to continue to flee. The Elvis with the cape angrily stamped on it as other Elvis impersonators ran past him and continued to chase Ted. Ted and Sky raced past Storm and Jay, who were bewildered as to why they were being chased by a mob of angry Elvis impersonators, along with a few miffed Priscilla lookalikes. A few of the quicker Elvis sprinted past Storm and Jay, who looked at each other and shrugged. They both took a step apart from each other, so that the other chasing Elvis had to run between them. Jay and Storm then both stuck a leg out to trip the chasing Elvis. Soon there was a massive pile-up of angry Elvis and Priscilla wannabes who had tripped over and had fallen to the ground. Jay grabbed Storm's hand. "Quick, let's run," he said. Jay and Storm raced off in the same direction Ted and Sky went to avoid a swarm of angry Elvis impersonators as well. Ted and Sky were still being chased by 4 of the quickest Elvis and were almost out of breath. Up ahead, Ted saw vintage cars from the 1950s onwards getting ready to drive out for the big parade. Ted and Sky jumped on the back tray of a ute. Ted banged on the top of the roof and yelled at the tall teenager who was behind the wheel, "Okay, we're here! Drive! 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 Hurry!" As the ute took off, Ted looked behind him at the chasing Elvis and saw one of them grab something that looked like a pistol. The chasing Elvis piled into other vintage cars and gave chase. Behind them were Jay and Storm, who jumped onto the tray of another ute about to depart for the parade to avoid the Elvis impersonators chasing them. Ted and Sky relaxed momentarily as the driver drove them to the next event. Ted noticed people were probably 5 deep on either side of the street on the pavement. They waved at Ted and Sky and cheered them as they went past. Ted heard some of them shout, "Long live Elvis! We love you, Priscilla! Elvis lives!" "Why are they doing that?" Ted asked Sky. "We're part of the parade, silly. Don't be a dill. Smile and wave back." Ted and Sky waved to the crowd as the Elvis song Kentucky Rain blared from the speakers of the ute. When the next song, A Little Less Conversation, began to play, Ted instinctively tapped his feet to the upbeat sound that boomed out from the ute's huge speakers. He looked out at the crowd of happy people that lined both sides of the street. Some of them had driven hundreds of kilometres to be here. Their genuine smiles were infectious. For a moment, Ted forgot his troubles and soaked in the experience. He reached for Sky's hand and held it as their eyes met. They smiled at each other, then at the cheering crowds as they waved to them. But Ted had seen something in Sky's eyes that she also noticed in his. There was no longer any sadness. There was sparkle in both of their eyes. "I think I finally see the reason why people love this festival. It's great. I feel like a rock star," Ted said. "I don't believe what I'm hearing," Sky replied. "Yeah, neither do I. I think I could see why you love this place, the people and the festival." Inspired, Ted even did some big Elvis Jiu-Jitsu inspired moves. "I'm the king. Yeah, Elvis forever. Woohoo!" The crowd cheered. Sky smiled. There was something about this guy she liked. He was living life to the max, and Sky figured it was now or never, so she passionately kissed him. The crowd went wild and cheered even louder. Ted kissed Sky back, with as much sizzle as a steak from Sizzler's restaurant. As they kissed, they noticed the two guys inside the ute. They still looked familiar to Ted, but Ted wasn't sure why or where he had seen them. After the parade ended, Ted and Sky thanked the guys for the lift, got out of the ute, then tried to blend in with the crowd. "I gotta hide," Ted said. "The other Elvises will soon be here, and they'll kill me if they find me. They know what I look like." Sky saw an accessible toilet nearby. She looked down at her purse and then grabbed Ted's arm. "I've got an idea. Come with me." She ran towards the toilet door, dragging Ted along behind her. Meanwhile, Jay and Storm had just exited the ute they caught a lift in. "We've got to run or those Elvis dudes are going to punch my lights out," Jay said. "They'll be looking for someone who's running though, won't they?" Storm asked. "Yeah, so?" "They won't be looking for someone who's doing this," Storm said. She grabbed Jay's shirt, pulled him in close, and passionately kissed him. As she and Jay kissed, a horde of angry Elvis impersonators ran past them, not noticing the soon-to-be lovers were, in fact, one of the couples they'd been chasing. Inside the spacious, accessible toilet, Ted looked directly at Sky. "I don't like this," Ted said. "They're only after me. It might be safer for you if we just split up. I don't want you getting hurt." "Shut up. We're not splitting up," Sky said. Sky reached into her purse and took out the emergency makeup kit she'd stashed inside it. She then began to apply makeup to Ted's face, that grew more anxious-looking with each passing minute. Finally, Sky took off Ted's Elvis wig and switched it with the beehive wig that she had been wearing. "You had a wig? I thought that was your hair and you were just wearing it up," Ted said. Sky sighed. "Great investigative skills, Ted," she said as she put her beehive wig onto Ted's head. "Are you sure about this?" Ted asked. "What did I tell you before?" "To trust you?" "That's right. So shut up and keep still while I put these on." Sky applied some long eyelashes to Ted. "Great. Now press your lips like this." Ted did as he was told, and Sky put some lipstick on him, the same shade she had been wearing.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 22. He's the murderer. A few minutes later, Sky stepped back to admire her handiwork. Ted had heavy makeup caked on and was dressed as a drag Priscilla in the short skirt that Sky had been wearing earlier, while she was now dressed as Elvis. "Ready?" Sky asked Ted. He nodded. "As ready as I'll ever be." Ted and Sky exited the accessible toilet. Some of the country folks stared at Ted. Some giggled and pointed, while others had seen it all before and took it in their stride. "This isn't going to work. They've noticed me. I can hear people laughing at me," Ted said as he tried to block out those dreadful memories of people laughing at him years before in the Shepherd and Maud Street Mall. "Yes, they've noticed you, but not recognized you. There's a difference," Sky replied. "Yeah, I suppose you're right." Ted and Sky wandered through the crowd. Ted noticed some of the Elvi and Priscillas ahead that had been searching for them. Ted looked behind to see if he and Sky could retreat, but then he saw some more Elvis and Priscilla lookalikes. Ted could feel his heart beat faster as he realized that he and Sky were surrounded. His worry about being caught intensified as he realized the jig would soon be up. But to Ted's surprise, the Elvis and Priscilla lookalikes looked Ted and Sky up and down, but didn't seem to recognize them. He even overheard one of the Elvis lookalikes say, "That's got to be the ugliest Priscilla I've ever seen." An Elvis with a pink wig and an outfit that was a little too short and revealing handed Ted a piece of paper with a phone number on it. "Oh, call me," said the pink-haired Elvis as he winked and blew Ted a kiss. "See, I told you that no one would recognize you," Sky said. Ted scanned the crowd and spotted the two young guys who drove them to this event, the tall guy and the short guy. They were with a Priscilla and a medium-sized Elvis lookalike. Ted's forehead wrinkled as he tried to remember why they all looked so familiar. Had he seen them at the train station in Sydney, on the train ride, or somewhere else? Or was he just mistaken, and it was a case of déjà vu? It was then that Ted realized who the Elvis was. "Hey, that Elvis over there with the two guys that drove us, what about him?" Sky asked. "I know where I've seen him before," Ted replied. "He's the murderer!" Sky's eyes went wide. She grabbed Ted's arm. "Are you sure?" "Sure, I'm sure. I saw him on the train when we were heading up here. He pulled me out of the toilet." "He did what?" "I'll explain later, but that guy and the other two and the Priscilla with them were all on the same train carriage as me coming up here." "And it took you that long to work that all out?" Sky asked, obviously unimpressed with Ted's recall ability. Ted looked at the Elvis and almost had a heart attack when he noticed that he had what looked to be a gun. He scanned the audience. To the left he saw an Elvis with brass knuckles, another with nunchucks, and another with a weapon. Mayor Mudo, Knuckles, and Officer Bush were to Ted's left. They all looked like they were pissed off, and it didn't take a genius to figure out who they were unhappy with. Ted could feel his heart racing. It was thumping harder than a debt collector knocking at the front door of a delinquent account. "I've got to get out of here before they kill me," Ted said to Sky. A hand from behind suddenly touched Ted's shoulder, causing him to jump. "Ah!" Ted screamed in fear. Ted turned around and saw a familiar face. "Hey, Ted, what are you up to?" Jay asked. Ted couldn't believe it. He was dressed up as a drag queen, yet Jay was still able to easily identify him. "How did you recognize me?" Ted asked. "When you're the ugliest Priscilla on earth, you're going to attract attention. And you still have your Rolex on," Jay said. Sky noticed that Jay and Storm were holding hands. "Hey, look at you two," she said. Storm and Jay smiled at each other. "Yeah, we sort of bonded when we got Breaker arrested for indecent exposure outside the public toilets," Storm explained. "That's not something you hear every day," Sky said. It was then that Ted noticed that there was a gaggle of news cameras near the stage. How on earth did they get here? The roads are cut off by the flood. The floodwaters have started receding.
It's safe to land at the footy oval. They flew in by helicopter, Storm explained. It was then that Ted heard Vic's booming voice. "Hey, Ted! Over here!" Everyone looked at Vic, who was waving from 20 metres away.
As Vic approached Ted, all the pursuing Elvi, Mayor Guido, Knuckles, and Officer Bush began to surround Ted. Hilda had made her way from the previous event and was on stage with control of the microphone, ready to host this event.
And now I have the pleasure of announcing that the winner of the Elvis Lookalike competition is Luke Vanderham, Hilda said. There was a generous round of applause from the crowd. Luke Vanderham was the medium-sized Elvis that Ted had identified as the murderer only moments earlier. Luke made his way to the stage and took the microphone from the announcer. He was joined on stage by his friends, the Priscilla lookalike, the tall young guy, and the short guy who'd driven Ted to the event. Storm couldn't believe what was happening. She glanced at Ted, whose focus was on Luke, as he talked into the microphone. "Hi all, I'd firstly like to thank you, and it's an honour to win this award. In the past couple of days there's been a lot of media coverage about Parks and the Elvis murder, all thanks to Ted Sherlock." The crowd loudly booed and hissed. The mob of Elvis lookalikes that surrounded Ted now had their hands on him and began to jostle him. There was no way out for Ted as Luke continued his speech. "I've heard people say things like Ted Sherlock's the world's biggest liar. He should be publicly flogged, and that he's trying to ruin the Elvis Festival." The crowd booed again. Some people in the crowd looked like they were almost frothing at the mouth as Luke continued. "But I know for a fact that less than an hour ago, Ted said how great the Elvis Festival is." There was a stunned silence from the crowd. "And I know something else about Ted that most of you don't. Ted wasn't lying when he said he saw an Elvis lookalike gunned down. I know because I was there." There were gasps of shock from the crowd. "Why do I know that?" "Because it was my friend Quentin, who was standing beside me, that was shot down." There were gasps of surprise and confusion amongst many in the crowd. How could Quentin have been shot dead, yet appear to be on stage looking very much alive and well? That was the thought that went through many people's minds. "And as you can see, I'm not dead," Quentin said. "My friends, Luke, Josh, and Angelica, helped me to make a film I wrote called Death in Elvis Town, using hidden cameras in our wigs and clothing. We also did this." Luke raised his gun and aimed at Quentin. There was a deafening bang as Luke shot at him. Quentin's chest exploded. Blood spurted over the stage, and Quentin fell. The crowd gasped in shock and horror as Quentin lied motionless on the stage. Officer Bush's mouth was open in surprise. He reached instinctively for his gun, but Ted grabbed his hand and held it tightly against his waist. "No, don't shoot," Ted said. "I'm begging you, please don't shoot. Get your hands off me or I'll arrest you for obstructing a police officer." Officer Bush snarled back at Ted. Back on stage, Quentin slowly rose to his feet and spoke into the microphone once again. "As you can see, I'm still alive. We used squibs, not real bullets. It still hurts like hell, though, but the pain is worth it," Quentin explained. Officer Bush was stunned by Quentin's actions and words. He realized that Ted had just saved him from making a horrible mistake. "Thanks, Ted," he said. "I guess I owe you one." Luke took the microphone from Quentin. "We didn't come forward at first because we didn't have filming permission to shoot during the event. We were worried that we were going to get in trouble. But when we overheard that Ted was scared for his life, we thought it was time to end this. We had to fess up. That and the fact that we've got a lot of free publicity for our film," Quentin added, before Angelica took the microphone. "So, if you're a film producer or distributor and would like to help sponsor us to edit this film or make a new one, please feel free to give me a call on..." Angelica was soon swamped by TV crews and reporters who rushed towards the stage eager to get a big story. The truth suddenly dawned on Mayor Mudo, Officer Bush, and the others in the crowd. "That means there was no murder. Our Elvis Festival isn't doomed. and we've just got millions of dollars of free advertising." Mayor Muto exclaimed as he shook Ted's hand to congratulate him. "Well done, Ted. You're fantastic. A genius. I knew you were a great guy the moment I first met you." Knuckles patted Ted on the back. "I got to tell you, you got balls, Ted. You've got balls," he said.
Vic sidled up to Knuckles and whispered into his ear, "I met a model who wants a threesome. Are you interested?" Knuckles nodded. "But she wants us ball down you know where," Vic said as he glanced downwards at Knuckles' groin. "Ever tried hair be gone now? Down you know where?"
"There's always a first," Knuckles said.
Vic squeezed the last of the volcano heat onto Knuckles' palm and then pointed to the accessible toilet.
"You can put it on in there." It was then that Bruce Bustleton, who was close to the stage and hadn't heard Vic earlier, recognized Ted. "Hey, that guy over there is Ted Sherlock." Suddenly, all the cameras and news reporters clambered towards Ted. Bruce was the first to stick his microphone into Ted's face. "Were you aware of and complicit in this hoax? Or were you just too stupid and gullible to realize it was just some teenagers acting?" Bruce asked. "No, I wasn't aware." But before he could finish his answer, Bruce interrupted him. "How does it feel to be made a fool of in front of a worldwide audience?"
Then, a barrage of rapid-fire questions from the throng of reporters flew at Ted like a magpie swooping an unsuspecting passerby during mating season.
"Do you always cross-dress, or is this another one of your cheap publicity stunts? Has your IQ ever been tested? Why did you take this assignment in parks? Was this a stunt to get you on the painful truth?"
Cameras flashed, and Ted looked like a stunned rabbit hypnotized by the headlights of an oncoming vehicle.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Chapter 23. Death in Elvis Town.
An hour later, and Luke, Quentin, and the others that shot the film Death in Elvis Town lined up to shake Ted's hand.
"Thanks for your help, man," Luke said. "Sorry we didn't come forward earlier. We got scared." "You're not the only ones," Ted replied. "But it's okay. No real harm done," Ted said, even though he had just lived through the most frightening few days of his life.
Quentin took Ted's hand in both of his as he shook it.
"What you've done for us is amazing. I couldn't have written this better if I tried," Quentin said. Excited, Angelica gave Ted a big hug and a kiss on the cheek. "Thanks to you, some of the TV channels are currently in a bidding war to interview us about our story," she said. "It'll help us to fund and distribute our film. I don't know how we could ever repay you. We couldn't have done this without your help." Josh, the tall guy, who had been quiet, spoke. "If you ever need someone to help you get rid of a corpse late at night, give me a yell," he said with a wink, which made Ted laugh. Knuckles had his pants around his knees and was being arrested by Officer Kine for indecent exposure. As she led him away, she was already committing to memory exactly what she saw, so that she could draw it later in case it was needed in court as evidence. Even if it wasn't needed in evidence, it still looked like it would be kind of fun to draw. As Ted, Sky, Storm, Jay, and Vic strolled away from the event, Ted's phone rang. He glanced down at the caller ID. It was Vera. In Sydney, Vera took Ted's photo off the wall in her room. "Hi, Ted. I've got to be quick, but I just saw you on TV. Not a good look. The cross-dressing. It might be okay for some of the more liberal TV channels, but it's not the key demographic that the painful truth want. They're after a conservative audience. What you did was the equivalent of spitting in their face. The producers rang me and told me the deal's off, and they're going with Floyd. We'll also be putting you on paid leave until your contract finishes next month. Don't expect it to be renewed." But Vera hung up before Ted could finish his sentence.
She then tossed Ted's photo in the bin. Hello? Hello, Vera, are you there? Can you hear me? Ted tried calling her again, but it went straight to her message bank. He appeared shell-shocked, lost for words, as both his job and career seemed to go down the gurgler quicker than a teenager going down a water slide at Waterworld. At least you'll still have your health. And you know that no one is chasing you or wants to kill you, Sky said. Ted nodded and put his phone away. But then it rang again. He looked at the caller ID. It was Monica. Ted answered his phone. Monica, I've got something I need to say to you, he said. And I've got something I need to say to you, Monica replied. Okay, but me first this time, Ted said. No, me first. They both shouted into the phone at the same time, hoping to beat the other to the punch. Things have changed. They both paused as they heard their ex say the same words at the same time. What? They both asked each other. But Ted was quicker to answer this time. This trip has changed me. Mon, I don't think you and I will ever work long-term as a couple. I want to wish you good luck with your future. I've decided to stay here in Parks, Ted said. Sky had a look of total surprise on her face as she listened to Ted. Ted, I was ringing you to say I don't want you back, Monica said. I'm with Floyd again. You didn't drop me, I dropped you. Whatever. It doesn't matter to me anymore. If it makes you feel better to say you dumped me, go for it. I don't care about you, Floyd, or the shallow lives you're going to live. But I know the truth, and so do you. The painful truth. Ted hung up before Monica had a chance to say anything. Ted smiled as he stared at his phone. If there's one thing that Vera taught me, it's to always be the first to hang up. Unless you're talking to me on the phone, Sky added, in which case you would never hang up, right? Right you are, Ted agreed. Are you really staying here? Sky asked. Sure. I might even try my luck at getting a job with the local newspaper. And if I don't get that job, who cares? I'd be happy to work as a cleaner, a gardener, or rubbish truck driver if I have to, Ted said. You do know that you'd be taking a massive pay cut compared to what you're currently earning, wouldn't you? Sky said. Money isn't everything. You have to enjoy life and what you're doing. And as a very wise woman once told me, living in Parks is cheaper than living in Sydney, and happiness can't be bought. Sky smiled, and they kissed. A few hours later, Ted pulled a blanket up and made himself as comfortable as he could on the sofa in Gunter's living room. Good night, Ted. See you in the morning, okay? Sky said, as she leaned over and kissed Ted on his forehead. Mary Poppins, who Sky held in her arms, desperately wanted to break free from Sky so she could also lick Ted's forehead, or, better yet, his lips or uncovered toes. Mary, come here, settle down, Sky said. Can you keep her away from me? Ted asked. Only if you promise not to scream like a banshee, cop a feel, or strangle me in the middle of the night tonight. I'll do my best, Ted replied. Can you just keep her locked away in her own room and away from me? Mary Poppins continued to try to wriggle free from Sky's firm grip so she could get closer to Ted. I'll try. I still can't work out why she's so intrigued and in love with you. Maybe you remind her of her previous owner. Previous owner? You mean you guys didn't buy her as a pup? No. Storm adopted her when her previous owner died. Oh, I didn't know that. What was the previous owner like? Was he good looking, like me? Ted asked cheekily. Not when he was dead, he wasn't. I suppose not. But before that, you mentioned something about me possibly reminding her of him. Did we sort of look alike? Mary Poppins continued trying to break loose, causing Sky to adjust her hold. Not really. He was in his 80s, Sky said, as Mary Poppins continued to squirm in her arms. 80s? Well, how on earth do you think I remind her of him? Fed up with wrestling with Mary Poppins, Sky put her on the floor and let her loose. Go on, lick away, she said as Mary Poppins made a beeline for Ted. Ted's eyes widened as the furry fluff ball that was Mary Poppins bounded his way and leapt up to lick his face. Ted tried to sit up to avoid Mary Poppins, but he was too slow, and Mary got to lick his cheek before he could evade her. Ted wiped his cheek as he tried to keep Mary at bay as she bounced around, trying to lick at his lips. No more, go, said Ted as he tried to fend her off. Sky put Ted out of his misery by picking Mary Poppins up again. There you go. She certainly loves you. At this stage the feelings are not quite mutual, Ted said. Well, hopefully in time it will be. After all, if we're going to be dating, you're going to be seeing a lot more of me and a lot more of her. But isn't she Storm's dog? Well, yes, but it's sort of like a timeshare. But instead of a house, it's with Mary because Storm does a lot of night shifts. Ted pondered this. Not every person or every relationship could be perfect, and Ted knew he was far from being perfect. In that case, I'll try to be friends with her. That's all I ask for. However, as Sky was about to exit the room, Ted's curiosity wasn't satisfied. If I don't look like him, then why do you think I remind her of her previous owner? Old man smell, Sky explained. What? Asked Ted. Dogs have very sensitive noses, so I'm guessing you must smell like old man McConville. Wait on. Let me get this straight. You think that she thinks that I smell like an old man? How do you figure that? It's not like I'm wearing Depends undergarments, am I? No, but maybe it's the Old Spice. Oh. Ted didn't quite know where to go from there. A bottle of Old Spice was one of the things that made Ted feel close to his dad, as that was the type his father had used. His stepfather Rory was more of a brute sort of guy. Would changing his aftershave make Mary turn off Ted? And if so, was it worth losing his connection with his dad? Ted didn't know how he felt. He would have to have time to process that. Good night. Don't let the bedbugs bite, Sky said as she turned off the light and exited carrying Mary Poppins. Ted lay back down on the sofa. His head hit the pillow and he closed his eyes. For a moment his problems ran through his mind. Having to quit his lease early in Sydney, shifting or getting rid of his stuff from out of the apartment, finding somewhere to stay here, buying a car as there was bugger all public transport as compared to Sydney. On top of that, there was the red raw wound of Monica cheating on him with Floyd. But with Sky now in his life, Ted knew he would get over that, and it was no use worrying about any of it now. Ted's eyelids felt like they had lead weights on them. He was dead tired from the lack of sleep in the past few nights and needed some serious shut-eye. He would sleep on his problems, and things would be clear in the morning. He knew that they would. Ted heard a door creak open. Soft footsteps coming his way. He didn't know what would be worse, if it was a rat or Mary Poppins. Ted reached over for the remote, turned on the light and saw the meat cleaver in Gunther's hand. Oh, Jesus, Gunther! You scared the hell out of me! Gunther just looked at Ted and grinned. You're not planning to do anything with that cleaver to me, are you? Oh, that? No, I wouldn't think so. Not unless you think I should. Ted shook his head. No reason at all, Gunther. See, I'm over here on the sofa all by myself, behaving myself. Sky's in her bedroom, by herself. Well, actually with Mary Poppins. Sky told me earlier that you were thinking of shifting to Parks, Gunther said. Yeah, I don't have much to go back to in Sydney, and Sky's here, so... Gunther ran his index finger lightly along the blade of the cleaver as he spoke. Sky. Yes, I see. Look, I can't have you coming back here and sleeping here in the lounge room and her in her bedroom over there. I know what I was like when I was your age, and I don't trust you. Not under the same roof as her. So I've been thinking. Okay, Ted said in a calm tone, endeavouring to keep things as amicable as possible.
I can't have you staying under the same roof with her while you're not married. I lose too much sleep." "You lose too much sleep? What about me?" asked Ted. "First there's that dog, now you." Gunter used the blade's edge to clean the grime out from under a thumbnail and looked Ted dead in the eye as he stated what was on his mind. "The way I see it, you're going to need a place to stay until you're more settled, aren't you?" Ted slowly nodded his head. "You know I was charging your work $300 a night for your cabin." "Yeah, I know," Ted said as he nodded. "I tell you what I'm prepared to do. Tomorrow I'll let you have a super deluxe cabin for $600 a week." $600 a week? I bet it's cheaper than your rent in Sydney." Ted nodded. He had to agree with him on that, but there was no way that one of Gunter's vans compared with the unit he rented in Sydney. To Ted's surprise, it seemed like Gunter's facial expressions were softening. Did this guy have a heart after all? "I know I shouldn't. I mean, I'm probably doing myself out of $1,500 a week by letting you have it at that price. But despite our rocky start and your behaviour, I'm prepared to be the bigger man and do you a favour. You're getting 7 nights for the price of 2. The math made sense. Gunter had been getting $300 per night. Ted would only pay for 2 nights' worth of rent and get the other 5 for free. When he thought of it like that, it seemed like a bargain. "Oh, okay, I suppose. That sounds good," said Ted. "Cool." Gunter just sat there, meat cleaver in hand, staring at Ted. Is there anything else, or can I go to sleep?" Ted asked. "How long do you want it for?" "Gosh, I don't know, maybe a month. Hopefully by that time I can find something a bit more permanent." "Cool. Let's make it 2 months, just in case you don't find a house straight away or they need a delayed settlement," Gunter suggested. "Yeah, I suppose I could do that," Ted replied. Ted went to point the remote at the light switch to turn it off, but Gunter remained sitting there, staring at Ted. "Is there anything else?" Ted asked. "I hate to mention it, but there's just a little thing about the deposit to, reserve the deluxe cabin for you." "The super deluxe?" "Oh, yeah, the super deluxe." "And you want the deposit now? Can't it wait until morning?" "Now would be better. With online bookings and all, someone could book it halfway through the night, and you'd miss out. I don't want you missing out on a deal like that, Ted." "Oh, all right," Ted said. He got off the sofa and took his wallet from his jeans. "How much do you want?" "A 2-week holding deposit of $1,200 should be fine." $1,200? That's still cheaper than what I would make renting it nightly at its normal rate." "Oh, all right," said Ted. Ted handed Gunter his credit card, and Gunter exited to swipe it on the machine in the office. Gunter returned a few minutes later and gave Ted's credit card back to him. "Where's my receipt?" asked Ted. "What? You don't trust me?" Gunter replied, genuinely offended. "About as much as a fart in a diarrhea clinic," Ted replied. "Let's face it, you didn't exactly trust me either, Gunter. It's a 2-way street, "You'll get it in the morning," Gunter grunted. He stormed off to bed and slammed his door shut. "Thanks, I think." Ted turned off the light and closed his eyes. The next morning, Ted woke with Cluck Norris crowing outside the living room door. Ted wiped the sleep from his eyes and rolled off the sofa onto the floor just as Mary burst into the room, followed by Sky. "Oh, I see you're up already," Sky said. Mary headed straight for Ted, eager to give him a lick, but he held her at arm's length as she puffed and panted while trying to get closer to him. "Yeah, that rooster out there woke me up." "You mean Cluck Norris? He has a name? Doesn't everybody? I suppose." Ted turned his attention to Mary, who, puffing and panting, still wanted to lick him. He remembered what Sky had told him the previous night about how important Mary was to her. "Mary, for you and I to become good friends and get on well, We're going to have to set boundaries, and you're going to have to settle down a bit. So just settle, Petal. Okay?" Mary stood there and panted with her tongue sticking out. Ted caught a whiff of her breath.
"Whoa! And we'll need to get you some doggy toothpaste." For the first time, Ted went to pat her, and as he did, she licked his hand.
"Oh, yuck! She must think you're made of bacon or something," Sky said. "Rule number 2 is that friends don't lick each other. Got it?" Mary stood there and panted with her tongue sticking out, waiting patiently for Ted to stick his hand or face within licking distance. Sky watched this interaction and knew what it meant. "So I take it that you're serious about this relationship?" Ted nodded. Gunter grunted as he entered the room. "Morning, Dad. I was thinking later on that if Ted's staying, I can put him into one of the cabins."
"It's already sorted, sweetheart. I fixed Ted up last night," Gunter said.
"Thanks, Dad." Gunter had fixed Ted up in more ways than one, because he was charging Ted $600 a week for a cabin that he would struggle to get $200 for when the Elvis Festival wasn't on. But what Ted didn't know wouldn't hurt him, thought Gunter. And as long as he kept that dollar amount he charged Ted secret from Sky, it wouldn't hurt her either. Later at the Parks train station, Jay and Vic stood at the platform with their luggage. Ted shook hands with both of them, and Sky kissed each of them on the cheek. "I still can't believe you're not coming back with us, Teddy boy," Vic said. "Yeah, the place won't be the same without you," Jay added. "It'll be better. No more whining or sitting next to a gloomy Gus," Vic said as he imitated Ted. "I hate that music. Put something else on. Whinge, whinge, whinge. Whine, whine, whine." All right, I get the message," Ted said. "Sorry I've been a total pain to be around lately, but I think I've finally realised I'm not cut out to be an investigative journalist, and I'm never going to be happy living in Sydney." Ted pointed to Sky. "But when I'm with Sky, I feel like I'm a better person, the person I know I can be. When you guys come back for next year's festival, you can stay at my place." Vic looked puzzled. "Do you have a house here, Teddy boy?" "Not yet, but I've got my eye on something," Ted said as he thought of Joan's house. Storm approached Jay and gave him a steaming hot kiss. "Don't wait till next year before you come back." "I'll be back next weekend," Jay promised. "You better," Storm replied. Vic held his arms out towards Storm and gestured that he was also ready to get a white-hot, passionate kiss. "Nice try, Vic," Storm said as she held out her hand to shake his. "To be honest, it's not the kind of send-off I was hoping for," Vic said. Two ladies dressed as Priscilla with suitcases wheeled past behind Vic, and as they did, one of them pinched his bottom. Vic yipped in surprise, then spun around to see who did it. One of the ladies winked at him and giggled. They both blew Vic a kiss as they boarded the train. Ted recognised them instantly. They were the twins, Carrie and Karen, who had giggled like schoolgirls after Ted hadn't zipped it up properly after using the toilet on the train. Vic smiled broadly as he watched the twins board the Elvis Express. "I think I've found my goodbye kiss, and hopefully a seat for the trip back. See you later, guys," Vic said before he rushed off to board the train. The train whistle blew. Jay gave Storm another hug and then boarded the train. Moments later, Ted, Storm and Sky waved goodbye to Jay, who sat at the window and waved back to them. Behind him was Vic. He looked happier than Ted had ever seen him, as Carrie and Karen, the Priscilla look-alike twins, kissed him on each cheek. He appeared ecstatic and gave Ted a double thumbs up as the train pulled away. Also on the train, waving to Ted and Sky, were the young filmmakers, Luke, Quentin, Josh and Angelica. Sky turned to Ted. "So, what are your plans now?" "Well, if I'm planning to shift here, I have a bit of work to do. Get a job, get a house, get a girlfriend," he said as he winked at Sky. "Hey!" She slapped his arm. "You better not. You already have one, remember?" Ted smiled as he looked into Sky's face.
then took in the township of Parks. There's no place like home.
The end.
Suspicion. Suspicion. Suspicion.
Thanks for listening to Suspicion in Elvis Town by P.M. Mahoney and narrated by Luke O'Neill. We hope you've enjoyed the book and the narration. If you liked or enjoyed listening to Suspicion in Elvis Town on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. That'd be great. Now just one more thing. Can you do me a favour? Most self-publishers don't have a huge budget to spend on advertising. Fancy words for bugger all. If you enjoyed this book, one simple thing you can do to help me create more books like this is to tell your friends, or, if you're up for doing two things, take 5 seconds to give it an honest rating out of 5 stars. Yep, it's that simple. Now, if you wanted to do me an even bigger favour by taking a few minutes to write a review on Amazon, Goodreads, BookBub, or wherever you buy your books from, it would honestly mean the world to me. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Why are you asking me to write something? You're the writer. Fair point. But here's the thing. Written reviews help authors like me way more than expensive ads ever could. They're what the marketers call social proof, which is somewhat different to alcoholic proof. Believe me, it's notoriously hard to get drunk on social proof. But I don't even know what to write. Some of you might be thinking, or saying aloud, if you have no internal monologue. That's cool. I understand where you're coming from, because I've been there too. Writing a review for the first time ever can be awkward, but it doesn't need to be. Maybe you could start off by typing which character was your favourite, or which character did you hate the most, and why. Or perhaps you could write about the weird chapter names, and which ones you found were the most memorable, funny, or depraved. Maybe you could mention how I always hide at least one spelling and grammar mistakes. See what I did there? In each book as Easter eggs for readers to find and enjoy. Or you could simply start by quoting a line that you found funny, insightful, or totally offensive. I think that covers all bases of a review, doesn't it? Just write what you honestly think and feel comfortable with. If your fingers, or brain gets too sore, stop and then press the post button. That's it. You've just typed your first review, and I'm honestly very thankful for that, regardless of how many stars you gave it. If you really want, you can brag about how you lost your book review virginity with me. Go on. I know you really want to. If you wanted to go the extra mile, or 1.609 kilometres if you're that way inclined, you could also consider posting about Suspicion in Elvis Town on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, or whatever social platform you use. And if you don't use social media, why not go up and shout about the book from the nearest treetop, or go up and awkwardly hug a stranger? Have you heard the news about the book, Suspicion in Elvis Town? And the great thing about all of these options is that they are free, assuming you don't get arrested for climbing council-owned trees, scaring wildlife out of trees, or hugging strangers too tightly around the neck. But what if you didn't want to do any of the above, but you still wanted to help? Well, you could always buy a copy to give to a friend, or if you hated it, you could buy 2 copies and give them to the 2 people you hate the most in the entire world. That will teach them not to mess with you. And if you're at that awkward stage of life where you're worried about your memory, you could wrap one up for yourself and open it on your next birthday. It will come as a nice surprise if you do remember why you bought the book, and if you don't remember buying the book, it will still come as a nice surprise. That's got to be a win-win situation, doesn't it? Thanks for listening to, and thanks especially if you've taken the time to review Suspicion in Elvis Town. It really does make a difference. If you're interested, I have a Facebook group, PM Mahoney Author Page. You're welcome to join. If you'd like to be part of my street team to help promote my books, you can join and contact me on Facebook via PM Mahoney author page. You can even sign up to receive an advanced reader copy. You get it for free for my next book. I'd love to write full time, but the only way to do that is to find more people who want to read my books. So, no pressure, but if you like this book, doing one more of any of the following would be greatly appreciated. And if you believe in karma, fate, or whatever, hopefully you will be rewarded in return. Number 1. Tell your friends how much you enjoyed this book, or how much you felt it sucked. As long as it's an honest opinion, that's the most important thing. Believe it or not, your recommendation is more influential to your friends and family than any advertisement I could ever pay for via Facebook, Amazon, or anywhere else. Number 2. Join up for my newsletter page here, and you'll get some freebies such as bonus chapters. I'll send you a weekly email so you can learn about writing, trivia, and my upcoming books. Number 3. Follow my page on Amazon.com, Goodreads, Facebook, or BookBubs, unless you're a troll, of course, because let's face it, trolls are scary. Number 4. Put this book on your read or to be read shelf in Goodreads. Number 5. Post your favourite quote or quotes from the book or a photo of you with the book or the book by itself on any social media you like with a hashtag like #Suspicion in Elvis Town, #Crazy Cozy Mystery, #Ted Sherlock Cozy Mystery, #Funny Cozy Mystery, #author PM Mahoney, etc. Or whatever you think best fits. Number 6. If you want to splash some cash, and if I get the courage up to create one, follow my Patreon page. Finally, number 7. Share anything you can about this or other books that you've enjoyed. Regardless of the author, I am sure they will be very appreciative of your help. And if you do any of the above, you'll have my undying gratitude. Chapter 24. A sneak peek of my next book. It's probably a year or so away until my next book in the Elvis Town series, Climbing the Staircase to Homicide, will be ready to be published, as it takes a surprising number of weird thoughts and strange dreams to write a book like this. But not all is lost. If you like reading about guys who wear capes that blunder their way through life and haven't read it yet, then you might just enjoy Drax Back. It's already released. If you'd like to have a sneak peek and read the first chapter of my upcoming book, a romantic comedy called Eddie's First Love, then keep listening. Synopsis: Eddie's First Love, a romantic comedy in the Least Likely in Love series, to be published soon. When a special school needs student who hates change falls in love with his new teacher and his school is threatened with closure, he knows his whole world is about to change and he must do something about it. Chapter 1. Being pecked to death by a rampaging rooster. Most people dream of weird things. Things like being pecked to death by a rampaging rooster, being stark naked in the middle of a busy shopping centre, being chased or attacked by some bad guys, being called upon to speak at a funeral for someone you didn't know, falling from a cliff, flying high above your house on a magical unicorn while totally unaware that a ravenous fire-breathing dragon is right behind you, being sucked under and drowning in a whirlpool in a lake of chocolate, missing a bus and being late for school, work, or your colonoscopy, your pet cat dying in an unfortunate methane explosion, having sex with your dream date only to have their face change into that of a relative or someone you hate, or desperately wanting to pee at a crowded house party only to find that the toilet door has been ripped off the hinges, and if you do use the toilet, everyone will be watching you. Eddie Miles wasn't like most people. He didn't have these weird, unsettling dreams where you would wake up thinking, "Oh my God, what a nightmare." Unlike most 18-year-olds, Eddie didn't have those worries. In fact, Eddie didn't have many worries at all. He lived at home with his mum and dad and only ever dreamed about one thing: tomato sauce, which is sort of like ketchup, but only less ketchupy, if that makes any sense. Well, actually, truth be told, Eddie dreamed about two things. He also dreamed of sausages covered with lashings of tomato sauce. Which is why Eddie loved dreams and was a deep sleeper who could be very hard to wake. Like many 18-year-olds, Eddie was continuing his education. However, he wasn't in a regular high school, college or university. It was what some people would call a special school, where students like Eddie, who couldn't fit into regular schools or keep up with the standard curriculum, went to get a little bit of extra help. You see, Eddie had this thing. Well, to be honest, he had quite a few problems. One of the things about Eddie was that he liked everything to stay the same. That's why a regular school was no good for Eddie. They were always changing things. For example, at the high school, students were expected to wear the school uniform every day of the term, except one day a term, when there would be an out-of-uniform day, where students could wear whatever they wanted. Something like that would throw Eddie's entire routine out the window. That sort of school certainly didn't suit Eddie or his needs. Every morning, Mrs. Miles would wake Eddie at 7 a.m. Being a deep sleeper, waking Eddie involved a little bit more than just knocking on his bedroom door, turning on the bedroom light, or saying, "Eddie, it's time to get up." Waking Eddie meant that Mrs. Miles had to physically shake Eddie awake. When Eddie finally did open his eyes, that's when his first routine for the day would start. Actually, that's not the truth. The first routine would be Eddie dreaming about sausages with lashings of tomato sauce, and the second would be his mother having to shake Eddie awake. But I guess you've already figured that out by now. Eddie's mum said he liked routine, stability, and structure. Eddie didn't know about that. All he knew was that he liked things staying the same. He liked to have the same thing every morning for breakfast. Otherwise, things would just go wrong for the entire day. As soon as Eddie thought anything went wrong, he would have a massive hissy fit, much like when you rub a cat the wrong way or place a cucumber near an unsuspecting one. Each morning, without fail, Mrs. Miles would need to cook and give Eddie a plate with 3 sausages and a huge helping of tomato sauce. Eddie's ability to cope with change was poor. A month ago, when they had run out of tomato sauce, his mum served him 3 sausages and then nervously asked him, "We're out of tomato sauce. Would you like some barbecue sauce instead?" Eddie had a massive tantrum, which his mum lovingly described later on to her friends as, "Eddie threw himself on the floor and proceeded to flail his arms and legs about like a headless chook." Eddie didn't know a lot about many things in life, but he knew that sometimes mums just like talking a lot. And Eddie's mum seemed to talk a lot about him, so that had to be a good thing, didn't it? As you've by now probably already guessed, one of the things that Eddie really loved was tomato sauce. Eddie would liberally smother his sausages with it, put it on pizza, put it on hot chips, put it on potato chips from the packet, put it into tomato soup, or on roast meals that already had gravy. He would even put it on chocolate mud cake. Eddie's dad, Randy Miles, had been what you'd called a late bloomer. He married late in life and didn't exactly get to sow many wild oats before his marriage to Noreen. In fact, he didn't sow any, as he couldn't even find the oats to do the sowing with, much less the tractor or the field. Noreen was a good decade younger than Randy, and he had hoped to make up for lost time when they married. He remembered that on their wedding night there was a lot of awkward fumbling around with buttons, his zipper and Noreen's bra, which somehow seemed to be overly complicated. There was also what he termed the battle of the bedside lamp,
where Randy wanted it on so he could see Noreen naked, and she wanted it off so she couldn't see him without any clothes on. They finally settled for the happy compromise of Noreen closing her eyes for the first 10 seconds so she wouldn't see Randy nude, and then her knocking the bedside lamp onto the floor with her foot. Unfortunately for Randy, the thrill of their first night of passion didn't happen again during the rest of their honeymoon, as Noreen was often vomiting in the toilet, said she had a headache, or wanted to go on a sightseeing tour. Randy was pleasantly surprised when, a week after coming back from their 2-week honeymoon, Noreen told him that she was 8 weeks pregnant, and he was going to be a father. Randy's first thought was that he must have hit the spot all right. That and his baby batter must have been really wanting to make up for lost time, or his soon-to-be child was going to be very advanced for its age. The thought of Noreen already being pregnant when they married never crossed Randy's mind, either then or after Eddie was born. Not even when others would comment that Eddie's eyes, chin or hair looked a bit like that of the local milkman named Ernie, who was affectionately known as the fastest milkman in the West. Randy was in his 50s when Noreen became pregnant. Until then, he had honestly thought that having a baby, needing to change nappies, and all that guff were behind him. Boy, was he wrong. Eddie took a heck of a long time to potty train, to get him out of nappies, and to get him to stop wanting to drink milk from his favourite bottle. Randy already had a pot belly, wore glasses, and had thinning hair when he initially met Noreen. So by the time Eddie had become a teenager, Randy had an even bigger beer belly, wore even thicker glasses, and had even less hair. Of the hair that he now had, much of it, unfortunately, seemed to grow from his nostrils, ears, eyebrows, and back, instead of his scalp, where he desperately wanted it to be. Things didn't quite pan out like Randy had expected. Yes, he and Noreen had sex on their wedding night, but to be honest, he didn't think he was at his best. Maybe it was a case of nerves, too much champagne or too much fumbling, but after that night of nuptials, Noreen didn't seem to be particularly interested in sex. Was this what all marriages were like? Randy could definitely relate to the Rodney Dangerfield saying, "Oh, if it wasn't for pickpockets, I'd have no sex at all." Sex didn't seem to be high on Noreen's to-do list. Randy wondered if this was taught to all librarians in librarian school. Things like cleaning the house, ironing, washing, cleaning, cooking, gardening, or reading a good book were very high on Noreen's to-do list, much to Randy's chagrin. She would often say things that didn't make sense to him at all. Things like, "I can't think of or enjoy sex if I know the house isn't clean." To be honest, this line of thinking perplexed Randy, as the last thing he thought of when he was feeling horny was whether there was dust on top of the fridge, grease splatters on the stove, or if the ceiling fan needed cleaning. Some guys look sexy bald. Randy Miles was not one of those guys. He looked daggy with a bald head. It was almost completely bare except for the wispy bits of hair growing at the sides and back of his head. He had what the doctors referred to as male pattern baldness. When he complained to his doctor about it, they would often say there was nothing they could do. They would explain that it was genetic and could sometimes become worse due to hormone imbalances, autoimmune conditions, infections, or emotional stress. Randy Miles didn't believe in genetics. After all, his dad wasn't bald, and neither was his mum or any of his sisters. So why should it only happen to him? Randy had a theory on what caused baldness. It was children. Randy truly believed that his child, Eddie, had caused his baldness. That and the lack of sex, which was entirely Noreen's fault. Randy still remembered when he first found large clumps of hair on his pillow. It was the morning after Eddie had been brought home from the hospital. Despite blaming Eddie for his hair loss, Randy loved Eddie immensely and would do things to make Eddie happy. Things like buying bottles of tomato sauce.
He would also buy things to make Noreen happy. Usually they were practical things like headache tablets. And then Randy would buy the things that made him happy. This usually revolved around food. Randy had a sweet tooth, so he loved chocolate. Perhaps not as much as Eddie loved tomato sauce, but it had to be right up there. Randy didn't care what brand the chocolate was. If it was Cadbury's, Darrell Lee, Dove, Ferrero Rocher, Hags, Hershey, Kinder Surprise, Lind, Mars, Milka, Mozzarella, Nestle, Red Tulip, Toblerone, or Whittaker's chocolate, and was on special, he was interested. The bigger the discount, the sweeter the taste, Randy often said. However, there was one brand that he always bought and made sure he had in the house regardless of whether it was on sale or not. M&Ms were Randy's favourite. He liked to keep a large bowlful on the table just near the entry, just in case he ever felt the need for some chocolate. The way he figured it was that if he had to get out of his chair to go and get a single M&M, or what he called an M, he would burn up the calories it contained just by walking out to the entry to get it. That, much like his sex life post Eddie's arrival, was wishful thinking. In theory, Randy did expend energy walking out to the entry to get an M, but nowhere near the amount required to lose weight. In fact, he had been gaining weight. However, Randy couldn't, or perhaps wouldn't, entertain the thought that there might be any links between his lack of exercise, his excessive chocolate consumption, and his waistline. Instead, Randy sometimes thought about whether there was a link between lack of sex and obesity. Maybe all that unused sperm his testicles had produced had somehow migrated to his stomach, or it was then converted to fat. Randy often wondered if there was a university study on the topic, and whether or not he would be asked to participate. He hoped that if he did, he would not be placed in the control group that had no sex. He knew from bitter experience how bad it was to be in that group. Noreen and Randy often had disagreements in the past about how often a married couple should have sex. Noreen had suggested that they should only have sex to procreate, whereas Randy suggested it should be every day, as he had read that sex burned calories, and to him that seemed a whole lot more fun than jogging or going on a diet that included eating celery, kale, or iceberg lettuce. Imagine the benefits, Randy had argued to Noreen. You feel like a piece of chocolate, a second slice of cheesecake, or even having a bowl of ice cream for breakfast? Who cares? You just go have a nookie or some rumpy pumpy and use up all those calories. It's the perfect system, as it all balances out, he said. Unfortunately for Randy, Noreen didn't have a sweet tooth. She couldn't care less about sweet foods. She liked eating healthily. There's nothing better than crunching down on a nice piece of crisp celery, Noreen often said. That was another of Noreen's sayings that Randy couldn't understand. At times he genuinely didn't know if Noreen was batshit crazy or just trying to goad him into an argument over whether celery was an actual food or if it should be proclaimed a noxious weed. Thankfully, Noreen and Randy had come to a somewhat happy compromise years ago about how often they should have sex. After months of haggling, discussions, burnt dinners, and threats to go to the lawyers, Noreen had finally relented and agreed to have sex with Randy 3 times a year. For her, these unfortunate occasions were to be on his birthday, Christmas Day, and New Year's Day, to start each year off with a bang, so to speak. Having sex 3 times a year was probably 3 times as much as Noreen really wanted to, but sometimes we all agree to something we probably shouldn't have in hindsight. She felt that if she had been able to keep negotiations going for another month or 2, she could have got out of the New Year's Day sex and only have it twice a year. But such is life. The upside of the agreement for Noreen was that Noreen no longer had to buy any birthday or Christmas gifts for Randy, because by the time either of them arrived, Randy was absolutely gagging for it so badly that he couldn't give a rat's ass about any presents she bought from a store. Randy would let Eddie have one treat every day before Eddie went to school. Only one. Eddie would close his eyes and reach into the bowl of M&Ms to pull out a single M. Sometimes he would choose yellow, which made him feel good because custard was yellow and so was the sun. Sometimes he would pull out a green one, which was also good as it reminded him of one of his favourite books, Green Eggs and Ham. But there was one colour that Eddie hated his M to be. Blue. Blue M&Ms reminded Eddie of blue cheese. Yuck! Eddie had tasted blue cheese one day, years ago when he was little. It was at a party he and his parents had been invited to, and that was a big mistake. The smell of it, the texture, the taste, it was horrible, and he spat it out immediately. The blue cheese had appeared somewhat appealing before putting it in his mouth, but it looked like blue globby snot mixed with saliva after he almost spewed it out onto the plate it had been served on, and then proceeded to make loud gagging and retching noises. Everyone who was nearby saw it, and, including the startled waitstaff who had been offering it, looked shocked and appalled. So no one else got to sample or eat blue cheese that night. In fact, after witnessing Eddie, most of them wouldn't have been game to try it even if they had been offered some from a fresh cheese plate. For some strange reason, Randy and Noreen also received fewer invites from friends and family to attend birthday parties, weddings and engagement parties after that little incident. That didn't worry Eddie because, if he was honest, he much preferred being at home and watching DVDs of his favourite TV show that was filmed in the 1960s, Batman. But Eddie did remember one valuable lesson from that night, and it was this. If that is what blue did to cheese, then there is no way on earth Eddie was ever going to try a blue M&M. Eddie closed his eyes, put his hand into the dish that contained the M&Ms, and pulled one out. When he opened his eyes, he saw that, to his disgust, it was blue. He tossed it on the floor, closed his eyes, and picked another M, hoping to get a red, orange, or even dark brown one. This time it was yellow. Eddie smiled and stared at his M as he exited out the front door to get the school bus. A moment later, Randy came to check that Eddie had closed the front door properly and noticed the blue M&M on the floor. Randy picked it up and tossed it in his mouth. He grinned happily at the thought that he might have just burnt extra calories by having to bend over to pick it up. The wall phone in the kitchen rang, and Noreen answered it. "Hello? Yes? You sure?" asked Noreen. "Oh, no," she said, loud enough for Randy to hear. Randy knew immediately by the tone in Noreen's voice that whatever it wasn't good. He considered retreating to the lounge room or back to bed, but he knew that Noreen would track him down and find him, so that would only delay the inevitable. He sighed, and figuring it was better to find out now rather than later, he entered the kitchen, just as Noreen hung up the phone. She appeared worried. Randy knew this look because he had seen it before. He had seen it many times before, like when he asked for sex or when it was approaching his birthday, Christmas or New Year's Day. He had also seen it when they had run out of tomato sauce or sausages for Eddie's breakfast. "What's up, honey?" Randy asked Noreen, secretly hoping that she would say her libido, but alas, that was not to be. "There's a problem at the school with the new Mrs. Campbell," she explained. "Oh," he said. Randy was used to school problems, and he knew just how to handle them. He reached into the medicine cabinet and took out a box of headache tablets. He handed them to Noreen. "Will this be enough?" he asked. End of sample chapter. Please feel free to pre-order Eddie's First Love on Amazon, or join my mailing list, or to keep up to date with it, and my other upcoming book releases. Chapter 25. About the author. Paul Mahoney is a writer who grew up on the family farm in country Victoria. He writes under the pen name P.M. Mahoney because someone else had already published under the name Paul Mahoney. How rude is that? Paul is an accomplished author who loves writing romantic comedies and mysteries. In 2020, Paul was also awarded a certificate from the Premier of Queensland for his quick action in helping to save the life of an elderly lady. As well as being an author, he is also a screenwriter who has had one feature film, Ruby's Choice in 2022, made, which starred the iconic Jane Seymour, Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. She was fantastic to work with and an inspiration. That movie led to him becoming a global ambassador for the Dementia Foundation's Spark of Life program, reflecting his commitment to improving dementia care through storytelling and advocacy. Paul has had several other feature screenplays optioned and is hopeful that further films will be made in the future. His work has earned international recognition, including awards from prestigious screenwriting competitions such as the Euroscript Award in London, the Pasadena International Film Festival, and the Faith and Family Script Showcase in Los Angeles. Paul is forever in debt to his better half, Solange, who helps to keep him on track despite his constant wandering off to look at shiny things that capture his short attention span. He hopes to write many other books that he thinks would have made his beloved and late sister Michelle laugh. Chapter 26. Social Pages. Paul Mahoney writes under the pen name P.M. Mahoney. He is passionate about bringing readers engaging and thought-provoking stories. To stay updated on his latest releases, behind-the-scene insights and exclusive previews, connect with him on the following pages. On Facebook, P.M. Mahoney, Mahoney, author pages at facebook.com/groups 10376 42555 182 978, or simply search for P.M. Mahoney, author pages, in Facebook groups. That should lead you there. Instagram is author P.M. Mahoney. So if you do a search that on Instagram, you should find that page as well. He also has pages on LinkedIn under author P.M. Mahoney, Mahoney. In addition, look under threads under author P.M. Mahoney, as in AUTHOR P.M. Mahoney. Pinterest author P.M. Mahoney as well. In addition, Story Origin, Book Funnel, TikTok and YouTube are coming soon. Or go straight to his website, Paul Mahoney, on www.paulmahoneywriter.com. That's PaulMahoneyWriter.com. I'm sure you'll find the above links there as well. Chapter 27. Advanced Reader Copies. What is an Advanced Reader Copy, or ARC, and why should you join? An ARC is an exclusive early version of my upcoming book sent to select readers before the official release. By joining my ARC team, you'll get the first chance to dive into the story, share your honest thoughts, and help spread the word. Your early reviews generate excitement, boost visibility, and connect us as part of this book's launch journey. Plus, it's a unique opportunity to be part of something special and get sneak peeks before anyone else. Join now and help me bring my next book to life. You can join up by signing up for my newsletter group, contacting me via one of my social pages, or by Googling and signing up with Story Origin, Book Sirens, or Booksprout, and searching for P.M. Mahoney. That's Mahoney. Thanks a lot. Chapter 28. Other books published and coming soon from the same author. Already published. Drax Back, a paranormal romantic comedy already published. The first book in the Dracula Down Under series. In search of everlasting love, Dracula's diagnosed with advanced osteoarthritis and falls in love with a vegan naturopath who already has a jealous secret admirer. Books to be published soon. The Crummy Mummy. A romantic comedy in the Least Likely in Love series to be published soon. She's not a yummy mummy, she never was, but after being labelled Australia's worst mum, can this no-hoper with 4 children from 4 different fathers get her kids back and finally find a decent man? Group Therapy Gone Wrong. A romantic comedy in the Least Likely in Love series to be published soon. A woman with alien hand syndrome faces eviction if she can't unite a dysfunctional group therapy session to help solve her problems before the day is over. Cornelius and the Sneak Goose Attack. A comedy in the Body Switchers Finding Love series to be published soon. When Cornelius goes on a long-awaited family holiday to Canada, it doesn't quite go to plan when his great-aunt takes an instant dislike to both him and his father. Chaos ensues as he encounters a cranky goose, and his dad encounters a nemesis from the past. If you think Canadian sports are scary, just wait until you meet the geese. Trading Places Finding Love. A romantic comedy in the Body Switchers Finding Love series to be published soon. When the biggest geek ever and the most popular girl at school magically switch bodies, they realize how wrong their assumptions of each other were, and they're desperate to switch back before they are stuck forever in their new bodies. Drax Cat, a paranormal romantic comedy already published. The second book in the Dracula Down Under series. After Drac is reunited with his long-lost love, he thought that life, or more accurately death, was going to be smooth sailing. But navigating the tricky world of modern romance is even more complicated than a blood test. Along with his ever-loyal and ever-hopeless sidekick Renfield, Drac tries to keep the magic alive, but instead discovers a bitter rival vying for his sweetheart's affections. Drac is certain about one thing: love and dating still sucks. Big time. Climbing the Stairway to Homicide in Elvis Town. A cozy mystery to be published soon. The second book in the Ted Sherlock series. When Ted's tie is found at the scene of a murder and the victim is one of his long-time foes, suspicion falls squarely on Ted. With the police closing in, Ted must clear his name the only way he knows how, by hunting down the real killer. Good Riddance Gary, a dark comedy to be published soon. When the most hated man in the remote Tasmanian town of Stinkhole is found dead, the policeman that found him thinks he may have accidentally killed him. But when he returns to hide the body, it's missing. A whodunit with a difference. New Life for a Dead Man. A Bill and Martin mystery crime fiction to be published soon. When a woman's body is found on a bush track, Martin, the man who discovered it while walking his dog, is initially considered a prime suspect and arrested. His faithful dog keeps having nightmares and realizes that he used to be a human in a past life and is somehow connected to the deceased. With his master's freedom on the line, Bill busts out of his backyard, determined to track down the clues needed to solve the crime, free his master, and understand his past. A Cranky Horse and a Corpse. A Bill and Martin mystery crime fiction to be published soon. When Martin is given a free, luxurious long weekend escape to a picturesque lavender and lupin farm, he, Georgia, and their spirited dog Bill are ready for a few days of wine tasting, bushwalks, and blissful relaxation. But their idyllic getaway takes a dark turn when their generous yet hated host is found dead, turning the retreat into a crime scene. Can they find the clues that the police overlooked? Is Mad Miller Mulligan our serial murderer? A Bill Martin mystery crime fiction to be published soon. When a man is pushed under a train at busy Flinders Street Station in Melbourne, there is an initial confusion as to who did it and whether the pusher was actually male or female. When Detective Inspector Kevin Applegate is assigned to the case, he soon finds several links leading back to Shepperton, Martin Hamilton, and his faithful dog, Bill. Will they help to solve the case or be a hindrance? Chapter 29. Last but not least, It doesn't seem polite to leave you without giving you one last lame joke. Why don't Elvis impersonators like to drink martinis? Because sometimes they are all shook up.